Amazon gift cards to the two people with the most social media posts, and obviously who is using the hashtag D365 Wait Saturday. And we also have a survey at the end. And each time when you submit a survey, this is counted as one entry because we're going to give away another $50 gift card for that as well. So with that said, I'm just going to go ahead and start the recording. And I think we are recording right now. So having said that, Mihir, take it away.
All right, thank you, Dan. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, depending on where you are. Welcome to Dynamics 365 Saturday. The topic for this presentation is industry accelerators. I want to first take this moment to thank the sponsors. Thank you very much for making this event possible. This is a free event and all the volunteers behind it do a great job in organizing this event. So thanks to everyone. A little bit about myself. I'm a D365 solution architect with IBM. I love traveling, going with family, visiting national parks. So there was some restriction this year, but we did manage to go to one park. This is the Pinnacle Peak in Stowey, Vermont. What you see here, the photo is at the top of the Pinnacle Peak. And it's a great place. You can go with kids, family, even your pets. And I really love this place. Visited this year. My Twitter handle is here, and my blog is also here for anyone. Okay, so this is the agenda which we have here for today. Introducing industry accelerators. I'll give a brief demo on the manufacturing accelerator. Also, we'll go over the what's available, that is current, what's new, that's coming between now and March of 2021, and what's planned, so what will come in the future. We'll go over this industries, and also finally I will end with the installing industry accelerator. So what we need to know to be able to install an industry accelerator. So this slide, what are industry accelerators? So they are basically the vertical solutions that's made available by Microsoft. So this is built by Microsoft, made available on GitHub. It's built on the common data model, and it has components of the Power Platform. So if you really want to learn about how to build a vertical solution using the Power Platform, this is it. This is how you can do it. This is available on Microsoft App Source and GitHub. It's also an opportunity for ISVs. So if anyone is from the ISV community, you can build upon this industry accelerators and provide your own solution. It's also a good showcase to do a proof of concept. So if you are in an industry when you want to learn or want to see how a particular solution will fit your specific business or industry, you can take this accelerator and do a proof of concept and then take some ideas from there. This is probably the best I have found, with a lot of new innovative ideas on how to build solutions for a specific vertical, industry vertical. So what are the industries that we have currently? Microsoft is adding new industries. So as of now, we have the automotive, education, financial services, healthcare, manufacturing, media and communications, and nonprofit. So I'll be focusing on the first five. I think there is enough time for me to give a little bit of the first five, and I'll be going a deep dive on the manufacturing industry accelerator. So let's go straight into the manufacturing accelerator. Let me showcase that, and then we will go into rest of this. So once you go into this app source, so if you go to Microsoft App Source, you will get to download or click on Get It Now, and you'll be able to install the manufacturing accelerator if you have a Dynamics 365 environment. So it is important that you need to have an existing Dynamics 365 environment, and you can install the manufacturing accelerator from here. Also on GitHub, Microsoft has provided the solution files as well as the data files. So we'll go over this. And this is what the manufacturing accelerator looks like. So once you have installed the manufacturing accelerator, you will see its focus is on the supplier management. So this is the view that you will get of the industry accelerator. You have the business process that it's focusing on is when you're onboarding a new supplier for the manufacturing industry. So it is very important in these days that when you do vendor onboarding, you have to have certain quality control criteria, as well as there are many regulatory and compliance questions that needs to be checked and verified before any manufacturing company can onboard a supplier. And that has to be a continuous process. So you have to make sure that those certifications are valid, as well as it is an appropriate vendor or supplier that you want to do business with. There are certain restrictions, especially in United States or European Union. There are FDA regulations if you are in a pharmaceutical industry and you are in the manufacturing sector when you're doing business on a life sciences industry. So I have done a project where this was very important, and we were building a solution for the client to do vendor selection, qualification, and onboarding. So this actually is great because I could relate to this very much based on my prior project experience. So what you get is a supplier management app, and once you have the app, you will see there are two modules in there. One is the administration and one is the access management. So in the supplier management app, in the administration module, this is where you will set up your questionnaire for the vendors. So what do you want the vendors to have? Do they need to have certain capability regarding sustainability, public safety? There are different criteria that you need to have, that you can ask the questions on. You can set up templates, you can have certification requirements. What are the different certifications the vendor has? Quality certification, facility certification, technical certification, human resources certification. So you can set up all this, and these are all right now, these are all demo sample as provided by Microsoft. So you can learn from here and you can build your own cases. And also classification of products. So if you're buying a certain type of product, you want to make sure that the vendor has a particular class of the product also. And the capability, what is the manufacturing capability, how much tonnage that the vendor can provide. Once you set up the questionnaire, and you also get with this is a portal. So when you go to the portal, so this is the portal that's coming with the manufacturing accelerator. And you can see from the portal that they have a registration and onboarding of the supplier. So if there is a new supplier that wants to do business with your organization, you would refer them to this portal, and they will go in and click on this, and they would answer a few questions to register themselves first. So this is before they do business with you. You want to make sure that you are doing business with a organization which has valid as per your requirements of your industry. So I'm going to just call it Contoso. This is a sample, so I'll just call it sample.com. Supplier. You can set this up the way you want it. Just putting in some information, and we can just click submit from here. So once the supplier registers, the registration is received, you go back to your app and you will go to the access management portion of this app, and you will see that the registration is received right here. So this is a sample supplier I just set up right here. And then the business process kicks off where you can do an approval management process. And then the approval management will go for approval. Okay, you would do a check whether this supplier is a valid supplier. Should we, is it in a, is it okay to do business with them? Is it part of a administration requirement that you can approve it, and the approval process happens, you can give them access, initial access. Once the supplier has access to it, then they can log into the portal again and they can go in and enter their details. So I will just log in here, or I will just show you in the demo. And the other part of this is they can also have the EDI integration. So now, in addition to onboarding a supplier, you also want to make sure that they can see and be able to get details about purchase orders or upload purchase orders and invoices through the portal. And that EDI enablement is also provided right here. And that approval process also goes through this system. So it serves two purposes. One is to onboard a new supplier as well as give them access to EDI configuration and API capabilities. I think that is a good solution, and we don't need to build anything. This is coming out of the box when you install the supplier management app, and it's really a great solution that I have worked with this a little bit earlier, and now that this solution is built by Microsoft, I think it's a good manufacturing demo supplier relationship management solution. So going back to my presentation. All right, so let's go and look at other industries. We also have the financial services banking accelerator. Right now, in the banking accelerator, you have commercial and retail banking. So we have the entities like banks, branches, loans, financial products, referrals, limits. So these entities are the common data model entities. So these entities are, as per Microsoft, they are the entities that would be used over the common data model. It also comes with onboarding of the customer, know your customer, KYC, referrals, profit tier, segmentation, business process, relationship manager, Canvas app, as well as Azure Data Lake storage for AI or machine learning. So you can really test this out if you are interested in doing this. This is the customer 360 for banking. And you can see the customer information. That is the certificate of deposit process. And this is part of the banking module currently. This is the branch manager dashboard. So if you are in a branch manager, you want to know how many applications have you received for account opening, what is the stages of the application. So you can get your reporting and branch reporting and comparison and review and manage your branch progress right from the dashboard. Financial services also has an insurance module. Right now, available now is the property, casualty, and life insurance. It's in preview. There are 30 new insurance entities, and the business processes again up for insurance industries, the producer and agency apps, quoting, issuing, and renewal of process, claims processing, recommendation of insurance products, as well as agents commission calculations. So those are specific to the insurance industry. And you can actually use both banking and insurance together in the same financial services module. So this is some of the samples for insurance module. This is the policy, the insurance auto policy. You get to see a comprehensive view of the policy right here. The agency dashboard, the insurance agency, how it is performing, similar to the bank branch, but this is from an insurance point of view. And then what is coming in the financial services industrial accelerator? So there are two new verticals that Microsoft is targeting. It's mortgage and lending business, as well as wealth management. So For mortgage and lending, you would have the apps for loan officers and mortgage consultants. You'll also get the customer collaboration 360, the mortgage loan processing or lending loan processing, and this app right now is in public preview. For wealth management, you get the wealth app for the wealth advisors and financial planners, same customer collaboration 360, financial planning module, and as investment recommendations. This is public preview in Jan of 2021. I think this is going to be very interesting, and I would really like to look at it for financial services. Okay, so the next accelerator I would talk about is the automotive accelerator, which was released in May 2020. And there's an update for this. It has a customer 360-degree view, the B2C portal, senior advisor, Canvas app, as well as Power BI dashboard. So I have some slides on those. This is the customer 360 automobile industry form for the customer. So the customer, what are the activities, what are the promotions that have been sent to the customer, what are the offers that have been sent to the customer, and what they're interested in. The customer can also look and go to the mod portal for the automobile industry. They can look at existing inventory of the cars as well as do a test drive, and there is a community knowledge base also. There's a Canvas app for service advisors. So when your customer comes in for service, you can have this Canvas app on a iPad or any mobile device, and you can, whatever tests are being performed, you can do it using that app itself. So I think this is great for automobile service industry. As well as a vehicle inventory dashboard. So if you are the auto dealer or you want to know how many vehicles you have in your lot, you want to see what is the cost, what is the age of those inventory, and you can get all this reporting right from that app. So automobile industry app is great for the dealership business. One important app which I want to showcase is the Education Accelerator. So the Education Accelerator right now, everybody is learning remote, and all the kids who are doing remote schooling, this is a good app for the schools to have. So that is the student internship application process. So one of the concerns that the kids have during this environment of COVID-19 is what will be the internship process? Will they get an internship or not? And this is an app that showcases how you can manage a student internship application in the education sector. There's also the parent student portal. Now I'm a parent, I have 2 kids, and now I'm seeing that I have to take an active part in the coursework. I have to keep up to date on them because it's all remote, and we need to have more interaction with the school administration as well as faculty, and get to know what are the homework or what is the assessment, and at what time what classes are getting done. So this is a great app for that. So it helps the parent to get involved along with the school and be able to manage the students' education process. And there is the attendance app. This is my favorite. In this app, you can actually see the attendance of the kids right from a mobile device or an iPad, and you can click on this. That it's great for the teachers who are doing remote schooling, and we are being able to take attendance using a mobile device. So what's coming new in higher education? So the part that is coming new in higher education app industry accelerator is the tele-advising. This is online advising tool for graduates. So if you are a student, you want to know what is the status of your coursework, what is the any problems you're going to face in completing your degree requirement. As well as you are an advisor, you can set up scheduled meetings with the students, you can do a teleconference, you can chart the progress of your students and guide the student to make sure that they are taking the right course. So I think this is a very critical app currently, that there is no one-on-one interaction. So you can have this tele-advising, you can be remote and be able to do make a Teams call and be able to link it with the coursework that the student has to do perform. As a university, you can actually view the progress of students and uh, find out what percentage of students are going to graduate this year, and if there is any major action that needs to be taken, you can take it in advance. So this is a new feature that's going to come in soon. Uh, it's probably going to be released in between now and March. Okay, so another important industry accelerator I wanted to discuss is the healthcare industry accelerator. So in healthcare, right now, everybody wants to have take precautions, and but we still be able to access their information. So in the medical doctors and dentists who want to get information about the patients, they can actually use this app, and this app can connect to the EMR, electronic medical records, as well as provide a comprehensive patient portal information also. So this is available now. You can try it out. This is the timeline view. This I think is a great feature. So if you're a patient and you come to a doctor has to go through multiple pages of your visits that you have done over a time, and really it's the doctor may he or she may miss something important, and this actually timeline view shows you in one screen every interaction, every visit that the patient had with a doctor or a laboratory or any specialist, and you can see and drill down from here, and you can go back. So it's all digital, and we are taking this to a step higher for enabling the doctors to get a better view of the patient's health and be able to provide better healthcare to the patient. So I think this is very cool. Another great thing that Microsoft has in the healthcare app is the care team. So you want to know the patient, who are the caretakers of the patient, who are the doctors, who are the specialists the patient is interacting with. And this is one view that shows you how the healthcare care team, how the patient has a professional as well as related persons who are taking care of the patients. And this is useful, especially because in certain scenarios, the patient may not be able to take decisions, and you want to make sure who is the person to contact, or who is going to take care of him or her. I know that if my parents are aged and they need some questions to be answered or need some help, the doctor calls me, not my parent, because my parent doesn't understand, my mom doesn't understand and is not able to hear well what the doctor is saying. So I have to interact on behalf of my mom and take care of that. So this is a great app. I really think this is useful and applicable for the healthcare industry. So that was what's available. What's new? So what's coming in the healthcare app? So there are two new, actually there are more, but right now there are two new, which is home health as well as member 360. So the home health is where a nurse, a visiting nurse or a visiting specialist comes to a home, and you are an organization who are sending this specialist to the patient's home. So you want to look at the different cases. You want to be able to do a resource scheduling, which nurse goes to visit how many patients in a day, what is their scheduling looks like. The nurse also needs to know, if I'm doing a visit, what is the history of my patients. I should have a virtual visit tool, so I can make a visit virtually also. My kids are having doctor visits on the phone, on the app, and the nurse doesn't need to physically come at home. They can do a virtual initial screening also. And then there are tools for the patients and resources tools. So that's a great cool app that I think will be useful for home health. Also, there's a member 360. This is the ability for providers and payers to build financial specifics based on the HIPAA and HL7 criteria. This is adding financial specifics to the data model. And again, this all these apps are built on entities and fields which are on the common data model. So this will be integrated to industry standards, built on industry standards, as well as integrate to other industry products out there. And what's coming soon? So the plan in the near future is to build a life sciences workload app. So this is for uh, bringing new medicine to the to fruit in, like, for a vaccine development or any new medicine development. So you can do clinical drug trials from this. So you can get better insight for researchers who are doing the clinical drug trials. It enables complex processes, which is and maintaining all the FDA regulations, making sure all the trials are done properly. There are the subjects who are undergoing different trials, and what is the results of it, and how to keep track of those results and be able to report on it. So this is important in the driving the commercialization of medicine. The other one is revenue cycle and talent management, which is coming soon. The patient cycle, revenue management, and talent management. Okay, so manufacturing. So we talked about this one, the supplier management, which is there since May of 2020. We have the supplier onboarding portal. I did give a sneak peek on the onboarding portal. There's an online questionnaire, quality certification, documentation. So along with the questionnaire, you can also store all the certification and which are uploaded from the portal by the supplier, and the EDI integration. So the supplier now has a portal where they can go in and see all their purchases, purchase orders, invoices, what are the balance payments, and have also revisions to the purchase orders uploaded, and get to see, keep a track of all their supplies that they are providing. The new app that's coming in November of 2020 is for traveling sales rep. This is for the sales rep. When they are traveling, they need to see the inventory status and what discount they can offer to the customer. So this is great for people who are manufacturing sales reps, and be able to take with them have a capability to remote in and get inventory and discounting information. It also gives them a center view of warranty and field service request, and the view manufacturing operations and order status. So one thing I want to see when this app comes out is how it integrates with Dynamics 365 supply chain operations. So that would be really cool to see if this manufacturing sales app integrates with supply chain Dynamics 365 supply chain management operations, and that is really great for manufacturing sales reps. So we saw this. This is a supplier relationship portal which I had installed and did a demo on this earlier. This is a supplier qualification questionnaire. So all the questions that you set up on the supplier portal, you can have a qualification questionnaire. You can look at the general information. Is it a ownership profile? Is it female owned, foreign ownership, small business, minority owned? And this is all required by government agencies. If you are doing business with suppliers who are minority owned or small business, there are some conditions that are required, that you need to do 10, 15, 20% of the business, and you have to make sure that you're meeting those criterias. You also have the financial identifiers, capability, certification, sustainability. So all this information you can collect from the supplier questionnaire, and then qualify the supplier to do business with using this app. This is the supplier KPI dashboard. You also want the supplier to be up to date on the way they are providing services and products to your organization. So how many purchase orders, what is the state of those purchase orders, what are the pending purchase orders which are to be paid, which are the open purchase orders, what is the payment of the invoices on those purchase orders, which product are key for this relationship between the supplier and the manufacturer, what are the, so all this information, the reporting is coming from a Microsoft Power BI report, which is on the supplier KPI dashboard on this portal. Okay, let's go to this. Okay, so what I want to show now is how to install an industry accelerator. So if you are new to Dynamics 365 or you don't know anything about Industry Accelerator, this will help you a lot. So you would go to set up a Dynamics 365 demo environment, trials.dynamics.com or the Power Platform website, and you can create a trial demo environment for Dynamics 365. You need to provision the necessary users and licenses for the demos. If you need a Power BI, you can have a trial 30 days Power BI license along with it. You can also assign, you make sure to assign license to the users who are going to be using this demo app for you. So one thing I have learned is to create a portal app. So when you are, most of those apps that are there in the Industry Accelerator also have a portal along with it. And when you are trying to use the portal, I would create a portal app first before installing the Industry Accelerator. So you go to make.powerapps.com and install a portal app, create a portal app first. So this helps you to have the base solution for the portal, and then you can install the Industry Accelerator on top of it, which will install the necessary solutions which are specific to that industry accelerator. So there are two places you can get. One is from the App Source. So App Source is where Microsoft is providing access to this free app. You can also do a test drive on this Industry Accelerator app. So you can go to App Source. I'll show you the location of App Source and click on Get It Now and put in the credentials for your account for Dynamics 365 administrative account on your system so that this app can be installed. It doesn't take much time. I probably took maybe 1 hour or less than 1 hour to install this app, and it does a great job. Microsoft has done a good job in having the ability to just point and click and install the app. If you already know about Dynamics 365 and you can install solutions into your environment, then I would recommend that you should go to GitHub. In the GitHub, you will find all the solutions. So this is the Industry Accelerator for manufacturing. So I went there and I was able to get the base solution for the manufacturing accelerator as well as the supplier portal. There is a documentation also and how to install this solution. Along with the solution files, you will also get the data files for the sample data which I showed you. So you can install the sample data once the solution install is complete. So you follow the documentation for the installation and you will be able to get the information as needed. So this is a recommended. I would recommend to go to GitHub and make sure that you are able to download this solution. For uploading the data, you can also use the solution configuration manager, and you can upload the data from there. Okay, once that is done, once you have the solution and the data uploaded, that's it. The app is ready, and you are able to use this app. So that is so simple, and it's really Microsoft has made it very easy for everyone to use it. So let me just show you the GitHub and the one that I was talking about earlier.
We do have two questions real quick, Mihir, if you will have a moment.
Sure, yes, I can take those questions.
Sure. So one of them was, what are the licensing options and costs involved in using the industry accelerators? I thought they were free, but I was like, let me just let you answer that.
Yes. So yes, and the good thing about this is this follows it's all free. Microsoft has made it available for on the GitHub with the industry standard license, free license. So you really don't have to pay anything for it, but I would recommend that you do check with your organization's relationship with Microsoft to make sure that you're okay using this. I also would say that because Microsoft updates this, so keep on checking for the latest solutions. They're all free as far as my knowledge. Everything is free on the Industry Accelerator, and you can use it for a proof of concept, and you can build your own solution on top of it. Yeah. And you can get information from there. Yes.
Perfect. And we had one other question. And that was, does resource scheduling in healthcare use the resource scheduling optimization of field service module? I'm guessing that's a no, but again.
Yeah, I've not played with every app, so I'm not sure about that. I can get back to that person if needed. I have not installed, but it may be a flavor of that. I'm not sure what it is exactly using in the backend, and I not installed that app for now.
Yeah, because RSO is resource scheduling optimization, and
Mhm.
it's actually an add-on that you can purchase for field service. But I'm
Correct.
guessing you don't have to install field service to use this. So I'm guessing it's just using the customer service one. But yeah, if you could
Yeah.
follow up, that was actually a question from Mark. But I don't think it's using RSO though. So, but yeah, we
No.
could definitely check and follow up with Mark later.
Yep, and I'm sure it doesn't require a field service license, but if it is requirement of so if you're talking about the what's coming in the future, which is for the visiting nurses to go and make visits and schedule that, that might require, that could be a field service app also, because
Yep.
that app is on their device and they're able to take my thinking is they are able to take vitals, any measure, any healthcare requirements like blood pressures, weight monitoring, other things, and enter it on the app on a mobile device and then upload it to Dynamics 365. So it might
Yeah,
have a
and
field
they could
service.
even use, I love using that app for healthcare. I actually just did an article on my website about it
Mhm.
because what you're saying is actually a really good point, right? If they need to go on site and like do all these things and take blood pressure, they can even use inspections for that as well, right? So great,
Correct.
great. Those were the questions so far. So I'm
Okay.
gonna be quiet now.
Yep. So yeah, I'm going to briefly go over this. So I this is the industry accelerator for manufacturing. The base solution is right here. This is the installation guide. This is the portal. So if you follow the installation guide and you are able to download all these files and upload them into your environment, and it allows you to install the industry accelerator. Once you have installed it, you will be able to see. Let me just show you where I have. It's probably in a different window. Okay, it's right here. So if you go to Power Apps, okay, I'm just signing in. Okay, so this is the portal supplier management. This is a solution that gets installed with the manufacturing industry accelerator. And you also have the portal. This is the demo portal which I installed. And then one thing you have to do is make sure that you integrate the demo portal that you have created along with the supplier management portal, and that's how they will talk to each other. You can add any other app in top on top of this, but I would recommend to do one app per environment so you can actually test drive it properly. Okay, going back to my presentation, I think I'm almost to the end. Okay, so we have the app ready. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any more questions?
I don't see anything in the chat. Guys, you can even unmute if you have additional questions for me here.
Okay, so in the references I have mentioned, one is the 2020 Wave 2 Industry Accelerators. So this is the place you can go to see what's coming. Briefly, I talked about the 5 industries and what's coming. So all this is information is provided in this location by Microsoft, docs.microsoft.com. And there's the app source for Dynamics 365 Industry Accelerator as well as GitHub in here. So prizes. So great news is we are giving away prizes. There is a $50. There are three $50 Amazon gift card prices, or maybe more. Uh, but important that you should do a social media post using the hashtag Dynamics365 That's it, and thank you very much, everyone.
We have a couple more questions here.
Okay.
Somebody is asking, are there any accelerators planned for housing solutions?
I have not seen that, but Microsoft does come up with new accelerators, so maybe it's a good recommendation that can be
Yeah,
provided for the
I love
construction
that.
industry. Yeah, construction industry accelerator. That's a good idea. Yeah.
And there's another question here. Can you explain about the licensing requirement for the accelerators? Because they're installed on top of an existing. So somebody's asking, do you know what is needed for each of those?
Production environment installation. If you're doing a demo installation, you just need to have a free Dynamics 365 trial, which is a 30-day trial, and you can probably extend the trial by talking to Microsoft. But if you are installing it in a production environment, or you want to install it in a production environment, you will need the license for Dynamics 365, license for the portals. If you're using Power BI in your organization, you need the users to have the Power BI license to be able to share any Power BI reports or dashboards in within that app. So those are the three that I am aware of, which I think you will need. In addition to that, if you are doing any EDI or developing integrations using Azure, you will need the Azure integration licenses for Azure Service Bus or Azure APIs that you create in Azure. So those are separate. That I am not sure, depending on what your business requirements are, but at least you will need Dynamics 365, Portal, and Power BI. Those are the three you will need. So
Yeah. And guys, I also actually just noticed if you actually go to AppSource, and on the right-hand side, it actually says product. So, for example, the automotive accelerator says products, Dynamics 365 sales, and Power Apps. So I
correct.
think, yeah, so there you go. Mahir's pulling it up. So I guess
Yep.
that's kind of showing you some of the things that you would need for that. This is the manufacturing that just shows Power Apps. So I'm not sure why the other one says that, but yeah.
Yep.
And somebody is asking, is that just any app license will cover accelerator, or are there specific licenses? I guess it depends on the accelerator, right?
Right. Yes. So it depends on which accelerator you are using. For example, if you are using the manufacturing accelerator, you would need to have Power Apps or Dynamics 365. So the products it is supporting is Power Apps, Dynamics 365 SCM, as well as sales.
Right. That's good that it says that.
Yeah.
And somebody else was asking if you can share your slides.
Yes. So Diane, I will share my slide
Yep.
with you, and then
Yep.
you can forward it to anybody who's interested. Yeah, I can do that.
Perfect. Perfect. That was such a great session, Mihir. Anybody else have any other questions from here? So don't forget to, go ahead online and go to the survey. I just copied and pasted in the chat. We're actually giving away a $50 Amazon gift card, and every time you do a session survey, you're going to get entered. So if you do 5 surveys, you're going to get entered 5 times to win that Amazon gift card.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Right. I'm going to stop presenting now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hang out here if anybody has any more questions.
Yep, I did want to let people know that unfortunately our next session, which was scheduled, unfortunately, Carl had something come up, so he's not going to be able to present at 10 a.m. But we do have 2 other tracks, one at the Power Platform and obviously D365 and best practices as well.
If you have any issues doing that, please can you comment in the box?
got a minute. I timed myself, so we're going to have to start right on time, unfortunately, guys, because got lots to show. Do we need to do any sort of pre-introduction, or am I just good to kick on and start once it hits time?
Yes, so I'll just quickly introduce you, Julia. I'm sorry for the technical issues earlier. I mean, it wouldn't be a virtual session if there wasn't tech issues.
Well, hopefully if that's our only one, I'll be stoked.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's the only one. But welcome everyone who's just joined. We have Julia as our presenter now, and she's going to present around D365 finance features in release wave 2. It's a discussion around features that have been released for D365 finance within wave 1 and what gets her excited for wave 2. I'll just talk you through some quick housekeeping. I know you can hear the annoying pings in the background, so I'm hoping that we can avoid it as Julia presents. If we all remember to switch off our mic while she's presenting and keep yourself on mute unless she invites you to engage in a discussion or a Q&A. If you have any technical issues, please remember you can drop off and you can always rejoin the call. This usually fixes things. And I think Julia would have reserved some time at the end of the call to ask questions. So if you can, note them down on the side and I will try and facilitate the question and answer segment. Lastly, I'm going to start recording now. So right after I stop speaking, if I can get my words out. So if you do not want to be recorded, you can either remain on mute or you can drop off the call and listen back on demand. My recording is going to start now. Over to you, Julia.
Great, thank you very much. All right, welcome everyone. Okay, so welcome everyone. I hope you're all feeling good. Shanila, there's a little bit of feedback that's happening. Super excited to be with everyone here today. I'm currently based in the UK, so big hello to the guys in the UK, Bristol and Cambridge wise. I know there's a couple here and up north, so it's going to be a fun little hour. So let's get started. Before we get started though, huge thank you to our sponsors. So we have RescoNet, MS CRM add-ons and RSM are our three big sponsors today, and they're responsible for our amazing prizes that we'll mention at the end. So big thank you to all of you guys. Oh, we have more people from the UK, so hello guys. We should all get together when we're allowed to. This is me. My name is Julia Simpson. I am a senior finance consultant. So what I mean by that is I specialize just in the finance modules of finance and operations. In my previous life, I was an accountant using the system. And for my sins, I decided to become a consultant. So it is what it is. I'm now living in the UK. I grew up and worked in Australia, and in 2013 I decided to come to the UK for fun, and I've been here ever since. So let's move on. Now, what I'm going to talk about today, by the time I actually started getting all the demonstrations ready, practicing the slides, I realized that I don't have enough time. So I'm just going to be focusing on the Wave 2 because that's what today is all about, the Wave 2 finance features. We're also going to cover the global and the cross-app features because they do have a lot of impact within the finance modules. We're not going to cover the supply chain. I had hoped to cover the supply chain, and I'm going to send out the slides into this Yammer chat group, not Yammer chat group, a Teams chat, so that you guys can get the slides, and there are information about supply chain. I run out of time. Now, if I get time, if I talk too fast, then we'll come back to them. So with that, let's get on to the fun of it. Very first thing, a little bit of a warning. everything that I am about to say is my own personal thoughts, my own personal comments. They don't represent my company, so don't think anything bad if you know who I work for, and they don't represent Microsoft. I am a little bit brutal and blunt in some of the things that I'm going to be saying today, so I don't want any of this to be construed as, oh my God, this is a shit product, or oh my God, who does she think she is? This is all coming from my own personal thoughts and experiences. And I am very much open for debate on this one. So if you want to, please feel free to unmute yourself and talk. Based on previous FinOps experience, no one does that, but I'd love to be surprised. So, just a little bit of a warning out front there. And also, this was done on a preview environment as of last weekend. Now, it was version 15, 10.something.15. Over this week, so I did all my prep last weekend, got everything ready, was feeling good, and then they upgraded the environment to version 17 on me. And so things have changed since then. Things have moved on since then. I'll try to mention them as I go along. But, just so you're aware, this was all of this was done on a preview environment. My demos are going to be on a preview environment, not a general release environment, because we want to be able to see some of these features. Okay, so let's move on to the fun stuff. I have unselfishly started to rank these in what I think is the most coolest to the rubbish options. Not rubbish options, but is this really a feature options? So let's get started on the finance world. Asset leasing. Now, this one is the big exciting one. This is the big ticket item in my view for what's happened in Wave 2. So for those who may not be aware, there's a wonderful ISV solution out there done by Crow, which handles asset leasing. And asset leasing really came into play. It was January 2018, I think it was, or maybe 2019, when the international accounting standards changed for asset leasing, and it started to become an on-balance sheet item, or an item that had to be represented through your trial balance now, rather than just being an item in the notes. And for a good long time, Microsoft has said, oh, do it offline or do it through an ISV. We're not going to touch it. And all of our clients were really upset about this. You're getting a solution, you're getting a finance solution, you kind of hope that's going to be in there. And so Microsoft have done some sort of little deal with Crow, and we now have the asset leasing module. We're going to jump in, we're going to have a little bit of a look about it. It is definitely an ISV sort of solution. As you go through of it, you're like, oh, that looks very familiar to FinOps. Oh, and so if you're a consultant, some of this will feel very much at home, and other bits are going to be like, oh, that's not how you usually do it. Think of journals, for example, if you're going to do a journal. And I'll show you it as we go along, and you might get a bit of an understanding. So let's jump into asset leasing. It's a whole module on itself. And if you've set up fixed assets, you're going to be okay, because it is very similar. Similar in the sense that we have groups. So here we are, we have asset groups. Now your groups can be anything like, say if you had your fixed assets, so maybe cars or buildings, and you can direct them to different P&L chart of accounts, different accounts. Rightio, and the important one that we have is and groups linked to books, and books is where all the magic happens. So if we go over to books, actually I want to go this way. Okay, within books, so books, what you do is you link your lovely little book to your accounting framework. So we have IFRS 16 here, which is really cool. Now, the rest of these I don't know personally in the UK, because it's not a required standard for me, but there's also IAS 17, which is the old one, ASC 842, ASC 840, and you can also choose about the lease type. So the lease type, you have 3 different options: automatic, finance, and operating. Now, depending on the type that you're using will depend on, if it's finance and operating, does depend on either the posting that happens and the particular calculation, how it happens as well. I'm not going to bore you guys into that, because I probably could do a whole section on accounting for leases at another time. And most importantly is you do have your layers. So we can have as many books as what we want. Similar to assets, and we can have those assets tied to those books tied to different layers for different reporting options. So that's really cool. The setup, you're going to be very similar. Rather than having posting profiles as its own menu option, it's hidden in the parameters, which I think is quite a nice little touch, if I'm honest with you. So here we are in the parameters and the accounts, and we have the different types of postings that you need to do. Asset lease, liability, interest expense, depreciation expense, Lease expense and lease payment are the very minimum key ones that you will need. You will need a fair few accounts. Now, if you're a client or if you are a client, you probably already have these accounts. So they're not going to be anything unusual. It's just a matter of bringing them in. If you're using a Contoso database, I do recommend creating some new accounts. Creating the lease. Now, this is the fun part, and where it's a little bit different, which I quite, you know what, part of me likes it, part of me doesn't. So, you know, we'll work with it on that front. Creating the lease is, makes forward to give it a lease description. So this could be for rent, for office. There we go. Right. You have to give it a fair value. The fair value is used based on what I can tell so far. Now, there's no official documentation. I don't have any association with Crow. So all of this is just based on, you know, what I know about lease accounting and what I can experiment around is going to help when it, the fair value is going to help determine is it a financial or an operating based lease. So we'll say it was worth 80,000. This is your interest rate. So this is the rate that's on the lease. Important. And then we have to do with the asset useful life. Now this is useful for when you've got a financial asset, a financial lease. Is it a financial lease? It's a lease where it becomes then an asset. It's going to help us drive the fixed asset postings. The module is fully linked in, so that's really cool. And you can really tell that this has been done by an ISV just due to how complete and how ready it is to use. Annuity due is really useful. It's either annuity due or ordinary annuity. That will impact our present day value amount, so do make sure you get that right. And you do have to link it, it says it is fully linked with suppliers and with fixed assets. So if you create the asset and it's linked, sorry, if you create the lease and it's linked to an asset, it creates the journal for you. It acquires the asset for you. And if it's linked to a supplier, it will create the payment invoice for you as well. So straightforward enough, creating our little lease. And then we have to do our payment schedule as well. So this is how often are we going to pay it. So we're going to say the lease lasts for 3 years. And we're going to do payment of $1,500 monthly there. Straightforward enough. Now, if you do have costs with IFRS 16, you do have to split out like cleaning costs if they're included as part of your lease payment, or any maintenance if there's, you know, for a car lease. So you would add this into the executory cost schedule lines. Once you've got this basic sort of thing done, so think of this like your asset shell, you would then create your schedules. Schedules. Okay. And now that we're in here, we can see here we would have all of the lovely little books that we've created. So this one's just linked to one. That's fine, just to make life easy. Now, up the top here, this is where you're really going to have a lot of your fun information. If we scroll down a little bit, nope, it's up a little bit. Okay, we're going to go into books. Sorry, guys, you know the joys of the new module. You haven't gotten used to clicking around as much. So we created our schedules. That gives us our initial right of use asset and liability. So that's created the amount so we can check them or compare them to what we calculated in Excel. But nothing has happened yet. So all of the journals that are going to happen are available here. But and you can create the journals per asset, or you can go in and create it on a periodic basis as well, which is really, really cool. So you create your thing, but that doesn't mean you can start using this asset yet. You do need to confirm it. And once you've confirmed it, so this is just confirming the payment schedule, you can stick on workflow for this as well, or there is a workflow available. All right, we've confirmed our schedule. We can then start to create the journal. So we can create payment journals. So if I click on that's being confirmed, right. Before I do my journals, I have to acquire the asset or acquire the lease, and that's our initial recognition. There's an individual functionality for this, and there's also a batch functionality for this. Right, that creates our initial journal. Hasn't posted it yet. You could go into asset leasing journals that way, or you could just go asset leasing journals up the top here, and then you can just post it. So we can see here the debits and the credits. And I think this is a really nice little way, is you can see all of your journal batch headers up the top and you see all the lines down the bottom. So I really think that's quite a nice little view. Right, so we've created our initial recognition, our initial debit credits. We can then start doing our payment schedules. Now you will need to do all three of them individually. But the good thing is you can batch them up and you can get them to automatically post as well. So that's really cool. All in all, this is a fantastic little module, and it's really quite straightforward to get up and going straight away. My concerns about it is just that do my clients have all of that information ready to go, ready to import into the system, which I don't know yet because I haven't had anyone go live on it or use it, and that's mostly because it's brand new. It's only just come out. It has come straight into general availability, so it can be used straight away, and the preview has only come out last month-ish. Okay, next one, invoice automation. Now, I don't have anything to show on this one because it's not out yet. Well, when I did the slides, it wasn't out yet, but I am super duper duper excited about this. Now, as I said, I'm going to send out the links, and this URL down the bottom here is a demonstration that Microsoft have published on the functionality, which looks really cool. It has come out in version 17 in public preview. That being said, when I tried to enable it, I was getting bugs everywhere. So I kind of am just, I'm going to wait. Maybe there's an update, or maybe I've just been doing something wrong. I didn't have a lot of time to practice it for this one. But the features that are coming out, as you can see, there's 8 features that are coming out around invoice automation. It's important to note that these functionalities are the D365 elements. It's not the OCR elements. OCR, so we still need to go to a third-party provider or go to Microsoft and do the OCR Power Platform even and do that sort of OCR elements. But the importing one and the dealing with the information, once it's been scanned and created a little package, that's been slightly improved. So, key things that I'm really excited about here. The first one is the automatic submission into a workflow. And this is one where it just kind of turned me off, and we've also developed it when you want to bulk upload invoices and they don't automatically submit into workflow, which means that you just have to click there and click submit, 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 submit. It was tedious and painful. So this one I'm super excited for, and actually is going to make it actually more automatic than what it previously was. Right. The ability to, again, I've developed this one as well. And this is to track the OCR total amounts with what the lines add up to. So if any of you guys are used to, hopefully you are used to using pending invoices, the downside is on the header, and there's nowhere that the total separates. It's on a little side pane that you refresh, and that calculates from the line information. So there's no nice little tie-up of checking that the lines equals the total. So having that is really, it's just a nice rightio. This one is really cool. So this one is matching product receipts to invoice lines after the freeway. That is so many words. Essentially, what it means is you create your pending invoice, you go to match it, realize there's no goods receipt, so you have to put it aside. Now, what we previously had to do is we had to monitor our goods received, not invoiced, page to see any new delivery notes that have been done. This is now going to start automatically matching it for us. So we have our invoices sitting there. A little bit of a batch job apparently is going to be happening. That will then help match bring in that goods receipt note somehow magically, which I'm really excited. This is very, very much relevant for anyone that has like overseas shipping and getting their goods in from overseas. Really useful there. Pre-validating vendor invoices. So this is like when you go onto your ledger journals and you're creating your journals and you click simulate posting or validate journal. It's going to be the same thing, but it's going to be in the pending invoice screen. So it's just a nice little thing. Really useful if we're not using the whole automation process, but it is going to help kind of guide our users, telling them where things may need to be fixed or do need to be fixed. And last one is just the improved workflow transactions view. So this one is really nicely demonstrated on the YouTube clip. But what it is if you wanted to view the details of like all the comments, the previous comments around an invoice and the workflow, you would have to go into previous information, and it's quite a few mouse clicks. This one is bringing it more into like a fast pane sort of view. So really cool. Highly recommend clicking out the link. It's 6 minutes and 30 seconds long, so it's not long. It's definitely worth the time, especially to get you all excited about it. So that's invoice automation. Rightio, we're going to jump back in and the automated collection tasks. So hopefully I have all the tabs open up the top here. Hopefully they all work for me. Oh no, we're gone. The session has ended. The typical one of doing a demonstration. Right. And that means every other tab is going to be now pointless. Rightio, automated collection tasks. What we can do for this is you set up your little hierarchy here, and you can assign customers to pools, or you can do individual sort of groupings in that situation. And what we're doing is we're getting the system to do some of these batch processing and touchless emails, which is my next point. For us. So for example, maybe we want to, in this example, we're doing a reminder email 3 days before the invoice is due, another one 2 days and 1 day. So we're sending out emails every day. Do you really want to do that? Maybe not, but definitely 3 days beforehand. Now this does rely on your accounts pay, your collections team closing off invoices so that, that we don't send out reminder emails for everything. But it's a really cool little feature. Being able to generate dunning letters and activities. I can't get activities working on this environment, but maybe, when we get a little bit, it comes out of preview, it'll get fixed. Righty-o. Right, so the touchless email stuff. Now, this is cool. So they've made email templates a lot more simpler. So you can choose the fields that you want to be in your email body, so we can then have them parameterized or variables and incorporate that into the email body. So if we have a look here, we had, in this example, we had account status, amount, and invoice. And then if we have a look at the template of the email body, here we go. There we go. Dear, and we've got, well, you can incorporate, oh dear. Can't undo. Please pay amount, and see how we've got the little brackets in it for invoice, and it's got the little invoice bracket, the percentage signs around it, which means that we can start to incorporate those variable information into the email to give it a bit more of a lovely feel rather than just a generic please see attached. So you set this all up, and then we have this really lovely little screen, which is appearing in every of the modules, called Process Automations. And I really hope that they expand this one, because this is a nice little screen in the fact that you can see all of the batch sort of processes that relate to that module. Now, at the moment, this only shows you the automated processes one that I just set up beforehand, but I'm hoping that it's going to start including everything that's within that module, any batch processes that you have, so that the users will be able to click through. And what is really lovely is this screen here, where we can go back and forth and we can have a look at all of the different days and have a look at the results and the batch processes that happened. I think this is really cool on a side note, because often with the batch, when you send something to do a batch process and recur, it goes into system admin. And if you're a collections agent, you're not going to have system admin access. So you're not going to see when things are being processed or not. So this is where I think this is really, really useful. This leads me on to my next item, which is this is becoming available in pretty much every module. And one of the next features that they have is under cash and bank management, we also have it as well. Cash flow forecast automation. So all this is doing is it's just telling the users how often these cash flow calculations are happening. So you can have a look at the results and see when they generated. So exact same sort of view, and I do see Microsoft publishing this sort of view out for all of the modules, which is, I think it's a lovely little view, don't you? You can go back and forward on your weeks. It's really user-friendly on that. And you can see, if we go to next week, we can see when they're scheduled as well. We can amend them and play around with them. Well, so that's really cool on that front. Rightio. So automated collection tasks, that's happening within the credit and collections module. Going to be super funky. You can send your activities, you can send your emails and generate your dunning letters. Now that's generating the dunning letters. You'll need to do another batch job to post the dunning letters out, just so you're aware. Touchless emails, this is having those email parameters, getting emails to automatically send out to clients if the invoices are due. Remember to settle them so that they don't become due. So again, really awesome. And again, the same sort of automation window within the cash flow. So that's also really, really cool. Right, so I've got questions. I'm going to have to come back to the questions at the end. I'm super sorry, Top One and Mark, just so we can get through everything. I'll try to get through so we have plenty of time for questions at the end. Okay, next one, trial balance with unposted details. So this one I'm a little bit iffy on. I think it's great that we're getting new general ledger reports. That is awesome. So here is the new report. It relies on electronic reporter. So that is awesome, which means that this model or the underlying database behind it is now available in electronic reporter, which means that we can start to manipulate it and create really useful reports. This report, though, in general, has disappointed me a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you all. When I saw this feature, I first thought that they were going to amend the trial balance inquiry, which would have been super, super, super awesome. You guys, everyone in finance, we should be used to the trial balance inquiry. It is the bomb. It is the key thing that we always lead people to, not a report. This is what we get. If you like this feature color, you'd probably be excited. I think it's not the prettiest of reports. The fixed asset report through electronic reporter is so much prettier. It's also unpivotable as well because we have merged cells and it's not a grid. So again, I'm not a huge fan of this report. What I am a huge fan of is that we now have a front-end report that we can connect to electronic reporter so we can start to manipulate things and create things a little bit more easier, which is why I've got this one sitting in the middle of, kind of cool functionality. It's about to start getting nasty. Right, enhanced embedded BI. What have they done? Enhanced? What do you mean, Julia? I'm so glad you guys have all asked. I do have to go to a different environment. So this here is our embedded BI. And what they have meant by enhanced is they have renamed the reports. So it's no longer called Financial Insights. And I understand why they've done that because they're coming out with a Financial Insights packages. It's now called Financial Analysis. So we have the financial analysis report. That itself is one of the features that has come out. But what is the really cool feature and why this is a bit better is that they finally made this report editable. This was when they first came out with the making BI, embedded BI reports editable, this workspace was ignored. We can now press edit, everyone. We can press edit so we can change if this revenue bar is not what we want, we can make it a pie chart or we can incorporate different information. See here, you've got all your different fields so you can start to play around with this all. Remember, this is a personalization, so it doesn't apply to everyone. But the fact that we can now start to make and customize this workspace is really, really cool because, we can start making this a little bit more better for our clients, a little bit better for the actual business, make it a bit more personalized as well. Okay, so yep. So workspace, key thing is the edit button. That's what we want to get excited about. Okay, next one is a new option on the accrued purchases report. So the accrued purchases report, or the goods received excluding VAT, is one of the key reports that we need within the purchase ledger for reconciling our accrued purchases, or our GRNI. It is a key report, as you guys are all aware. And when I first saw this, I thought, what? They're making this a feature? And here it is here. Here is the new little feature, is this drop-down box. And this is all related to amending goods receipt notes. So remember on the PO, when you receipt it, you can correct it. Now I always thought that this wasn't a problem, or the receipt correcting it, but I never thought about if you correct it for a month that's already been closed off. So this is around definitely for our month-end sort of based reporting and looking at the version date, or the date that it was corrected, or the date that the actual accounting transaction happened. So that's really quite cute, even though I want to take the piss out of it in the fact that is it really a feature? I don't know. Is anyone excited about this functionality? Maybe you are. But to me, I feel like that's just more of a improved bug. But hey, it's cool. Now, prepayments. This one, let me show you this one. This one, you're going to be like, what? Okay, so we have here, now this is where I really wish my Windows hadn't died on me. We have here our lovely little purchase order. Now, those in the UK, the prepayment functionality is really, really good for pro forma invoices. And we've said here, okay, yeah, we have a prepayment of 50%. So it's a 12K prepayment. Under the invoices, we have an invoice that has happened for that prepayment. Okay, so now where the functionality comes into play is I also have an open purchase journal, a payment journal. So this is a payment journal that hasn't been posted. Maybe it's in process, and it's paying that 50% of our prepayment invoice. So the whole functionality, this whole amazing new feature, is I really hope this is going to work for me now. I'm coming in. I'm going to do my lovely little invoice. And it's going to warn me. Here we go. See that lovely little yellow sign that we have here? It's going to say that we have a open payment journal that is due to pay a prepayment, and you're now putting in the invoice. So this actually is all around just making sure that we do have, you're not double accounting for things, that things get reversed as well. I wouldn't count this as a feature. I'd count this as a bug. But I mean, it's still really cool that we're getting functionality and they're enhancing functionality. So let's move on. All right, updating invoice quantities. So within our little workflow engine now, here we go. We have a new task. And what this task allows us to do, allows us to be able to modify the matching on a invoice. So that's go into that little top match goods receipt button and amend the matching itself. Now for this one, I'm a little bit hesitant on this. I can see this being really, really useful for that automated processing, where we have things automatically submit to workflows and go through that process. But if I'm an accountant or a purchase clerk and I have entered an invoice, I've made sure it's all lovely, I then submit it off for workflow, I don't want someone to be able to amend the matching, because that's going to amend my totals. And there's no ability to say on a little condition over here, if someone has amended the matching, go through a different path. It just goes on to the next step. So I think this is really cool for our automated process. But if you're doing a manual process, the business scenarios for this I see to be a little bit limited. Okay, now this one. I got it working once. So this feature is called Enable Additional Validation. And the whole thing, my understanding of this was that when you're creating a purchase order or maybe a sales order and you selected a dimension, if you selected the wrong dimension, you would automatically get some sort of warning. And that happened for me once. But I've not been able to get it to work again. Now, it's supposed to be out in general availability in October, and it hasn't said that it's actually come out yet. I've logged a little bit of a problem with that. I'm not sure. It sounds like it's going to be really positive, because again, especially if you look at like purchase orders and sales orders, if you've spent all this time making a wonderful chart of account configuration with certain rules and then just the user being able to select the wrong dimension, that's really frustrating. So this is hopefully going to improve that process. But we'll see. It's down the bottom of my list of not so cool because I'm not sure if it's going to work very well or work as I imagined it to work. Rightio, and the final finance feature is turning off ledger settlements. So this hasn't come out yet. It's due to come out in January. You can see the link. Hopefully it still comes out in January. And there's no preview. It's just going to general availability. It's going to introduce a new parameter, which is available under ledger settlements, under the general ledger parameters and then the ledger settlements section. And you can turn it on and off depending on what you need. So the whole reason why you would turn off ledger settlements is really around FX revaluations. At the moment, when you do my little picture didn't change. When you do an FX revaluation, it will only look at the open items. So if you want to revalue any of your modules and you are settling things off or you're revaluing your trade creditors or your trade debtors, it's only going to look at the open items. Anything that's closed won't get revalued. With this functionality being turned off, it will then revalue absolutely every single transaction, not just the closed ones. So I can see limited sort of scope for this. But the downside that it is that when you do turn this off, it means that no transactions, none whatsoever, will settle. So if you decide to reverse a journal, that ain't going to automatically settle. If you decide to do payment journals which have discounts, again, that won't automatically settle. So just be aware that if you do turn this off, it turns off all settle functionality. But regardless of if you have it off or on, you can still use the ledger settlement functionality and the advanced ledger settlement functionality. So this is just another little feature behind there. So with that, I'm just going to address the questions that we have before we move into, financial insights, last one. The stuff that Microsoft got us all hyped up about, been delayed. It should be out next year. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to come out. I'm super, not so much excited about the payment prediction sort of one. More excited about the enhanced cash flow reporting. Very excited for that. Now, it's definitely going to benefit anyone that is been on the system for a while, because you'll have that transactional history to use as well. So 2 questions that we've had so far, the reporting capabilities. So I've been led to believe that the reporting capabilities within leasing is intense. If we have a look here under asset leasing and inquiries and reports. Now, again, there's, for each of the leases, there's a lot of open in Excel functionality, which is really quite cool, which means we have that ability to pull out that information and use it as we need to in Excel, or not in Excel, sorry, in BI. But we do have a couple of default reports. We can have a look. Let's see, we have movements, modifications, and lease transactions. So something to play around. If I haven't properly played around with the reports yet, but if we go into the leases and we go into the payment schedules as well, hunt here on books, functions, and payment schedules and the liability schedules as well, you'll notice here when we do that open in Excel, you do have open in Excel functionality to look at that payment schedule, which you could then very much manipulate as you please. And same with our lease schedules as well. There is the ability to open it up in Excel. Yes, it will support IFRS 16. That is the whole purpose of it. It does IFRS 16 and IAS 17, as well as a couple of other ones that I'm not familiar with in the UK. But it definitely does do that, Christina. And to mark the improved workflow on AP invoices. No, it is not available anywhere else. It is just on purchase pending invoices. So these are invoices that are related to purchase orders. And it doesn't work for purchase requisitions or for purchase order approvals either. It is just on pending invoice workflows. And just the headers, not the lines as well. So let's jump into the global features. So global features very much do impact finance, a huge impact to us, as well as the cross-app features. There's also public service features, which I haven't touched because personally I have no experience with the public service industry, and I didn't want to be talking to you guys about something I just don't understand, because then I just feel like I'm talking out of my ass, which we don't want. So this one, in advanced notes. This one's really cool if you're using the standard reporting functionality in your standard documents within finance and operations. Let's hop in and I'm going to show you it. Right. And it's available in both purchase ledger and sales ledger. So that's, again, really quite lovely. Let's hop down to sales ledger or accounts receivable if we have any American friends within us. We have advanced notes. So we have the whole setup. You can create groups and you link that group to the customer, or you can do, in typical Microsoft fashion, we have the ability to do table, group, and all. So table would be individual customers or individual suppliers. Group would be you can create as many groups as you want and then link them to your different customers. You link it to the customers through the sales order defaults fast tab, and all is all. So you can go through here and you can have your different groups and you can then have different rules for all of the different documents. And then you can control, this is the footer information. So when you create your invoice, like the little footer, what information you want on there. Same with a free text invoice, or if you want any extra information on there. Maybe you want to refer special terms and conditions or different restrictions or licensing and things. So I think this little functionality is really, really useful if you want to be using the business documents or if you want to be using the standard SSIS sort of base documents for your quotes, confirmations, invoices, and so forth. Right. Okay, business documents. If you don't know what business documents are and you don't have an ISV, such as Bottomline or LaserNet or FormPipe, you're going to be really excited about this. So business documents allows us to customize and control externally facing documents. So we're talking customer statements, sales ledger invoices, purchase ledger invoices, purchase remittances. And that functionality has been out for a while. The problem with it is it's only been available. So whenever you generated these reports, it generated it and sent it in Excel. And if you guys are with me here, I couldn't recommend this to anyone because you don't want your invoice going to your customer or someone in Excel because it can be manipulated then, and that just is not right. So the big feature that I'm really excited about here is the ability to convert these documents into PDF. There's also direct printing available and barcode and scanning, creating of barcodes and QR codes that's come out. Fantastic little features, but what I was really excited about was the print destination. So we'll just go into here, electronic report destinations. So this is where we get to control where different reports go, really fun. And this is our lovely little new functionality, and you press the convert to PDF, and then you get this little button down the bottom, and you can choose, do you want it to be portrait or landscape? This here is a game changer for business documents with an electronic reporter. Because we can then start to use and manipulate and actually make it worthwhile. So really excited for this one. Really excited to have a client go ahead with this one as well. Right, I've seen your question, Ian. I will get back to your question, Ian. So Ian's question is, can you change invoice template used based on account number or dimensions associated with a dimension? Account number, yes. Dimensions, not so much, but maybe customer group or some sort of parameter, apart from financial dimensions, that's used on the customer itself. If we have some time, I'll show you through that little functionality. I'm happy to do a business documents webinar. If you guys are interested in that sort of thing, just let me know. I have done some in the past. Okay, other thing about business documents is we can create those customized bodies as well. So when you send out that email or that invoice, you can say dear and then the customer name, amount, say remittance for amount, which is really useful because if any of you guys have used the standard email of report functionality, that emails an SSRS report, you can't customize the body. And that's been another, again, why people don't like it. So there we go. Munir asks about the editable BI reports. So I have to go back to that slide on that one. And it is generally available in October. So give it plus or minus a month. I think it's going to be like version 17 that you'll need to upgrade to. Okie dokie. So we're going to cover that. We covered this one. Okay, this one. Is it really a feature? So this feature is called invoicing VAT directors on project invoices. So what this is all about, this is actually a fantastic example of where we had an idea on the ideas portal. So if any of you guys don't know, there is ideas.dynamics or experience.dynamics, I can't quite remember, where you can submit ideas of functionality that you want and people get to vote on it. So this one was an actual idea that someone submitted, Eugen. So full preps to Eugen. And he did it back in 17. And you know what the cool thing is? It only got 17 votes. Yet Microsoft have decided to go ahead with it. And what this is an Eastern European functionality that enables it so that, and we've made it available for all EU countries. So if you're doing a project invoice or a project contract invoice, it allows the printing of the tax code description on that document. So nice little feature. Actually, I don't know if I'd call it a feature. I have my own personal opinions on this one. When it's a functionality that's available for one country and they just extend it, I wouldn't really call that a feature, but it's there. And if you guys do project invoicing and project contract invoicing, that may be really useful for you. Okay. Now this one, I haven't been able to figure out exactly what it does, so I can't make a call. What it advertises is it's made using translations in business documents and a lot easier, and electronic reporting a lot easier. I can't figure it out exactly what it's done. And also, I've been very, very lucky and very, very biased that all of my clients, all of our documents have been English speaking. So I've not had any exposure to this one. But it is something that's been mentioned in the global feature. So I do think it is useful, particularly if you are one of these fantastic companies that has multi-translations. Really cool to look into. Now, these next two, I haven't had access to them yet. They're still in preview, and you have to sign up for the preview program to access these. There is no date for global availability yet, but they're advertised as being a game changer, this one and the next one. And this one is globalization services. So my understanding of this one is you can package up all of your global electronic reporting features to save it and then share it amongst your different countries within that region. It is supposed to get a bit more exciting, and it's going to be very, very much exciting for our next functionality, which is our electronic invoicing add-on. Now, this one, again, coming out in the preview, so I don't have access to it yet, but I am super duper excited to, because I get access on every project, and that is integration with invoicing formatting. So this is where you have a customer, and I mean this from an end user's point of view. You have a customer and you need to submit invoicing formats. Previously, we've had to do some sort of integration for this or some sort of techie part for this, but they're advertising it to come out of the box, which is super exciting. And we're supposed to be able to have multiple formats in like XML or Java or text or CSV. And also it includes the web service integration. And this is all supposed to be within the Dynamics 365 client. So I'm so excited to see about this one. And I really, really hope it's not going to break my heart. But it's still very, very much hush hush at the moment. So we'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed it's going to be cool. Okay, now let's talk about cross-app functionality. So cross-app means that it can be used within any module. I only have 5 minutes, so I'm running out of time. So I'm not going to be able to do a demonstration on this one, which is awful. I'm super, super sorry about this. So now, when they came out in August, they were buggy as anything. But between August and October, they have been doing fix after fix after fix, and it's actually at a point now where I do think it's usable. Right, first one, we have anyone that's come from 2012 days is going to be really excited about this one. Anyone else, you're not going to care. And it's the calculator. The calculator is back, everyone. I love the calculator. This is a feature that divided the finance team at the company I work for in half. Either you love the calculator feature or you don't. And what that is any numeric field, so any like quantities or price or amounts or debits or credits, you can put like the little equal signs and then you get your basic calculator back. And it's just so nice to have, particularly if you need to figure out like net and gross values or VAT values, really useful. They've also made the ability to reorder the columns super duper simple. So now all you have to do is kind of hover on the middle section. So you get this little, like the cross, and then you can just click and drag. It's that simple. And you can have totals. You can put totals wherever you want now. You can have totals on purchase order, net amounts. You can have totals on invoice group. You can have totals on your general ledger transactions. Anywhere you want totals, you can put totals, which is really... It's lovely. It's just nice. It kind of makes any sort of grid view like a pivot table, like a big ass pivot table, which again for finance people really cool. And they've also included some performance improvements, which is very much definite if you had a look at it in preview versus what it is now. We also now have subtotaling, which again, really, really cool. So if you have a look at maybe your, for this one, I was going to go into your invoice journals. I'm running out of time. And I did subtotals by your currency. So you could subtotal, you select the field. So for example, currency, and you say group by this column. You right click on it, group by this column. Really cool. Saved views, again, a really super fun thing. You can order your columns however you want. You can apply any sort of filters that you want, and then you save that view. Now, when you come back to the screen, you can have a look at that view, and you can choose any of your different fields. It's like an easier way to do your advanced filters, but it gets better. Not only can you save a whole bunch of views or a whole bunch of advanced filters, you can choose and you can get them defined. You can sort how you want them to appear, and you can choose your default. So maybe you want open and received orders to be your default rather than the standard view. To top it off, what makes it even better is how you share it. Now, again, views and save, all of these are personalizations. They're not applied to everyone else, but with the saved views, you can publish them to security roles rather than just sharing them out, which are really, honestly, it's just the way it should be with any sort of personalization. So that's really cool as well. We have phase 3 of CDS that's coming in. So dual write, if you guys love Power Platform, which I hope you do because I love Power Platform, they're making it a lot more usable. We can now do a dual write through LCS. The project to cache function templates are all out, and we're getting a couple more templates as the year goes along. But that shouldn't be a stopper for you because you can create your own, which is so much easier and so much better in my personal opinion than using the out-of-the-box templates. There's a bunch of other functionality coming out as well in cross-app. A new regression suite automation tool is coming out. Task recorder functionality is being enhanced. So lovely little functionality coming out. And to wrap up in my last minute, what's new and changed? So I'm going to send out these things. Every time you've seen an underline, it means that there's a link behind it. So you can click on it and you can select it. So again, just because it's wave 2 doesn't help you understand which version it needs to be applied to, which is why we have here on this what's new and changed per version number. So you can have a look at exactly which version it is and what has been included. So if you click on any of these little hyperlinks here, it'll take you to this sort of page and it'll tell you the individual functionalities, be it wave 2, wave 1, or bonus, or even bug fixes, what's been included in that version. Now, everything that I've just said is likely to change and has changed in the week from between when I did my deck and when this has come out. So always check on the wave release change section. And also be aware that they do depreciate features all the time without letting anyone know. And there's a depreciation per release, so always check that page out as well. So wrapping up, thank you guys so very, very much. We have Ian's question. We have different legal entities which are marked in dimensions associated with an invoice. Oh, that one sounds fun. You can do it. The business documents is per legal entity, so you could do it that way. But again, depending on how, maybe there's different ways. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's put it that way. When it comes to document printing. Really cool links. Sign up to the Microsoft Dynamics 365 blog and the upcoming Tech Talks. On Monday, they're doing a big deep dive on leasing. So really useful to check out and sign up for that. I've also linked in some of my favorite non-Microsoft bloggers. And these guys focus on Power Platform and FinOps, the two together. So really useful blogs to sign up for. Also, very important, we do have prizes. So there are free $50 vouchers that are being given out. Two to the people that do the most Twitter posts with the hashtag, and one for general surveys. And also there's a URL to provide some feedback. I love getting feedback because I'm fairly new at this, so ways to enhance, ways to improve, please let me know what I can do, what you'd like to see as well. So that is it. Thank you guys all so very, very much. Oh, that's it. Okay.
Lovely. Thank you, Julia.
Sorry. I'll be around all day. So I'm just going to attach the slides now into this chat if I'm allowed to. We're going to see if I'm allowed to. If not, hit me up on LinkedIn. The file is in use. Well, that makes sense. That's why I can't attach it. And I'll send it that way. It looks like I can send it. No, it doesn't look like I can send it. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Upload. Let's try again. The file already exists. Upload a copy. Upload a copy. Let's see if technology is with us today. Sending. It's looking like it's going to send, guys. Right. Ian, we'd have to play around with your business documents. Is that what your questions are around? Business document printing? You're on mute. There we go. We'd have to have a play. I reckon there's some stuff that we can do. on this. There's a lot of different when you go into your print setup, and you can do conditions on there. I think there's some stuff that we can do around that. I'd have to play around and see what functionality is there and what can be done. But it's definitely feasible, depending on where that information is. You're saying it's in a dimension, so we'll have to see what we can do. I don't want to get your hopes up just yet. But be a bit of fun. Okay. There's another session. What's the next session coming up after this one? I've got it down on my list of ones that I want to do. So I'm going to stick around for the rest of today.
Yeah. So
Okay, guys, we're going to get started. So before I start my presentation, just wanted to go over a couple of housekeeping items here. Make sure you're on mute. Obviously, if you have any questions, feel free to put them in a chat or just unmute yourself and feel free to ask me during the call. I'm fine with that as well. We're actually giving away two $50 Amazon gift cards to two people with the most social media posts about this event and who used the hashtag D365 Wave to Saturday. We also have a survey at the end, and each time when you submit a survey for a session, this is going to be counted as one entry. And the reason why you want to do that is because we're going to give away another $50 Amazon gift card at the end of that as well. And you guys will get the survey link closer to the end, obviously. So I'm just going to go ahead and start this recording. And there we go. So let's just, like I said, let's just make sure everybody is muted. And let me just pull up here my PowerPoints. Okay, so first I wanted to thank our sponsors, obviously Resco, MSCRM add-ons, and RSM as well for sponsoring this event. So thank you guys so much. And then I want to talk a little bit about myself. My name is Deanne Taylor. I work for RSM as the pre-sales director. And feel free to check out my blog or my tweet, I should say my Twitter, or check out my YouTube, or connect with me on LinkedIn, obviously, as well. I actually am originally from the Netherlands, and then I moved to the United States about 16 years ago. Time flies, right? So that's a little bit about me, but what we're going to be talking about today is I'm going to go over some of the generic enhancements. Oh, and I have field service on that. We're not going to talk about field service. I guess I forgot to take that off. So we're just going to talk about Dynamics 365 sales, some of the changes in there, and then customer service, obviously, as well. And we have a separate track where somebody is going to cover Dynamics 365 for field service. But let's just first dive into the generic enhancements in the application. So the first thing that I noticed when I was trying this stuff out back in August, right? August 3rd, I believe, is when we were able to turn this on for early access. And I was trying to switch the application, right, from sales to customer service and stuff like that. And I couldn't find that little drop down, that arrow that we're used to, right? You can see that on the screenshot there on the left-hand side. So I'm like, okay, this is kind of weird. So the app switcher is different now, as you can see, right? That's that picture on the right-hand side. So you just have to click on the app that you're in. That's a link. And that will bring up that new app switcher, which I kind of like a little bit better because you can see there's a lot more details in that as well, right? We can now kind of see the content in here as well, the description, I should say, so that we kind of know what it's about. And then you can see there's a search icon on there as well. So if you have a lot of apps, you can very quickly kind of search for the correct app. And then you just click on that tile and that will just go ahead and load that particular app. So I really like that particular feature. Now, I noticed there's actually an additional button on the timeline, which allows users to expand everything in that timeline, all of those records, all at the same time. And I also noticed that there are some additional new options when you're clicking on that ellipse, those three dots that you see there on the right of the new button. So the options that you have there is to always show emails as conversations or to show them as individual messages. And obviously, as you're working in the system, you can change that. You can toggle back and forth between both of those options. There's some additional timeline enhancements as well. And one of them is when you search when you use that search bar in that timeline, then the results of that particular search will show the activities with those matching words, but they are going to be highlighted in the search results. So you can immediately see, right, all of the items that matched your search and also why, because it's going to be highlighted there. And we also now have the ability to add images to notes. So I thought that was really cool because a lot of time if you wanted to to add an image, you would have to go to SharePoint, right, and store the image there, but you can now just drop that directly into a note and add it to Dynamics 365 that way. Then for the emails, when you open a compose window, so if you click on that create a new email button, right, you're going to notice that the form looks a little bit different. We used to have the separate tabs on the form, and we don't have those obviously anymore. You can see on the screenshot here that everything is now in that same window. And you're also going to have the ability to set the body of the email, so that's where you really type in your message, right, to full screen. So that's, again, kind of highlighted on here. You just click on this little icon, and that will just go ahead and load that full screen. Obviously, you need to save the record first, because before you can attach a document. I was actually looking at that new email form, and then I was like, where are my attachments? Yeah, duh, you have to go ahead and make sure that you save the record first, obviously, before you can attach those documents. So we also have if you kind of highlight, if you kind of go ahead and put your mouse over this area over here, if you are clicking on that email, you're going to have the ability to provide specific email actions, right? So you can reply to the email message, you can hit reply to all, and again, you can do that now directly from within the timeline. Previously, we had to open the email, right, and then you could do that, forward, reply to all, etc. But you can now do that directly from within the timeline. So once you click any of those buttons, right, you're going to have the email compose window that's going to load, obviously, if you have that turned on. And then the subject and the from and the to fields, if you hit reply or reply all, are already pre-populated. Obviously, if you do forward, you're not going to have the to fields that's pre-populated, because, right, you need to still fill that out, obviously. And then when you're trying to add that attachment to an email, there's actually less clicks. So previously, when you clicked the attach email button, you would get a manage attachment window that would pop up, and then you would need to click the choose file button to get to the file explorer, upload the file, and then click close button on the manage attachment window again. So those were a lot of clicks. So now when you're actually clicking on attach file in this particular release, it's going to bypass that manage attachment window altogether, which is so much better, right? Because you don't want to have to do 5 or 6 clicks before you can add an attachment. And the other good news is that you can actually now attach multiple files all at once. So when an email, when the email attachment is clicked, it's actually going to open in a preview windows, which I think is also a very nice enhancement. So you don't have to, right, open up all of those attachments to make sure that you actually attach the correct file. So lots of great enhancements there. And then this one, everybody's laughing at me for this one, but I did wanted to show it. So you see here, there's a little back button now directly in the application, in the form, I should say, right? I used to just click on the back button in my browser, but obviously this is a lot nicer, right? And you can just do it from within that form. And then that card view button, that icon, has now changed. That looked a little bit different, but it's still doing the same thing. What that means is, and I'll show you that in a demo in a second as well, is that you're just going to get a view of the records, but then you're going to be able to see that in that card view. So let's take a look at some of those things. I'm just going to go ahead and open here my Dynamics 365 instance. So the first thing I wanted to show you is, again, what we started talking about, right? We had that app switcher. So you can see that drop down is gone, right? I can't get that drop down list of those apps anymore from here. I actually have to click here on Sales Hub, because that's the one that I'm in. And then this is that app switcher that you guys have seen before. We were just not able to pull it up from here, right? So this is very nice. And then if I want to go somewhere else, I just click on that tile, and then I can just go ahead and open that app. And if I want to search, see if I search, customer. Yeah, let's just click on customer, and you can see it filters out all of those apps, which is really, really easy. So now let's go ahead and let's go into accounts, and let me open up here one of my accounts. So this is that back button that I was referring to, right? It's just, I don't have to click it directly here on my browser. I can, of course, but you now have it in the form as well. And this is allowing us to pull up that view that we were just in. in that card view. So again, we already had that. We just had a different icon that we got to click for that. And I'm actually going to close this. So here are those buttons that I just mentioned, right? If I want to expand everything in that timeline, I can just click on that and you can see it expands all of those emails and any other information I might have in here, right? Phone calls, etc. And if I want to collapse them again, I just click on that again. And then here are those additional options to always show the email as conversations or to just show them as individual messages here in my timeline. Now let's also take a look at that search. I think I have issue, I cannot type this morning. So you will see that, right, the issue is kind of highlighted, so you can immediately see why that result came back because that word is actually highlighted here on my screen as well. And this is one that I really, really like. We just talked about that. If I want to add a note, I'm just going to wait for the screen to load here. So you can use all of these different options that you have in here. And then let me expand that, and then you're going to be able to put an image in there as well, right? I can browse it from a file or I can use a URL. Let's just go ahead and browse that. Let's go to my downloads. Let me go to my pictures. Let's just put Adam in here. And I can just go ahead and click OK, and that will put it directly here, as you can see in my note, which I think is great. And then we also talked about the ability, see if I kind of hover my mouse over here, I can now reply to all, or even forward the message. And then if I click on this, you will see that that should load. Let's see if that happens. There we go. That should load that email message. Seems to be a little slow. Let's just try that one more time. And for whatever reason, it's not doing it right now. It was working before, but let's just try reply all. There we go. So you can see here that it now loads that email message, right? And it already has the from and the to because I hit reply all. And then, of course, my subject. And now I can just go ahead and start responding and typing in my email message. Here's that, the ability to really, right, expand that or minimize that box over here. And then I can just go ahead and email that to my customer. Okay, so let's move on now from the generic updates to the sales updates. So we now have the ability to enable any entity for PDF document generations. You can select the entities if you go to the same place as before, which is app settings in the Sales Hub, and then you click on productivity tools, and then you click on manage. So from here, you're going to see a list of entities where you can check the box next to the entity, and then obviously you can just save that. And once you've done that, you're going to be able to see that button that says export to PDF on the form of that enabled entity. So we used to have that create PDF button, right? So that has been replaced to that button that now says export to PDF. And when you do click on that export to PDF button, you're also going to notice that the experience is a lot different. You're going to have a window that's going to open up, and then from there, you can select any of those available templates. And you guys hopefully already know that these are obviously the Word templates that are configured for those entities, right? But the most important thing is that you can actually preview those results. You can also do some additional actions depending on, or like I should say, zooming in and zooming out. You can rotate that PDF, and you can even print it from the screen as well. So when you have the correct template selected, you can then either download a copy locally, you can open an email with a PDF attached, or you can save a copy to SharePoint or Dynamics 365. And you can see that's this particular button. We actually I had some people that asked me about this, that read my articles on my blog, and they were like, hey, it's so weird. Like sometimes when I do export to PDF on the on a particular entity, it says it's saved to SharePoint, and another entity, it says save to Dynamics 365. Why is that? Well, the save to Dynamics 365 option is going to show if you don't have that particular entity enabled for that SharePoint integration. So if you do have that particular entity enabled for SharePoint integration, right, then you're going to see that save to SharePoint button. So that's really what that difference is. And then another enhancement is that we now have the ability to generate PDF files programmatically by using those APIs, which I think is great. Right now we can do automation types of things and send these PDFs probably to people as well. So this is another one that's, I think, very, very excited. There's actually a new forecast template available, which is called Product Forecast. I actually had some customers asking about that. It was like, hey, instead of just getting users and sales reps performance, we would like to see our forecasting for products that we're selling. Can we do that? Well, we weren't able to do that before, but obviously now we can do that. You have to make sure that those products are actually grouped by family, because you have to pick that family field, right? So we can kind of see what falls under that. So you got to make sure that you have that set up. Now, there are some additional updates as well. If you actually have a Sales Insights license, which is the add-on to Dynamics 365 Sales, then you can now configure snapshots to be taken daily, and this is going to be during a 6-hour window. So previously, we would have to do this manually. And those were called, right, those labeled snapshots. We can go in there and we can say, hey, take a snapshot, and then maybe a week later we can go back in again. But unfortunately, this does mean that functionality is no longer there. There will also be an ability to hide the managers from their own forecast. And this would be released somewhere in October 2020. The last time I checked, it wasn't there yet, but this is part of this release of the 2020 release wave as well. So some of the other things that are coming in this particular release, and this was not in early access, so I couldn't really take a look at that. So if you have gamification in your instance, then that admin center is now actually moved to the unified interface. And again, I don't have this in my instance, so I don't know what that looks like. And I don't even know if that's done already, because some of those features are not immediately after you do the upgrade. So for example, I noticed that with the field service upgrade, the new schedule board is not there yet, but it will be installed. I actually talked to Microsoft and they said it will be installed the weekend of the 23rd. So that's just a couple of weeks, or actually it's like a week away or something like that. So some of these, again, right, we're still in October. So some of these are going to be released later this month. And then we're going to have a new Dynamics 365 mobile experience, which I think is also great, because this is going to be optimized for most of the common tasks, right? We're going to be able to see your upcoming activities, your related records, and you're going to be able to make updates really quickly. And this is scheduled for public preview in October 2020. Again, I haven't seen anything on this yet, except for what I read on that docs page, right, where Microsoft is storing this information, but that's something that's definitely coming. And then quote to cash. This is an enhanced experience to add products to opportunities. I do have it in my preview currently. You basically get a different screen that pops up. But I guess it was kind of a mistake that was headed over to my instance. But according to the Microsoft documentation, that's going to be in preview in November, and that's going to be GA in January 2020, the last time I checked. So I can't wait for that one as well. And then there's going to be those simplified duplicate detection and merge capabilities also going to be released somewhere in October. I haven't checked yet if that's in my instance yet, because I was checking all sorts of other things. but that's going to be a nice one as well. And then again, the forecast data, we kind of talked about forecasting earlier, right? The forecasts will now actually be written back to the Common Data Service, which is great because now we're going to be able to create dashboards and reports directly in the context of the sales application. And you're also going to be able, obviously, now to create triggers, right, by using Power Automate, which is going to surface proactive assistant cards, right? We know that the Dynamics 365 assistants, right? If something happens, we can use Power Automate to create one of those cards to really help those sales guys to meet their quotas. And then finally, an API is being made available as well to allow you to extract that forecast report into external BI systems or programmatically import simple columns like quotas from other solutions as well. So some pretty exciting stuff coming there. And if your organization has a Sales Insight subscription, this is going to be relevant to you. So what they're saying here is there's going to be a modified infrastructure for lead and opportunity scoring. So for example, the predictive score will now be stored in a new related and dedicated entity instead of directly on the lead or opportunity, because that's where it was stored before. So this is going to ensure that the last update field isn't going to be reset with every run. There will also be 2 new views. One of them is called My Open Lead Scored and My Open Opportunity Scored. And then lastly, on the lead entity, the lead score, lead grade, score reasons, score history, and lead score trends will be deprecated. And that also goes for the opportunity score, opportunity grade, score reasons, score history, and opportunity score trends. And there's going to be a redesigned predictive score experience. That score widget that is now going to have new styling that makes it much more intuitive, right? When a user selects the view details, you're going to be able to get more information about that score, right? Including more explanations, and also that you can see that on there as well, the trend visualization of that score over time, and helpful information about how the system actually calculated that score, right? How it got to be, in this particular case, a 96 score. And then with enhanced predictive forecasting, users will have more data available to obviously surface these useful insights. And you're going to be able to view forecast factors per prediction as well. And this is also, as you can see, it was not in early access, but it is coming somewhere in fall. And right now, it's said on the site that it was going to be somewhere in October. So let's take a look at that. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to go back into my own environments, and I'm going to go here to opportunities. And let me just search here for an opportunity number 172. Oh, I thought, oh, maybe it's not my open opportunities. Let me just go here to all opportunities, 172. This one should have some products related to it. Let's just make sure that it does. Let's see here. Yeah, so we have some products over here. And let's just go ahead and click on that export to PDF button. And it's going to load my templates. And you can see here, right, I can click here on opportunity summary, and it's going to show me that preview of that particular document, right? This doesn't look really cool, but let's take a look at the RSM quote. And you can see that this looks a lot better. So from here, right, I can even print this. I can download it, and I can rotate this as well. I don't know why you would do that, but right, if you have this not looking the right way, you can go ahead and do that. And then I can obviously email this, or I can save it to SharePoint, because my opportunities actually, I have that integration with SharePoint turned on, and I also have my opportunity turned on as well. And then obviously I can click here on download as well. And then we also have that forecast configuration. Let me actually show you where that is. I'm going to go to app settings. And let me first show you where you can turn on those entities for the conversion to PDF, right? You're going to go to app settings, and then here you're going to go to productivity tools, and then here you have convert to PDF. I can click on manage. And you can see here, those are all the entities that I can now turn on. If I want to see the ones that I have turned on, right, That's the way you do that. And if I want to see other ones, I can even search for them. So maybe I want to turn on work order. I can just click on that, right? And then I can save that. And now that's turned on as well. And if I scroll down here, let's take a look at the forecast configurations. So you can see here now that we have that new template here where you can do a product forecast, and you can also now go ahead and create from scratch. And I believe you can even use custom entities now as well if you want to do a forecast for those. I haven't tried that yet, but I think that that's what I read in the documentation. I'm just going to go ahead and stop here and see if there's any questions. I don't see anything yet, so I'm just going to go ahead and keep going here. So now let's talk about customer service and some of the changes that we have in there. So users can now create email templates and email signatures from within the customer service hub. So those used to be in the old legacy interface, but they now have been moved, obviously. When you're logged into the customer service hub, you can find the templates area on the bottom of the sitemap, and you can see that big arrow over there. And both email templates and email signatures, as you can see, are available from here. So both items used to be, right, as I said, in the legacy app, but now you can just go ahead and access these entities through the unified interface. And I did notice that the entitlement templates, which used to be accessible under this section, now has been moved. So just so you know, if you're looking for that, that's just somewhere else now. So when a new email template is created from within the customer service hub, you'll notice that there were some updates made. So the template type field actually has been renamed to category, and the global template type has been renamed to user. Again, I got some questions on that as well. Hey, I want to do a global template and I don't see that option anymore. Why is that? Well, that's why, right? That has gotten renamed to user. The functionality does stay the same. So if you actually view your templates in the legacy experience, you will that will still show as global. And if you look at the same templates in the unified interface, it's going to show as user. So that kind of shows you that it was just renamed. And then all of the other previous options are still there. So that's account, case, contact, contract as well, which is probably going to go away because those have been deprecated as well. And then we have invoice, lead, opportunity, order, quote, service activity, and system job. And there's actually one additional entity that has been added, which is the campaign activity. Now, the experience when you're editing or creating a new email template has been enriched too. So when you open the email form, you'll notice that you have access to the same rich formatting toolbar that I just showed you earlier, right? Which was in that enhanced rich email window. Now, inserting dynamic text, so that's, for example, right, to say, hey, dear first name or something like that. If you're doing that from that related record, it's also very easy from this screen. The only thing you have to do is you're just going to click your cursor in the body of that email template, and then you're going to click on the Insert Dynamic Text button, which you'll see is located on the command bar. And this is going to bring up a window from where you can pick the entity or the record type, whatever you want to call it, that email template was configured for, right? So if you configure it for contact, you're going to be able to add the contact fields in there, right? Like their first name, their last name, etc. And you can also enter fields from an entity that's related to that main entity. Now, once that record type is selected, right, obviously then you can add the fields that you want to use. And the field names that you're going to get to choose from are actually the field labels, which is kind of nice, right, because you don't always know the field system name. Now, users with the right security role have the ability to update the existing email templates, and they can create, obviously, new templates as well. And you can also create a new email template from the email compose window, because there's actually a button there that's allowing you to save that as a template. And this is kind of, right, what that looks like. So we can see here that old experience, and we can see here that new experience, right, from what we have now in the unified interface. And here you can see, right, those are those fields: contact, full name, valued customer, right, very similar. It's just not showing in that yellow color anymore, obviously. Now, the email signatures experience is also a lot better now that these have also moved to the unified interface. We're actually going to be able to update existing signatures and create new ones, obviously, if you have the right security roles for that. And one of the big differences here is, again, that rich formatting options, right? Again, that same experience that we have in the email templates, but also the ability to add images, which wasn't possible prior to this release. So I actually didn't even have to upload the images one by one. I just opened one of my emails from Outlook, and then I just copied my signature and I pasted it in that email signature in Dynamics 365. And you can see that I just copied all that stuff over. So that was so much easier to do, right? Not having to do that one by one. And then another great new feature, and this is a preview feature, by the way, right? So keep that in mind, is that ability to now insert a knowledge base article right into an email without the need to copy and paste it. Now, we were able to do this prior from the case record, but now there's a button on the email command bar that allows us to insert it outside of the context of a case. So when you click on the insert article button on that email command bar, then you're going to have this screen that pops open where you can actually search for the relevant knowledge base articles. And once that proper article is found, then you can just go ahead and pop it right into that email by clicking that insert article, right? It's that button right over here, insert article content into the email. And then once you do that, boom, that's what that looks like. So that is very nice that we can do that now. Now, you might remember that in 2020 Release Wave 1, the SLAs and automatic record creation rules were moved to the unified interface. I actually wrote an in-depth article about SLAs and how different they are configured in the unified interface. So feel free again to check out my blog if you want to take a look at that. SLAs are not the only records for which configuration has actually changed in the unified interface. This also happened for those automatic case creation, automatic record creation records as well. I had actually previously set up the automatic case creation by using a mailbox and by using those automatic record creation rules in a legacy interface. But when I tried to set this up in a unified interface, I was running into a couple of issues with Power Automate. So in this release, Microsoft actually added a tool to automatically migrate your those SLAs and those automated record creation rules over from the legacy interface to the unified interface. And you can access the tool by navigating to the service management area in the customer service hub and by selecting that ARC and SLA migration, which is under data management, under the data management section. You don't have to migrate all of your rules and SLAs over. You can actually manually pick and choose the ones you want to migrate over to that new experience, but make sure that you do read that documentation before you're going to run that process. And I'm just going to mute. Let's see here, somebody is not muted. There we go. Okay, so make sure you read that documentation, obviously. Now, there are not a lot of changes here, obviously, for that update rules enhancements. But when you navigate here, as you can see, you'll notice that there is a new button on that command bar, which is called View Activity Monitor. And when you're actually clicking this button, the user is going to be taken to a view which shows the health of those rules, and it allows us to monitor them as well. And then when a rule is successful or it fails, you're going to be able to show that here directly on that view. Okay, so there are two analytics and insights area in the customer service hub. One is actually in the service area and one is in the service management area. I'm actually discussing here this section in the service management area under analytics and insights. Now, we were already able to turn on the insights reports from here, but now the suggestions has been added here too. And suggestions, it's an AI feature which helps resolve cases faster through AI suggested knowledge base base articles and similar cases in the new customer service workspace app. And that workspace app, I'll talk about that a little bit later as well, is under preview, and so is this suggestions section, right? You can see that right on the screen. Now, you can read the details on the customer service workspace app section, obviously on the doc side as well, but we're going to, like I said, we're going to dive into those features a little bit later in this presentation as well. And in this release, all of the legacy scheduling experience or items, I should say, has also been moved to the unified interface. When you're actually changing that area picker to scheduling, you're going to see that all of the scheduling entities are now here in the unified interface. And I have a list, as you can see, of all of those entities that were brought over. So we have now facilities and equipment, and then resource groups, service activities, sites, and then service calendar, and obviously the search availability is there as well. So the editing experience for knowledge base articles has been enhanced in this release as well. There's several formatting features that have been added to the formatting bar on the content area, and I'm not going to list all of them, but there is a lot more, like subscript, text direction from left to right and right to left, etc. There's anchors, anchor icons. I don't even know what that is. Change div containers. Again, no idea what that is, but I do know what embedding media in an article is, right? So if you want to put that media or a video or whatever in that article, you can go ahead and do that. Now, the message that showed previously on that tab where it said this content was not generated by Microsoft and may not be secure, they got rid of that, thank God, because it was so, you know, it wasn't really helpful, right? So they got rid of that. And then you'll also notice that some of those icons look a bit fresher than before, and the undo buttons have also moved down a little bit. And another feature that has been added is the ability to configure sections that in an article that you can collapse or expand, which is very nice, right? Now we can just access the content that is important as a user that's going through those knowledge articles. And then I also noticed that the knowledge base control on my case form has been updated a little bit. There are actually now 3 actions instead of 5, and the icons look fresher. The copy link to article and link this article to case and email customer actions have been removed. What we have now is link article to case, pop out the article in a new window, and email to customer. And that's what you see here on the screen as well. And I kind of like it. I think it looks a lot cleaner. Oh, my box is not in the right spot. But you guys understand that this is what I'm talking about here. And this is what I was just talking about earlier, right? This is that new app that became available in this new release. But keep in mind that this is a preview feature, right? So it's not really ready for production, but it really allows you to kind of play with it a little bit and see how you like it and give some feedback to Microsoft as well. Now, this app already has multi-session forms and the new CSR agent dashboard enabled. So there's nothing that you have to do for that. Now, multi-session, what that means is it's the ability to have multiple sessions open at the same time. And these tabs will open on the left side. So that's what you see over here. Those are multi-session tabs. And users can choose to open sessions also using the top tabs if they want to go ahead and do that. Now, when you log into the app, you're going to see the new customer service agent dashboard on that home screen, right? And this is, oh, it's actually said 3, it should be 4. 4 here is that home screen. If you click on that, it just takes you back to that first tab, which is your home screen. And then when you click and you hold down your shift key on your keyboard, and then you click on one of those links, that's actually when it's going to open that new session on the left side here on the screen. And then obviously you can just go ahead and click and navigate between those sessions if you click on those separate tabs. Now, if you, again, want to return to the main page, you just click on the home page, right? That's 4 over here. And when you click number 5, the icon over here, this is actually where you can pick different entities and different views, which open a new tab on that top of the screen, which you show right over here. You can also hold down the control key and then click a record, right? One of those links. And that will actually also open up a record in the top versus that side tab or that session, right? And then number 7 shows the productivity pane. Unfortunately, it's not working in my demo instance right now. It was before. Unfortunately, now all of a sudden it's not working, but that's also why I have screenshots, right, in case that happens. So you can actually see here that, well, you will see it in the next slide, but the productivity pane is a work area that has tools that support or expedite agents' tasks when they're working on these customer issues or cases. And let me just go ahead and show you that. And you can see here, we can expand that that productivity pane, and that will then show Smart Assist. And Smart Assist is an intelligent assistant that is going to give us intelligence-driven knowledge-based articles that, you know, could be relevant to the case that somebody is working on, right? And it's also going to show other cases which could be similar to the case that they're working on. Now, this productivity pane obviously is also in preview. And during this preview, the productivity pane is automatically enabled, so you don't have to do anything to turn it on. If you don't see it, then something is wrong. Like I said, it's not where I tested it this morning. It's currently not working in my environment, so I just have to see if Microsoft can tell me why that is the case. So users will see Smart Assist when they're opening a case as a new session, right? So that's, again, holding that Shift key and then clicking on that particular link. You do need to enable that AI suggestions, similar cases and knowledge articles find that I just talked about earlier, which is that other preview feature. And again, you can turn this on by navigating to Service Management in the Customer Service Hub and then clicking Settings on their Analytics and Insights. And then Microsoft is obviously going to continue to add functionality to this pane, right, to make this really an assistant that can make our customer service agents to be more productive. And that's the pane. There we go. Oops, did I just go? No, that was good. So I kind of wanted to show you one of those cards, right? Kind of show you what that is. So you can see here that number 1 displays the information about the cards when they're selected. Number 2 is the title of the related knowledge article. 3 is when you click that, you're going to have some additional commands. 4 is displaying the actions that can be performed when you select on those more commands. And then 5 is an option to link the article with the case as a related article, right? 5 is a brief summary of the knowledge article that is generated by the AI model. And then 7 displays the confidence score on which the knowledge article was selected by the AI model. And the minimum confidence score is 65%. So it's always going to have 65%. Anything higher than that, obviously, is just right based on coming from the AI model. And then 8 obviously displays information on the keywords that were used by the AI model to match that article to this particular case. And then this is a similar case suggestion window, very similar, right? One is case title, displaying the title of that similar case. We're going to have the status, number 2. 3 is that summary of the case resolution that is generated by the AI model. 4 is going to be more actions that can be performed when you select those more commands. And 5 is, again, that confidence score, also with a minimum score of 65. And then 6 is the information on the keywords that were used by the AI model to match the article. And then 7, when you select it, when selected links, you can link it to the similar case, or you can remove it if it's already linked, obviously, right, depending on what we're doing here. Now, besides the new customer service agent dashboards, there's actually several new forms added to the application, and they are currently enabled for 3 entities. We actually have them for accounts, contacts, and case entities. And when you look at the name of these forms, right, so you can see that this one is called Account for Multi-Session Experience. You would probably think that, okay, so if I want to use the multi-session experience, I just need to use that form in one of my apps. Unfortunately, no. Those forms don't do anything. The only thing that is different with these forms is that Microsoft cleaned them up a little bit by removing the reference panel and moving some of the fields around so that there's more room on the page for the productivity pane in that customer service workspace app. So this means that you can use any form. So if you already have case forms, you can just turn those on, right? So it doesn't mean that, again, right, if you're using this form anywhere else in a different app, that app is now going to be turned on for multi-session. Microsoft is working on giving us the ability to configure other apps for multi-session as well, but this way, again, this is not currently something that is available. And then some additional enhancements and features. We're going to have more reports for customer service managers, and you can see here as well historical topic clustering. Topics are a concept of AI generated data that automatically groups similar issues and cases together. So this is going to give you a full review of the KPIs, and then KB Insights, allowing organizations to get a better view on what CSRs are searching for in that knowledge base, right? Which is kind of nice. We're going to be able to see which articles might be needed for customers, and the Knowledge Search Insights reports has the following metrics to inform improvements to the support knowledge base. So we're going to be able to track the search term volume, the search term average click position, engagement rate, top search terms by volume, and other KPIs, and obviously searches that return no results or with low engagement rates, so that we kind of know what some of those articles are that are missing, right, that people are searching for, but that's not there. And this one is kind of cool. I think this is already available now. It wasn't in the early release. Obviously, we're now going to have a rich text control, and that's the rich text control is what we also saw on the email, right? That body, where if you have a multi-line text field, you can just add that control. I think it's one of those controls that we can just very quickly add. But again, those are for the multi-line text fields. So let's go ahead and demonstrate customer service right now. I have it open right over here. So let's first of all open an email message, and let me show you that insert. Here we go. So here is that insert knowledge base article, right? So I can just go ahead and click on that. And remember, this is that preview, so I'm just going to go ahead and search for travel. And of course, now it's not finding anything. This is why I would like to have a list, right? Instead of just travel. Oh, here we go, booking travel. Okay, so I can preview that in here. And then if I'm ready to insert that, I can click on insert article content, and you can see, boom, it just puts it directly in my email, which is really nice. So now let's take a look at the service management section. I'm just going to go to that service management area, and we can discard those changes. And let me see here. Here are my case settings. So what I want to do here is I want to click here on automatic record creation. So here we can see that activity monitor, right? I can just go ahead and click on that. And you can see that now takes me to a different view where I should be able to see those rules. Now, this is, again, just a demo instance that I have for this purpose, so there's nothing really in there right now. And let's go ahead and then under, let me see here, analytics and settings, right? If you click on here, this settings, this is again in preview. This is where you turn on those suggestions, right? So that we can actually use that productivity pane in this particular customer service workspace. So this is where you turn that on. And then you can see, right, that this actually is going to run on a daily basis, comparing, right, those knowledge articles and your cases. And this is where you can set up some of the data mapping as well, which it tells you right here, right? The AI model learns from the summary and the details of those cases, and then it could very quickly come up with those suggestions. And then let's take a look under data management. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is that migration tool, right? You can see here that I have no roles to be migrated, but I have 2 SLAs that I might want to migrate. So make sure that you actually click on this and read this step-by-step guide. And then you can just go ahead and click Start Migration to, right, migrate that stuff over. And let me actually now, let me open up that new app that we just looked at. Here is my customer service workspace. Again, this is a preview, right? So the way that this works, this is the new dashboard that actually comes with that. You can see it's right over here. And what I can do now is I can just hit my shift key and then I can click on that, and that opens up, as you can see, that particular case in that session. Now, I should have my productivity pane here. Again, I'm not sure why it's not there. This was working yesterday, but you know, stuff happens, right? Again, this is just in preview. And then if I want to go back, I just click on home. If I want to go ahead and add some additional sessions, I hold down my shift key, right? And I can very quickly switch back and forth. Now, if I go and I hit the control key on my keyboard, I can hit control, click on it again, and now we can see that it opens on the top over here. And I can also, if I click on this, right, I can add other stuff here as well. Email templates, I can go to accounts, I can go to queues, or I can just go to a list of cases from here as well. So you can see, and again, right, I can just hold down shift, click on that, and again, it opens that in that separate session over here. It's just, like I said, it's too bad that we can't see here the productivity pane on the side. Let me just see if there are any questions from you guys. Just go to the chat. Oops. There was an enhancement to global search on Wave 2, but I couldn't find any change after. I have not seen anything in regards to global search on Wave 2, so that is new to me. Is the export PDF functionality also available for customer service? Well, let's take a look at that. Do I even have that enabled? That is a good, I don't think I have any. That's a really good question. I think it fell under sales. So my guess is that if you don't have a sales license, you're probably not going to see that. But again, I am not 100% sure on that. Let's just take a look here. I think I have accounts. It's probably, let me just go ahead and see here. I don't even know if I have this enabled, but let's take a look. Let's see if we have the button over here. Export to PDF. So it is here. But again, I don't know if that is because I actually have a sales license in here as well. That is a really good question. But Microsoft actually put it under the sales. Here we go. It looks like it's there. But again, it might be because I have a sales license. Good question. And then will there be any additional cost involved in using the Workspace app? Microsoft hasn't said anything about that yet because it's also still in preview, so we don't know yet. Can service team members use the Workspace? Again, this is still in preview, so there is no licensing for this yet. My guess is it's probably not going to be, because if you have read about the changes that they made the last time, I think it was the last time, Wave 1, team licenses, if you use team licenses for cases, you couldn't work on cases, right? You could basically only use cases internally. So you could submit a case as a person. So think about a help desk, but you couldn't work on customer cases. So my guess is that service team member licenses, they're not going to be able to do anything again, right, with that. They might be able to access it, but they can't work on it, and they can't submit stuff on that. I guess test would be spin trial with only customer service app and see if, yes, that's a really good point, Karim. I think so too. It's probably the best way to test that because we don't know, right? And again, I have all the licenses in this particular instance, so I am not 100% sure. But you guys have great feedback. So let's go here to the last slide. Guys, don't forget that we actually have surveys. If you guys want to go ahead and submit that survey, I'm going to actually drop that here in the comments. Please, 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 we would love to hear from you guys so we can make future events even better. And keep in mind that we're going to you guys, every time that you submit a survey for a session, that's going to be one entry, right, for that $50 gift card. But you have to make sure that you're present at the end, right? You have to be on that call to make sure that you can claim your prize. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your time. And again, here's the survey again, which I also put in that Teams chat as well. And again, thank you guys so much for attending, and we'll hope to see you at the next session. Okay, everybody, we're going to get started with yet another amazing session. So, a couple of housekeeping rules. Make sure that you are on mute. If you guys have any questions, feel free to put it in a chat. We are going to be recording this call, so if you want to view that later, obviously we can do that. We're actually giving away two $50 Amazon gift cards for the two people with the most social media posts about this event. And make sure that you're actually using the hashtag D365 Wave 2 Saturday. Let me actually post that in the chat here. Let me see, let me go to chats and let me just, so make sure you use that one so we can actually track it. And we have surveys at the end, and each time when you submit a survey for one of those session, that's actually counted as one entry to, again, win another $50 gift card. So with that said, I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, let me share my screen. You can see my screen as well, right?
Yep, we can see your screen. Currently, I'm just seeing the slide deck, not the full.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Hi guys, my name is Abhishek Chowdhury, and basically today's session is all about overview of Dynamics 365 Field Service 2020 Release Wave 2. So before we begin, first thanks to our sponsors, Resco, MSCRM Add-ons, and RSM, without whom, with their help, this has become a very good event, and I think they will keep us sponsoring in future as well for this kind of events. Thanks to them again. Let me tell you something about myself. My name is Abhishek. I work for HSO in Netherlands. I'm originally from India, but currently living in Utrecht. And I work for HSO, who is Microsoft Partner of the Year, FNO this year, and also part of Microsoft Inner Circle for last 13 years in a row. So it's a nice achievement. So let's start with the agenda. So basically we'll start a bit with how to install the early access features. Then we'll move into proactive service delivery and insights, where we are going to look into some of the parts of work order subgrids and lookups as dialogues, or rather main from dialogues. Then we will look into work order metrics. Then we'll have a look into the how Power Automates are replacing workflows as part of field service mobile process. Then we'll have a glance at work order completion survey. And then we'll move into asset servicing, which is another new feature that has been introduced. So basically, there we are going to see functional locations of assets and asset hierarchies, asset properties, and templating of properties, asset work order with any assets, associate any work orders, any assets. So basically considering different entry points, like how you're going to associate a work order with your assets, like from incident or agreement. Then we are going to look into technician successor. So basically initially we are going to look into the calendar view of the booking work order, and then the inspection, which is another new feature which has been introduced as part of Web 2. So let's quickly look into how we are going to install the early access features. So basically you need to move into your Power Platform Admin Center, and there you can update your instance from this screen. Go to manage and then update. So once you've done that thing, this particular things will be installed, like service management, SLA, Dynamics 365 core services, Dynamics 365 knowledge management, and the field service. So these things will be installed. So now if you go to your admin center again and look into your app, Dynamics 365 for field service, you will see the version has changed to 8.8.29. .star, which could be anything. So basically once it is 8.8.29, then you will understand that the Web2 features are part of your environment and you can play with them. So this is basically how the early access feature can be taken into account in your environment. So let's look into the first feature, the proactive service delivery and insight. So here, as part of your field service settings, a couple of new fields has been introduced in the tab other. One is use enhanced background processing, another is work order subgrid records open as pop-up. So basically, we'll first look into the work order subgrid records open as pop-up, and later we're going to look at use enhanced background processing. So what that particular button does, so if you enable or make it true, so then what happens, there are certain sub-entities or subgrids present as part of your work order will be behaving like a main from dialog. So whenever you are going to click a product, a service task incident, or maybe bookable resource or time entry, you do not have to navigate to that particular entity or main form to see the details of that record. Basically, a pop-up will come like a dialog, and you will see the entire data there. So out of the box, sorry, out of the box, this 5 or 6 entities are exposed as part of your dialog, but definitely you can do some customization and implement the same feature for any other out-of-the-box entities or any custom entities which are related or used as a sub-entity as part of any form. It could be a work order or any other form. Or you can also implement a lookup as dialog or main form dialog. That is also possible with some minimal amount of JavaScript. So let's quickly jump into demonstration. Let's quickly go to settings, field service settings. And you go to the other. There I already made it as yes. Work order subgrid records open as pop-up. Name is a bit big. So now if I go to any work order, let's say this one, and go into maybe service task. So instead of navigating to this particular service task, it's basically opening up that entire stuff as a pop-up or model pop-up or main form dialog to us. So we can make changes here, we can make it mark complete or whatever we want to do, and we can then close it. So this is a nice feature that helps your dispatcher to not move around or navigate multiple pages. It allows them to maintain the context of that context so that everything can be done as part of or from inside work order itself. So that same thing with some minimal customization, like here if I go like these characteristics are not enabled for main form dialog by default. So basically with a minimal amount of script, you can implement that same feature here. So make it identical with the other fields as part of your work order journey. And also what you can do, let me check, someone is writing. Okay. Okay, the same thing can be implemented as part of your lookups as well. Like here, service account lookup, the same thing has been implemented. So this is also opened as part of your main form dialog. So if I go into the implementation point of view, this is the change. Meanwhile, it opens. Let me quickly. So in case of your sub-entities or grids, you have that grid select event. So on select of that, you can fire code. But in case of lookups, there is a new event that has been exposed by Microsoft, which is as part of client API references, which is called on lookup tag click. So whenever a lookup tag is been clicked, you can fire that event. So based on that, you can have that main form dialog working on top of this click event.
So we had a question just now from Kasper Hansen, and he was asking, do the pop-ups work the same on the mobile version? So I figured since you were waiting, I figured let me see if we can very quickly answer that question.
It will work same as mobile version, but the problem with mobile version is for grid it's okay, but for if you implement that for lookups, then it will be a too burden to kill, because then depends on your mobile size. It might obstruct your background entirely. So ultimately you cannot see anything behind the scene. So it depends on your choice. You can implement it. It's pretty much same, but it also depends on your choice that whether you want that feature or not. So that's why what Image did, they have configured it with that property. So based on that property, what you can do, you can write your own custom script, which will also depend on that property. So if Microsoft is, you are allowing Microsoft to open that as model main from dialog, you can also open your forms as model main from dialog. So it's same in mobile and web version. So it's nothing to do with different devices.
Okay. Kasper, let us know if that answers your question.
This is taking too much time.
You have not been praying to the demo gods. That's why this is happening.
Sorry.
I said you have not been praying to the demo gods.
No, I have that same code here, so I can show it from here as well. Like what we have done here, like based on your form context, you are getting the control, and then on top of that, you are adding this event, which is called add lookup tag click event, and then you are adding all your this navigation property here. So basically, that is opening your model pop-up. So this form type 2 means it will be opened in your edit mode, and if it is 1, then it will be more a new mode. So that's basically written there. Now it is came. So that same code is part of this JS as well. And for grid also, that same logic has been used. So on grid select, we are just opening that. On grid select, we are opening that model frame dialog of that particular entity. Here it's pretty much the logic is same. So you are selecting a record and you are passing that record as ID here. So you have that entity ID and then you are forming that navigation link here. So ultimately you are opening a model form here. So it's pretty much the logic is same in both the scenarios. So this is pretty much what you call work order subgrids as dialogues and lookup as dialogues. So you can implement both the things based on your requirement. Now the next part is work order matrix. So here as part of your record log, we used to have this created on and modified on and closed on these three fields from the pretty much beginning from when the field service started. So basically you have the information when the work order is created, you have the information when it was last modified, and you also have the information when the closed a particular work order or it has been close posted. But what happens from the beginning, we don't have any information which is called total estimated duration, which is this new field, total estimated duration So what it does, it has all the estimated durations summing up, which are part of your service task or work order incident. So why? Because if you have predefined service task as part of your work order incident, then this total estimate duration will be populated based on those, and then you can add manually one or more service task, and those durations are also going to be appended to it. So it will be a bit of sum of your service task estimated durations, and it will be auto calculate kind of stuff. So it is basically calculating your service task duration and putting it as an estimated duration of your total work order. And what that first arrived on and completed on means, first arrived on means if you have a related booking, then your resource, when starts that work or starts that booking or starts that work order, then there is a first arrival on time on your booking record that will be updated, and that same information will be copied into this particular field. And same applies to your completed on. So whenever a booking gets completed or the booking end time gets a data, this particular field gets updated. So let's first get to a quick demonstration, and then we'll discuss what will happen in multi-booking scenario. Probably that question is coming to everyone's mind. So let's go to create a work order. Okay. Inspection. Blah, blah, blah. So as this one, a background process is happening. It's asynchronous process, so it takes a bit of time. As you know, this is for the performance reasons, because a lot of things is happening behind the scene. Your product, services, service task skills are being copied from incident type, and your booking PRP is getting created, and all those stuffs are happening behind the scenes. So that's why this has been made as an asynchronous process. So it takes a bit of time. But now it is there. So my service task has 2 tasks, each of 1 hour, and my total bill becomes 2 hours. So if I now go and add one service task manually here, maybe a 15-minute work, who cares? So then this becomes 2 hours and 15 minutes. And if we go to record log, refresh it for a couple of times, so it becomes 2.25 hours. So it's basically the sum of all your service tasks. So it's a nice information to have at your work order level. We don't have anything till date in work order level that how much my service task takes to complete it, or the work order to get completed, estimated duration. But now this field is a very nice introduction to have the entire information at the top level. So now let's look into this first arrived on and completed on. Let's go to schedule board. So this is 14. Let's assign it to me. Now let's change the status to in progress. By changing the status to in progress means I'm assuming that the resource has reached the location and he has started his operation. So let's quickly go to this. So you can see that the first arrived on is 6:21 p.m. So now quickly go here and let's change the status to completed. go here, do a refresh. So now you can see that I'm really an efficient resource and I completed that work order in 1 minute. So that information is copied here as well. So now if I go and close my work order here, like do close posted. So I have then the entire information with me, like when my work order is created, when it is modified, what is the total duration, estimated duration, what is the first arrival on, what is the completed on of the work order, and when the work order is ultimately get closed and posted for invoicing. Now, so there are a couple of things, like the field total estimated duration is a read-only field. So as this is a calculated kind of field based on asynchronous process. So this is a read-only field. You normally cannot change it manually. The first arrival on and the completed on are editable, because if you consider let's say a third-party scenario where or a resource who is working on remotely, who doesn't have any internet, and he has called your dispatcher to manually update the arrived on and complete on time. So that's why that has been probably left as editable, and which is logical as well. So now let's take a multi-booking scenario where we have a single work order like W001, and we have two bookings, booking 001 and booking 002. So the actual arrival time of the first booking is 6 p.m. today, and the end time is, or the completion type is 8 p.m. And the actual arrival time of the booking 2 is 5:30 p.m. and the completion time is 7:30 p.m. So now what the work order will get? The work order first arrived on will be the earliest time of the bookings. So it will take a 5:30 p.m. there at the first arrived on, and completed on will be the latest time of the bookings completed. So if a work order has multiple bookings, the latest that has been completed will be the final completion time of that particular work order. So now let's move into the next topic, which is use Power Automate for workflows for field service mobile process. So we all know that we are slowly but steadily shifting towards Power Automate, regardless of whether it's project or product or Microsoft point of view. So basically, as I already shown you that this particular field, which has been newly introduced, to use enhanced background processing inside your field service settings. So if you make it as yes, and you need to make manually turn on some of the Power Automates. So they are basically part of these three main solutions. One is geofencing for field service, geofencing alert. Probably 4 Power Automates are there in the first solution, 3 in the second, and there is a one push notification solution, Power Automate inside field service push notification. So you need to manually turn them on, and then what happens? Some of the processes that are part of your mobile device, like geofence detecting and all those stuff, sending push notifications to your field agents, those will become asynchronous, and those will be governed by your Power Automate instead of workflows. All these, one of the things to consider is that all the Power Automates that are part of these three solutions, and which you have to turn on manually, are managed one in nature. So you cannot change them directly. So what you can do is that you can clone them and change them based on your requirement. But again, then MS doesn't have any, MS is not going to give you any support on that, right? I mean, or whatever update MS does in future, you are not going to get that out of the box. You have to make them yourself. So let's quickly go to a demonstration.
I have one other quick question for you. Earlier, you marked that booking completed, and the question was, why was the end time not changed once you completed it?
Which one?
When you were completing the booking.
This one?
I'm not sure. Abood, can you confirm that this is the one you were talking about? Feel free to unmute as well. From the schedule board, he said.
Yeah, yes, it changed because I did it in 1 minute, right? So it took 6:22 in completion time instead of
There
6:21.
you go. Yeah. Perfect.
So even if you go inside the bookings and look for this one, you will see that its end time is 6:22, and this value is copied to your work order. So it's clear now. I hope that answers your question.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So where am I? Okay, we are going to do the demonstration. Fine. Okay. So if you go and search for Geo here, you'll find geofence alerts. If you go inside that, you will find around these are the flows 1, 2, 3, 4 that you need to turn on because they are turned off by default. Then you need to go back to your solutions again and do another search. Geofencing for field service, and there you have another couple of flows, 3 flows that you need to manually turn it on. And then there is the last but not the least, notification. So there are 2 field service mobile push notification solutions here, but do consider the version. Take the latest one. So it's 263 is the updated one. So consider that one only. So go inside that and you have this notify user about booking. So let's go inside this one. So as I mentioned, that if you go and edit this particular stuff and try to save it, it will give you an exception saying that as it's part of your managed solutions, the customizations are not allowed. So, but as it is a notification, so probably you need some informations which are specific to your customer. So what you can do, you can clone it. And then go to your flows. And here basically you can go and edit that particular stuff. So basically I can save it. One more interesting thing here, that they are using a performed bound action. That means they are using this particular action to send those messages. So basically here you can change your message and have a custom message for your organization or for your project. But definitely if Microsoft updates anything, that's not going to be taken into account in your environment. Okay, so let me do one thing quickly. So one thing I do face an issue, or probably this is with trial, that whenever I am trying to make it yes, it is giving sometimes me timeout exception or SQL exception. So I hope that doesn't be the case this time. Else, what we can do, how to know that this particular function has fired. Yeah, as I told you that it sometimes, more often or not, it gives you an exception and you are not aware that what is happening here. So the alternate way is to go to processes and run this particular query, where you are checking what are the modern flows that have been updated in last maybe 1 hour or so. So if you see some changes, then actually your that function is working. Otherwise, you need to wait for it to work, or you have to report it to MS. Okay, let's quickly go back to demonstration. Okay, the work order completion summary. Basically, to do this stuff, you need a license for Dynamics 365 Field Service, Dynamics 365 for Customer Voice. That means your Forms Flow, previously known as Forms Flow, or a Power Automate, and the Power Automate. So basically, you have to create a survey first, and then send a survey. Then you need to use this particular connector. So let me send you that link in chat. So it's pretty straightforward. If someone has used Power Automate, it's so you need to use this particular stuff, and then you are done with sending a survey. So I'm not going into the detail of how to create a survey and all those stuff. So let's quickly move into the other module, like asset servicing. This is another interesting module that has been introduced. Like a new entity has been introduced called functional location for assets and asset hierarchies. So what functional location help? It helps you to define where the assets are actually located and exactly where that a work order has to be done. So previously, what happens? We normally give an address. So let's say it's a university campus address, and there are maybe 10 buildings in that university campus, maybe 300 hundreds of rooms. So now with this functional location, you can precisely mention which room that particular asset belongs to, and then you can save that information as part of your work order, and which is going to help your resources to understand the location and do the job more precisely. So basically, you can define your asset hierarchy using a nice control that has been given. You can associate one or more accounts as part of your specific customer location, or your functional location rather. Why more than one account? Because it could be the situation like in that room you have a heater, you have maybe a smart board, or you have maybe some other instruments which are not related to each other, and they have different vendors. So that's why you can associate a particular functional location to more than one account. And there are multiple entry points to define your functional locations. Like you can define it in incident, you can define it in agreement via agreement booking incident. So let's quickly go to the demonstration. If I go here, sorry. If I go inside assets, there is this new entity called functional location. So here I have defined some of the locations. This is my route. So here I have defined a service address as well. So this service address also comes into play, like whenever you are trying to associate a particular functional location to a work order, then that customer address is overridden by this service address. I'll show that in a while. This is a nice control that has been introduced. It's a tree-like control, so you can have your hierarchical tree here. Basically, you can go to each node and add, edit assets or locations here. You can show assets here. So like here, I can show it, I can hide it. This is nice feature that has been given. So even if you go inside a particular asset, like you have to double click it because it will open again in main form dialog. There also you are going to have that same asset location, but here that particular asset will be selected. So now if you go to related, go to accounts, we'll see this particular functional location, Utrecht University campus, is associated with two particular accounts. So even if you go inside our account, you will see that same asset and locations. Here only the difference is your account becomes parent and all the asset locations or the functional location becomes its child. So let's go quickly to work order and create a new one. Let's select check. So now if I select a functional location, maybe cafeteria. So if I go down here, so now the assets will be filtered. So let's say if your particular location has, or a particular account has a lot of assets, then it is better to differentiate them based on your functional locations, and then have customer assets to each and individual functional locations. That will minimize your filter criteria or your typing stuffs as well. So this can be done, like I can choose it here. The other way that can be done is you can remove this and you can remove this, and instead you can select a smart gate and the related functional location will be here. There could be another scenario like you created a customer asset but it doesn't have an account association. So for that, what you can do, you can change this view, change this filter by related functional location, uncheck it rather, and you can use any of these views to attach that to this particular work order, and later maybe you can add it to this particular account based on your requirement. So let me do one thing, let me choose that particular asset. Cafeteria. Incident type inspection. Let's save it. So once it is saved, if we go to work order incidents, you will see that it has that customer asset, it has that functional location associated with it, which is really helpful because now you're having that information carried to all the related or adjoining entities. So basically there are two entry points to work order, mainly from case and from agreement. So even inside case, if I go and create a new case, let's say and choose a customer, this one, and save it. Let's go to field service tab and choose our incident type, maybe inspection, and a location, maybe let's choose cafeteria only, and let's save it. So when I'm going to convert this particular case to a work order, that same information will be copied to your work order as well. Like here, if you look, here your cafeteria is copied, which is your functional location, and your incident is also getting copied. So it is normal. So now here you can give your this thing, coffee maker, as a customer asset. So another entry point is your agreements. So if you go inside agreement, here I already created one agreement. So here inside your related, you have booking setups. Here I've created a half yearly booking setup. So every half year I'm going to generate a work order for it. So here if I go inside incidents, here inside incident you can also define your functional location and customer asset. So once the work order is getting created from your agreement, those particular steps will be copied to your agreement. You don't have to type it again. So this is a nice feature that has been introduced as this asset stuff, or the functional location stuff. So along with that asset stuff, there is another stuff which has been introduced, which is called asset properties. So asset properties help you to define your asset characteristics of a particular customer asset more precisely, and it also helps you to track asset property values, the changing values of your asset property. Like previously, maybe you have a requirement for 4 GB RAM, and then you change it to maybe 2 GB RAM or maybe previously you have a requirement of checking a particular system for within 15 days, and now you are not checking it. So those values will be present as part of your this asset property log. So let's quickly go into a demonstration. So here inside your settings, there is a new tab called asset properties. So inside that, there is a property definition. So you can define your properties here. Like here I go and mention it as maybe memory or maybe storage. Let's say storage. So it is a number. I'm saving it. Go back. So now I have okay, sorry, let me show you one thing. So basically there are 4 types of properties can be defined now: the number, string, boolean, and date type. So now how these things are going to be used. So these things are going to be used as part of a property template. So here I have created a smart object property template. So inside that property template, I have properties defined like memory, active since last 15 days. And I have also defined an asset category like service devices. So whenever I go inside your assets like smart meter, and it doesn't have any category defined. So if I define or assign this particular smart device category to it, then inside properties, what I can do, I can add properties which I defined there as part of that template. So there I have 4 property, but I defined only 2 as part of that template. So only 2 are coming here. So let's say if I go here, and inside that template I add another one, which is let's say memory. Oh no, sorry, here. It's a storage. So storage is added here. Let's go to servers, assets, smart meter, and let's go to properties. So now you can define property log for this particular thing as well, storage. So it's a number value. Let's say previously I have 120 gigs of storage. I saved it. So after maybe 10 days, I asked someone to, okay, this storage is not sufficient. Let's increase it to 256. So now you can see that that storage has been, the log has been maintained, like your storage was 128, it has been made as 256, and the current delta is 126. So this is a nice feature that has been introduced, and you can maintain a lot of stuff within using this. A lot of practical implementations can be implemented like with the help of this particular feature. So let's go to demonstration. Okay, so for technician success, there are a couple of things that has been implemented. Like they have implemented a calendar view control as part of your booking work orders. So let's quickly have a look into that. So if I go to bookings, here there is a show as, and in there you have this booking calendar control. So if you click that thing, so it becomes a calendar control. So how they have done that? Let's select this one. I hope it will load faster. Any questions?
Yeah, we didn't have any other questions. I'll make sure to let you know. If we
Yeah.
And I think the calendar controller is also on the mobile app, right? Where
Yeah.
Yeah,
true.
very nice.
So basically what they have done, they have enabled it by default for mobile and tablet, but left that checkbox unchecked for web. So for web, you have this option, either you want to see it or not, but for mobile and the other thing, tablet, it is mandatory. You are going to get that calendar control itself. Yeah, here, if you go to controls, you can see that this booking calendar controls is enabled by default for phone and tablet. So in phone and tablet, you're already going to get that regardless of what you are going to use. But for web, you can make it select and publish it, then it will be always a calendar. But they have keep it option for existing users as well, whether they want it or not. So here, there are some properties that you can define. Some of them are required, so you need to define it. But you can also, what you can do, this booking calendar control is by default from the public view of the bookable resource booking entity. So basically what you can do, you can, if you want to have your different properties as part of your calendar control, showing details here. So if you want to make it a, like you want different informations to be part of this particular UI, then what you can do, you can create your own view and then use that view as part of your.
I'm not sure if your
Mm-hmm.
audio is off, but I can't hear you anymore.
Can't you hear me anymore?
Never mind, Casper's saying that he can hear you, so I'm good with that.
Okay, thanks, Casper. Yeah, so basically, if you want to make any changes as part of your these views, basically you can create your own view and have your own fields there. But some of the fields are required, so those has to be part of your view as well. And then you can change those based on your requirements. And you can have that particular view as part of your mobile app, and then that will be shown. So let's quickly jump into what is the next. Okay, inspections. So inspections are basically field service inspections are digital forms that have been that are for the technicians to use quickly and easily to answer a list of questions. So let me quickly go over whether I don't know whether I have to finish that or not. So here inside your inside your work order, you have this new entity called inspection. So it's basically consists of inspection question response thing. So it's a question and response scenario. So you can define inspection for any particular domain, or it's basically regardless of domain you can define it. So as part of the designer, you can use this particular tools. So it could be a text box, checkbox, radio. So text box is for pretty single line of text or multi-line of text. Then you have checkbox where you can select multiple options. Then you have radio on drop down, which basically doesn't have any differences except the UI rendering are different. So different UI will be shown. Then you have entity lookup. So basically you have all the entities that are part of your environment will be available as part of that entity lookup. The only catch is that currently it's active and inactive. All the records are being shown and only name will be visible to the end user. And the number is basically whole number or decimals, but and you can also have some what you call a range validation as part of it. Like if you have defined like the value should be greater than 18, and based on that some other questions will come, then you can define that this value should be from 18 plus 18 to 100 maybe. And based on that you can define some logics as well. But currently the precision is not possible as part of the number. And date time is basically date time or date time, and file is basically when upload file. Probably currently the max size is around 3 gigs. So the thing is that once you Once you create a particular inspection, it's in draft state. So once you publish it, you cannot modify it again. So what you have to do, you have to revise it. So if I do a revision, then the entire stuff again becomes editable. You can make your changes. You can have some logics here defined, like here I have defined a basic logic. So the only catch with the logic is that if you use any particular question as part of your action, then you cannot reuse it again. And this versioning mentions that what is the current version published and what is the draft version. So if I publish it, then I can use it as part of a service task. So currently inspection cannot be directly used as part of your work order. So you have to use it as part of your service task. And that service task could be directly added to your work order, or that service task can be added to an incident, and that incident type can be added to your work order. So directly it's not possible, but indirectly you can incorporate a particular inspection as part of your work order. So another new feature that has been part of this Web 2 is that export to PDF. So what it does, basically, it exports this particular question set as a physical or rather PDF format. So basically you can give someone a hard copy, or even you can attach this particular copy and send a mail to someone. So the possibilities are limitless. Let me quickly go into service task types. And inside this particular service task, I added this inspection. So here inside your service task, there is a new property called has inspection. Once you make it a yes, you have to select an inspection. So I have selected a published inspection, and then that inspection is shown at part of this window. Then let's go quickly and create a work order. Let's give a customer location as well. We know now what is customer location. And let's save it. Let's service task come here. So here for this real-time inspection, you can see that there is a smart device inspection present as part of it. So if I open it, you will see that it renders that particular inspection here. Here you can see that inspection is rendered. So let's quickly go into schedule board, schedule this particular stuff to me. Let's quickly go to bookings. Or rather go to, yeah, field service mobile device. So I'm not using any mobile device, I'm just doing it from here only. So it can be the behavior could be same in mobile device as well. So here, if I go to work order service task, this is the inspection. So you can see that its percent complete is 0. And these are the things like it's schedule. No, purpose is not solved. So we are giving the customer a privilege of choosing a particular time. And then let's say select a customer asset, maybe smart meter, save, markings are complete, and save and close. So now it becomes 100%. So if I go to my work order quickly and open this particular inspection, you will see this particular stuffs are being answered. All the data is there. So it's basically you can use Power Automate to more investigate into your request and response stuffs. And you can create your own report and all those stuffs also. There's a video on Field Service Bootcamp on inspection only, my last session on inspection. So I can share that link with you. You can also have a look on that.
I just want to do a quick time check because we have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm almost there. So any further questions? So feel free to connect with me at my mail ID or in LinkedIn. And as everyone is mentioning that we have a lot of prizes to be offered. So please feel free to let me pin this URL to you again. So please submit that survey and also be present till the end so that you can get that prize. And again, my sincere thanks to Tricia, Dion, and all the teams. And I hope this presentation is helpful and knowledgeable, and you get a bit of knowledge about different stuffs that are present as part of Wave 2 in field service.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this great session. Really, really good.
I think I went a bit fast, but
well, it's recorded, so once these recordings come out, people can go back and they can rewind and we watch it. It's okay. You know, there's not a lot of time, unfortunately, right? But this was really, really good. So thank you so much, guys. We're going to do a quick break from right now until 30 minutes. So from my time, 1 p.m. Eastern to 1:30 Eastern, and then we will be back with a session from Mr. Ivan Stano from Resco himself. So if you have any questions for him also about the app, the field service app, we can maybe, talk about that a little bit later as well. But feel free to dial back in at 1:30 and we'll see you guys then.
Yeah, and also William, so he's going to discuss about resource scheduling optimization, because that is also part of your field service. So it's back to back things coming up, guys. Please.
Back to back great things, exactly. And then we have EY with Omnichannel, and then we have Lucas, who's also going to talk about field service and ERP integration. So make sure you come back. Thanks, everybody. couple of housekeeping rules, guys. Make sure that you're on mute. If there's any questions, just drop them into the chat, and then I will just let Ivan know that we have some questions. So we're giving away 2, or actually 3 Amazon gift cards. 2 are going to go to the folks with the most social media posts who used the D365 Wave 2 Saturday hashtag. I will actually drop that in here. There you go. And we have a survey at the end. And every time when you submit a survey for a session, this is actually counted as 1 entry. And that's another $50 gift card that we're going to give away at the end. Make sure that you're actually present during that last meeting that we have at 5:30. And with that, Ivan, are you ready?
Hi, Diane. Can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you and I can see your screen.
Awesome. That sounds like I'm all set.
And let me start the recording, and you are ready to go.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Diane. Thanks for letting Resco to have a session, and thank you for letting us sponsor this great event. Welcome, everyone. It's amazing. I've been connected the whole morning, and except for a few moments when I had to step out, I was watching all the other sessions. It's amazing community. It's great to see so many people connecting on Saturday. Taking their day off to spend with other people here. So this session is going to focus on field service, but from a little different perspective. We're going to talk and focus on a lot of mobility stuff. So different mobile applications. I've seen the chat and some questions here asking about what is the role of the new Power App based application for field service, what is the role of the Resco based one, what should the existing customers do, what are some of the differences between the 2 or 3 different solutions. So all of those questions I'll try to cover at today's session. And just so you know who I am, I'm a manager and evangelist at resco.net. If you would like to connect with me, I'd be really happy to do so. Feel free to shoot me an email. My email address is super simple. If you'll have questions, feedback, ideas, maybe some thoughts about mobility you would like to share, I'd be more than happy to hear from you. Or if you're a big LinkedIn fan, I'm there as well. You can find me by looking for Ivan Stanot right there. Thank you also to the sponsors. My company, Resco, is one of the sponsors. Thank you for the opportunity, Diane and Tricia. Thank you to MSCRM Admins, my friends from Austria, where they're based. Thank you for sponsoring this event, and RSM, thank you as well. So agenda, I know we have 50 minutes to cover all the topics and all the thoughts here. So first I'll explain a little bit why I think this topic is kind of relevant for Resco and myself to talk about. I'll talk a little bit about Microsoft and Resco, about the relationship, explain how it works, what we agreed on, and some of the changes that are happening and that are planned for the future. Then talk a little bit more general why mobility is so crucial and so important in the field service scenarios, why there's no customer without a mobile workforce when it comes to field service. Then portray the current mobile options, what customers have, what those look like when they're considering mobility. I'll explain Field Service 2.0, a new solution or new initiative that we put together for customers who are seeking or looking for more advanced mobile capabilities. And then hopefully, if everything works well, I prepared a demo. I'd love to show you some cool functionality of running the mobile applications, not only on the smartphones, but also smartwatches. So hopefully everything will work well, and I'll be able to show you that as well. And then, of course, some room for your questions. So let's kick it off. A few things first about Resco and why I believe that we are kind of relevant to talk about mobility as a company and myself as part of Resco team. So we've been in business for over 20 years as a company. It's pretty long time, actually. The company was founded in 1999. And since the very beginning, we were big believers in mobility, mobile technologies, mobile applications, mobile developer tools. If there's anyone here today who remembers Palm Pilots, give me a shout out in the chat. Those were kind of the devices that we first supported and were targeting with Resco applications when we started the business. That eventually evolved. We were supporting the first versions of Windows Mobile, Pocket PCs, those ruggedized devices used in the enterprise world, and then eventually, of course, the iPhones, iPads, Android devices, Windows Mobile for Windows phones actually for a brief period of time. And now we're trying to support all of the devices. We have a pretty large footprint. We work with more than 2,500 customers, all B2B. So it's a large pool of companies from all different parts of the world using Resco technologies by more than 200,000 licensed users. So we think we've seen a lot of different implementations, a lot of different requirements, a lot of different challenges that these companies and the individual users face in real life situations. Hence, I'm going to talk about mobility today. For those of you who follow field service for quite some time, I'm sure this is no news, but if we have some new faces here or you don't know much history about why Resco and Microsoft work together, it actually all started about 11 years ago when Resco partnered with a company called Field One Systems. They're not around anymore. They were acquired by Microsoft several years ago, but Field One Systems was a company who believed in the power of Microsoft Dynamics, CRM back then, and they also believed that part of a successful product or solution for field service needs to be a very powerful and capable mobile technology. So back then, 11 years ago, we partnered with Field One Systems. We supported Field One with our mobile technology, mobile platform that Field One Systems team took over and created their customized, tailor-made version of mobile applications wrapped around the field service scenarios and use cases and functionality. Fast forward a few years from there, Microsoft decided to acquire Field One Systems as a company, as a solution with their user base and customer base. And the rest is history. Microsoft built on top of that solution, and we now know it as Microsoft Dynamics 365 for field service. Resco remained in the picture. A few years ago, we actually signed an agreement directly with Microsoft to keep supporting the field service solution with our technology. So that's kind of the short window into history and why Resco is such a big part of field service. If you ask the question, okay, what does that mean that Resco supports Microsoft Field Service, that we supply the mobility and the mobile technology with Resco technology? Here's a quick overview. So what Microsoft gets from us are actually three pieces. First, it's a field service mobile application. It's a native application that works on all major platforms, iOS, Android, and Windows devices as well. It's wide labeled, so Microsoft put their own logo, their own splash screens into the application, pre-configured it in certain way, and published it on all of the app stores under the Microsoft corporation brand or as a publisher. As part of it, there's a field service template. Think of that as a lot of pre-configured functionality specifically to mirror the field service functionality on the server side that all of the field service customers use as their default configuration of the application. And the last piece is a configurator, so a tool that allows to further tweak, change, customize, configure, or edit the application so it mirrors the actual use cases, scenarios, workflows, and processes that the users go through on a daily basis. But in reality, it's pretty much just a copy of of what our customers have at their disposal and have had that for years and years and years and use RESCO technology the same way. So the application in terms of field service, it's field service mobile. In RESCO terms, it's RESCO Mobile CRM, also available on all of the platforms. The field service template that Microsoft put together in RESCO's world, it's pretty much just another application project. So a specific configuration and a mirror of or a subset of functionality from the server side. On average, when I talk to customers that use RESCO, companies usually have 2 to 3 different application projects because they try to target 2 to 3 on average different user roles and user scenarios. And the field service configurator that you might have seen or maybe even used before, it's called Woodford. Not the bourbon from Kentucky, it's actually the tool that is fully integrated with Microsoft Dynamics 365 as a solution file and can be used to further change the application. So that's what's part of the picture. And earlier this year, as part of Wave 1 in May 2020, there came a first significant change in what customers are offered and will have at their disposal as a next option when trying to mobilize their field service users. Microsoft introduced the first-party application Dynamics 365 Field Service based on Power Apps. Right now, Microsoft still actually recommends to use the original one, the RESCO-based, or sometimes Ben Vollmer often refers to it as a Xamarin-based application, but that's the RESCO-based application. That's the recommended one. With the Wave 2, there have been some improvements and further advancements and tweaks of the Power App-based application, but until it reaches the parity with the Xamarin-based application, all the customers will have a chance to choose between these two. So hopefully this helped you to get a little better idea about the history, what the options are, what changed. Let's now talk a little bit about more general challenges that mobility tries to solve and helps to solve to companies that had a lot of people out in the field. The first one, and probably a very cost related challenge, is to get the results on the first visits. We know from talking to companies that once they send their field service technicians, their users, their mobile users out into the field to visit a customer, to provide certain service, fix something, repair something, inspect something, etc., it costs a company a lot of money. Therefore, making sure that they do it on the first try is very, very important. We've had tremendous experience with companies who can operate in the most challenging environments you can ever imagine actually in the globe, and we understand how important it is to get everything right at the first attempt. The picture you actually see on this slide, that's a photo that my colleagues took last year when they were part of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees mission in Cameroon, where they visited some of the refugee camps that the UN runs there to identify the refugees who were fleeing from the surrounding countries. And they were using the applications built on RESCO to go through the process. We've seen tremendous improvements. What usually took up to 15-16 minutes with the RESCO-based application, the whole process, they were able to cut it to just 4 minutes, which was a tremendous performance and efficiency booster for the UN. And now they use the application in more than 30 countries around the world, because they understand that people are in tough conditions, and getting through the identification process is very important for them. Another challenge that we hear from companies is brain drain. A lot of their users, a lot of their employees have been servicing some of the equipment or doing their job for years and years and years. I had a chance to spend a day with an elevator technician last year in Florida, and that man was amazing. His name was Brian, and he knew everything by heart. He was repairing and inspecting elevators for 20 years. He didn't need any knowledge base articles, any manuals, any guides, anything like that. He kept all the information in his head based on the year-long, the decades-long experience he had. But for a lot of companies, this is a challenge because a lot of that knowledge, those skills, that expertise is hidden in these people's brains. And to try to get to it is not always easy. We believe that a mobile solution can really provide this extra knowledge, extra expertise, and bring it to users through well-designed mobile applications and processes that can guide the new users, new employees through some of the toughest and most complex processes that they have to do. So we believe that the application that they use should have the option to create step-by-step workflows, processes and guides, sometimes equipped with some visual aids and maybe some additional access to manuals, etc., to help them do the job. Another one, and this is still surprising to me, I was actually talking to one customer 2 weeks ago. Despite they're using Dynamics, they use it on their laptops, but they never upload anything into their Dynamics systems while they're out in the field. They come home and they usually spend another hour updating all the collected information, all the data into Dynamics from either their offices or their homes. Here, mobility is a great example how this can be improved. If you're using the right tool for the right situation in the right time, you can actually save hours of work every day by doing it right on spot. The option to connect to your back office teams if you need extra help, maybe some hand holding, maybe you're going through a very tough process, very tough repair, complex repair. So the ability to connect with back office teams is crucial to get some help. And because the users are naturally mobile, they spend most of their time out in the offices, give them a helping hand when they need to travel, move from one location to the other, can bring a lot of benefits, but not only for them, but also for the back office teams. So an option to see where your users are, some geofencing capabilities come handy, also some understanding how to move from, how to better align your territories and how to better manage your users can bring a lot of improvements and benefits. So some of the challenges that we see customers are solving with mobile solutions. And now, as promised, let's have a deeper look at some of the mobile options. Before I get there, some 3 key areas that I'm hearing recently from customers who use field service solutions and they believe are really important for them when deciding for the right tool. The first one is offline. With the Wave 2, Microsoft is making the offline a default functionality in the Power App-based field service application. Don't forget, though, that it's a very different approach to the Xamarin or the RESCO-based application. For us, offline is a philosophy, so we put everything into the technology that we develop working offline in default and built into the technology. So for us, it's more about turning off some of the offline capabilities rather than adding offline as a new feature and enabling it for some of the use cases through the offline profile. Also, given our history, the offline, we improved it tremendously over the years. With every project, with every very challenging project, we redesigned, improved and restructured how the offline capabilities and the offline engine works. And if I just go back quickly to that UN example, Typically, users not only work in areas where there's no connectivity, but very often those refugee camps are set up in areas where there's no electricity, and they need to work in complete offline mode, not for hours, but sometimes for days or up to 2 weeks, and they're able to do the job. So really, offline is not only feature, it's an experience. It's an experience for the user, where the application behaves in a different way. It's swift, it's smooth, no need to wait for the forms and new screens to refresh or load the data. Everything can work in a nice way for the user. The next area is synchronization filters. No limitations in RESCO, super granularity. There are some synchronization filters limitations when it comes to the offline profiles as part of the Power App application. What we're actually doing as a team at RESCO, we're putting together some comparisons so that we can help the companies to choose the right solution for them when they know they'll have to make a nice subset of their records to make sure that the application performance is good. The third area is inspections. Again, there's a difference between the approaches. The Microsoft released inspections. We see it more as a feature for the field service. It can be embedded into the field service application, but you need to be a field service licensed user, and you need to use the field service app. We also have had inspections as a product released, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. But in our case, it can be either used as a standalone solution. We even have our own inspections application available on the app stores, or it can be fully embedded into the existing field RESCO application. So there's a lot of flexibility in both use cases and licensing as well. So considering these criteria, let's have a look at the current mobile options. So on one hand, we have the Dynamics 365 Field Service Mobile, the RESCO/Xamarin based application. Microsoft is pretty open that they will be sunsetting support for this solution in the foreseeable future. On the other hand, we have the Field Service Dynamics 365 in parentheses mobile application. That's the Power App based application. I think it's fair to say, and it's not just my opinion, it's based on dozens of calls and web meetings I've had in the last 2-3 months with a lot of customers, that they don't see this as being on par yet, but Microsoft is promising that it will be improved over the time. In both cases, I don't think this is a great news for the actual customers, because on the left-hand side, you have a solution that has a lot of functionality, have seen probably some of the toughest implementations in the various regions of the world, but the support for this one is actually being sunset. And then on the other hand, you have a solution that promises to bring a lot of functionality and feature improvements, but over a certain period of time. So Reza, I saw you were already putting some notes in the chat before this session announcing that RESCO has put together a third option, and that third option is called RESCO Field Service 2.0. So for those customers who don't want to switch to Power Apps, or for those customers who need something more robust than a Power App based application, RESCO has the third option, and that's the RESCO Field Service 2.0. If you ask what it is, that's the right question. It's a solution that consists of a number of different things. One of the things is technology, the second one is concepts, and the third one is commitment. So if we look at the technology, it's pretty straightforward there. RESCO Field Service 2.0 is based on the robust market-proven platform. That's the platform that actually Microsoft is using as part of the agreement for their field service Xamarin based product. So it's all the support for native applications, configuration tools, and modules that we put together and complement the mobile scenario. However, with the full RESCO solution, customers are getting more value in forms of products that can be seamlessly integrated with the platform. So on one hand, it's the RESCO inspections, a tool to create dynamic forms with a lot of components at the disposal, very, very strong offline capabilities, lots of functionality in areas of rules to define logic and specific behavior of the inspection forms. On the other side is also routes, so a functionality for the users who travel a lot, with the option to optimize their travel times and their traveling routes, see where they need to go, integration with Google Maps for navigation, a step-by-step process, but also edit functionality for the back office teams through a location monitor to see how the users are progressing through the days. And on top, this is the innovations. We actually have a special team at RESCO that don't do anything else. They're just mapping and trying to identify the next big things, the performance improvements, efficiency boosters, and we building them into our platform to make these available for our customers. Examples are our advancements and improvements in area of wearable technology. RESCO can be run on smartwatches, wearable computers, smart glasses, AR, VR headsets, full support for HoloLens 2, for example, but also in areas such as voice control, AI image recognition, or AR video calls where you can connect with your back office teams in real time and get some hints in a form of AR based notes that can be created and drawn on top of the screens. So all that together is Field Service 2.0. We believe this is kind of the best of the RESCO technologies put together. The next pillar is the concepts, and this very quickly, not to bore you too much. We at RESCO started with supporting Palm Pilots and Amazon Kindle Fires, and now supporting the latest iPhones and Android devices, etc. We understand that people are different, companies are different, they use different sets of devices. We work with companies who have bring your own device policy. We work with companies who provision the devices for all their users. Our goal is simple: whatever device you choose as a company, as an employee, a user, we want to make sure that the RESCO application runs there and it's a native application to guarantee the best performance ever. The second concept is the continuous experience, and this is our idea of marrying context with use case and putting them together. So the way this works, if you imagine a typical day of a field service technician, let's say an elevator technician, if they start in the right upper corner at the virtual 1 o'clock, the day starts in the morning with scheduling and planning the day. They usually use a phone, maybe a laptop, maybe a tablet to do so. Familiarize themselves with all the appointments, the visits, the service bookings, etc. Once ready to go, they get into the track, van or pickup truck, and they use the phone for navigation to find the fastest route to get to the final destination. If your car supports Apple Car or Android Auto, RESCO actually fully integrates with these, and you can run the application in your car with the navigation as well. After you arrive at the spot, usually the technician needs to check for hazards to make sure that they operate in a safe environment. Lots of times we hear that they need to use both their hands to move some objects, maybe even climb somewhere, etc. So using a smartwatch to check for hazards comes handy. And then they do the regular job, the regular work. They fix something, they collect data, they run an inspection, maybe finalize it with a mobile report with a signature that they capture, and provide that report to the customer before they leave. And this can be all uploaded, all data updated on the device of their choice. If they need to go through a complex repair, complex process, they can run the same application in their smart glasses or AR, VR headsets such as Microsoft HoloLens 2 to make sure that they're successful. So lots of different things these users are doing as part of their day, different processes, different workflows, but the point is we can equip them with the same technology running on many different types of hardware to make sure that they don't find it too much or too obtrusive or kind of an enemy standing in their way, but more as a companion that is there when they need it and can be used right at the spot, so they save some time to upload all of that information once they're done. The third concept is the mission control, the location monitor. This gives a lot of power to the back office teams. This is a way where you to track your users, see their schedules in different colors on top of the map, with the option of a time shift to actually see where these users have been in the past, in the morning, for example, where they should be at certain time in the future, such as in the afternoon. And what's really cool, the Resco Location Monitor also supports live view. So you can turn on live view and you can see where the users are in real time. One of our customers, a company called Orange Box, we put together a case study. They use Microsoft Dynamics and they do furniture delivery. So they needed to track their trucks. And they use the Resco routes with the location monitor to do so. And they were able to save quite a lot of money on hardware, extra maintenance of that hardware and installation of that hardware into their trucks, as they're just using the same mobile application on the smartphones that are all equipped with the GPS units. So we're taking advantage of the devices that the users already carry on themselves anyway. The last pillar of the Field Service 2.0 is commitment. And again, I'll just go back to history. So when we started the company, these were some of the devices that we supported. Nokia's, Palm Pilots, Palm Trios, etc. We were supporting customers running those, and we support them now on the fancy new devices that they use. And here's our commitment. Whatever the future will bring, whatever the new great device, new hardware will look like, we at Resco, we're super passionate about mobile technologies and want to make sure that we can enable the full potential of our customers to use their systems on this new hardware as well. And the last commitment, there's one asterisk associated with Resco, and that's no asterisks. We want to make sure that the customers who use Resco technology, they don't have to think about 3, 4, 7 other limitations when they can use the software, if they have to cache some data before, if they have to turn to offline to make sure they can do the job, or if there are some devices that are not supported, etc., etc. We are big believers in enabling the users so that they can focus on the job. That's what they're good at. We're good at providing them with the technology that works as a companion so that they can do that work, do that job better, faster, and more efficiently. So with that, I think we have a little less than 20 minutes to go through a demo. So let me try to do that now. And then I'll try to leave some room for questions as well. So what you see right here is an iPhone application, iOS application running on my iPhone. This is a real phone right here. So if I launch the Resco Mobile CRM application, this is the application that I have running right here. This is the Field Service 2.0 as we envision it. If you're familiar with the Microsoft Field Service application, we changed the UI and the design of the application to make it a little bit easier on the eye, more modern and more attractive UI is part of it. So I'm going to pretend that I'm an elevator technician today, and I'm going to follow that continuous experience day in a life of elevator technician scenario. So as part of my morning, I go to the bookings, the very first item on the home menu, and here I can see that I have 2 bookings scheduled for today. This is the traditional Resco calendar that you're probably familiar with. I can change the views at the bottom of the screen. And what's really cool, I also have quick information, everything important about the booking listed right on the view. So I see the stage, it's scheduled, I see the start time, and I see the name of the customer and the address underneath as well. If I want to go into the detail, I'll just tap on the first one, the litware fabrication. I can familiarize myself with this work order. I can see some bookings, some summary, etc. Everything looks good. At the very top of the screen, I have these stages. So when I'm ready to drive there, I can tap on the traveling stage and mark it as a current stage to change my my status of the booking, and you can see it on the screen here where it changed to traveling. So I'm ready to go. This day looks good. To actually help me get there very quickly, I go to My Route. My Route is a functionality that combines a map view that you can see right here with a tour plan that I'll show you in a second, and it's fully integrated with the bookings, so with the calendar. If I had more bookings on the calendar, I would have more stops in the My Route functionality of the application as well. But right now we're showing 2 stops. You can see the blue tags or 1 and 2, numbered 1 and 2 on the map. The data is in the Seattle area, and also here in the northeast corner I have the office address, and if I roll out the tour plan from the bottom of the screen, you'll see that's where I start my day. So my start location is set to work and end location is set to work as well. In between I have the 2 bookings coming from the calendar. What's really cool, part of the Resco My Route, I get the information about the distance between the 2 stops, and also approximate estimated time needed to cover that distance in between. In total, I'm going to cover almost 30 miles, and it should take me a little less than 50 minutes. That blue line actually on the map shows how to get there from the work location to spot number 1, then stop number 2. When I'm ready to drive, all I have to do is tap on the little blue arrow or blue button in the right upper corner, and I can push this whole tour plan to Google Maps. So if I do so, this will actually be calculated from my current location, because that's how Google Maps works. As you can see, this would be a really long trip for me as I'm based in the Boston area. But as I zoom into the Seattle area, you will see that the first stop named A, then the second stop B, and the final stop is the office location are marked right here, just like shown in the application. And if I hit the start button at the bottom of the screen, I get the step-by-step navigation. Let me just put it this way. Probably you're more familiar with this view when you drive your car, and I can just start driving. Let's assume I arrived at the spot, the first one. So I go back to the bookings as an example how to work with the work order. I open up the first one. Since I arrived there, I can change my status to in progress and mark it as current stage. And now I'm actually going to do my real job. So I see the summary. I know what I'm supposed to do. Before I start my work, I actually need to check for those hazards. So here I'm going to try to show you the support for smartwatches. There are some inspections. This is Resco inspections, nicely, seamlessly integrated with the Resco application. I can see some history here, some inspections that have been performed in the past. Some of them have been completed, some of them are still in progress. We also have full support for charts, so I can flip that view to give me a quick graphical interpretation of all those inspections, or I can flip it again to see them itemized. So what I'll do, I tap on the plus button now, and I'm gonna check for hazards. So I'll choose the very first template, the very first questionnaire that I have available in my application. So I open it up. It doesn't look very nice, but the point is that this one is actually designed for the smartwatch. So what I'll do, I'll switch to smartwatch and show you how I can run this hazard checklist on an Apple Watch. So let me switch to my iPad. Here we go. I'll try to make it nice and crisp and focused. And what I'll do on the watch, so do you know, I'll turn on the watch, go to the Resco application on my watch, and just go through all the HasScan questions on my watch. So let's do that. Let's unlock the watch first. I'll go to the home menu now. I have the mobile CRM application right here. It's connecting. And just in a second, it will load the HAS checklist questionnaire. There we go. First, I need to confirm the date. Okay. Question, have I encountered any hazards? I answer yes. And now we're gonna define those hazards. Risk of slip, maybe medium. A strain or overexertion, medium. Any moving objects? Yeah, I'm in an elevator shaft. Lots of moving elevators here. Contact with harmful energy sources. Absolutely, that's a high risk. Harmful objects and substances. That's maybe low. Have you completed the HAS scan? Yes, I did. And I get the last message that I can now continue on my handheld device. So all done without using my fingers too much or holding a phone on in my hand. I can finalize and finish this HAS scan with a smartwatch. What's even cooler, on the devices such as Android Watch, we have now support for voice control. So instead of choosing the right answer and checking the questions with my eyes, on Android watches, we have support for voice control. Quick check of the HAS scan checklist on the mobile device, so I can just confirm, maybe change some of the answers if I need to. But if I'm done, I just tap the plus button, the save button in the right upper corner. So I checked for the hazards, all good, and now I go through a regular inspection. So I choose the template regular inspection, the fourth from the top or third from the bottom. And what I'll do here, I actually will inspect the whole elevator. This is nicely integrated and tightly aligned with the work order. So these are the data, the records that are coming from the other entities in my application. And the way I'll work, I'll first define the elevator I'm going to be inspecting by serial number. I provide a manufacturer, a model, etc. And then I'll cover these different sections, different areas in the elevator. So either I can type in the serial number or I can scan a barcode. So I'll do that. I'll tap on that little QR code button next to the serial number. And I have a little barcode here, so let's see if that works. Yep, it captured the serial number, and based on that we identify the manufacturer and model as well. And I also get some information about the last inspection that is encoded in that barcode. The general state of the elevator is working with some issues. Those were reported to me, so let's try to identify some of those issues. First, I'll focus on the cabin interior. I inspect the lights, control panel, LCD display. Maybe some are not working properly, so we can highlight them in different color, but overall pretty good. Then I'll focus on the cabin exterior. I first check the left brake. That one's working nicely, but the right brake seems to be damaged. And that's kind of a very essential part of the elevator. So let me go right into the spare parts, my inventory, to see if I can actually change this damaged brake part and fix it right on the spot. This is getting a little bit messy. There's too many things here. So I'm not able to find the right spare part. So I'll use the AI image recognition that we built into the application as well. To do so, I'll tap on the black photo or camera. I'll take a picture of the faulty right brake spare part. And I hit use photo to submit this picture and see if we can identify what kind of spare part it is. If I go to the spare parts now, you can see the inventory has been knocked down to just one spare part. Is the brake pad type 24WM. So I know what I need to fix and I'll be able to fix that right brake, and now I can mark it as okay. Moving on, I'll check the wire ropes, the securing brackets, everything actually looks good. So let me move to the next section, the cabin issues. If I spot something that needs to be recorded, there are some big issues, defects, etc. I can take a picture of that. So let me do that. I choose capture picture. Here's an elevator shaft I'm looking at, and apparently it has, it's not in a good state. So I hit use photo. And before I store this, there we go, I actually can add some visual clues for my colleagues when they come to fix these issues. To do so, I tap on the little plus button in the right bottom corner. I have these two little red tags that show up, and using my finger, the best stylus we've been born with, I drag this tag and place it on a specific location or position on the picture. And when I tap on that little red tag, I can now define some more details, and this is completely configurable. So I'll say this first tag is regarding a control panel, and it's a critical priority. And maybe one more example, I tap on the little plus button, grab that cabin issue, place it over here. I tap on the red tag and I'll define this as regarding wire ropes, and maybe it's a high priority. When I'm done, I tap on the little check mark in the right upper corner, and that photo is now stored as part of the questionnaire. I'll just go through the engine room very quickly, check the engine, the central unit, the wiring. Ideally, in an ideal world, I would check every floor to make sure the doors, the push buttons and displays are working properly. And if I need to repeat that step, I have the little plus button so I can repeat it as many times as many floors there are in the building. Maybe I'll provide some final notes. And when done, I tap on the customer signature and sign the questionnaire to store the signature as part of it. So if I look through it, everything actually looks very nice. I think this was a successful inspection. I tap on the three little dots now, and before I leave the building, I want to send a report to the customer so that they have it as part of their files before I leave the premises. So I choose the option to complete the questionnaire with a report. I'm aware that I won't be able to make any additional changes. And here we go. That took literally just a couple seconds. This is the PDF example of the report. So all the answers, all the fields are nicely listed here. And this report also shows the pictures and the signature at the bottom of the screen. This is a RESCO report, so it also works when completely disconnected or when you don't have connectivity. And if I tap on the three little dots again, what I can do, I can print it, email it, copy it, open it, or just save it as part of the record. So just like that, I was able to inspect the elevator using my phone. I was able to go through the whole process The inspection questionnaire was designed in a number of groups that logically walked and navigated me through the whole inspection process with some cool added value functionalities such as scanning barcodes, AI image recognition, taking signatures, marking pictures with additional information and context. And at the end, I was also able to build a report right in the mobile application. So I'll do one more thing. I mark this work order as completed because I'm finished here. I save it. Here in the bookings, you can see the green light. It's completed, and I can move on to the next one, the Contoso Electronics. So I would open up this one, and before I'm ready to drive, I can see the details, what to do, so I can mark myself. I'm in the traveling stage, and hitting the Google Maps, I can again drive my car to the next destination. So that concludes the demo. And with that, I think I'm almost right on time. So if you have some questions, please feel free to share them, or I'm not sure if people can unmute themselves. I'd be happy to hear your ideas, your feedback, your thoughts, or just some general questions as well.
Ivan, this is Reza. If I can speak and ask the question, is that possible?
Sure, I can hear you.
Perfect. So, Ivan, I heard you a while ago saying when you guys did an analysis at Resco, you noticed that 80% of the customers have used 50% of their custom entities, which talks to like the reality that exists in the field today. People have a lot of custom Resco mobile solutions, and it's not clear what the plan is on the Microsoft side to support these people after the Resco solution gets sunset. My question from you is, at one point, are you going to be able to share some guidance on how Resco is going to support those customers? Because these are enterprise customers who already have Resco Woodford solution, and they've done a lot of customization. So what's the story of them moving from the previous Woodford-based solution to the Resco 2.0 solution? That's one point. If you don't have that answer today, that's fine. I just want to know if you guys have a plan to support those customers. And then specifically those customers that have a ton of customization. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Reza. This is a great question. I think you cut right into a very frequent feedback I'm receiving from a lot of customers, companies who really have heavily customized Dynamics field service, heavily customized work order, lots of custom functionality, and they build that same on top of the Resco-based client. And in some cases, it's year of investments, right? And a very highly customized functionality, and as a result, a highly customized mobile application as well. So we are receiving this feedback quite frequently. I don't have a great answer right now, nothing official, but what I can tell you, we're trying to find ways to make sure that these customers can capitalize and leverage on all of that investment that they've already done. And it's not only investment in the R&D or development side of the business, it's also investment into the human resources, right? The users are already familiar with the application. They probably use it on a daily basis. And end of the day, it works. So they're not very willing to change things, especially when they work. So hopefully I'll have more news in the coming weeks or months to share some best practices, how to leverage all that investment and use it as part of Resco, rather than trying to look for some other options and trying to reinvent the wheel. I think my computer got a virus or something.
Yeah, it's called Ben Vollmer.
Hi, Ivan. How are you?
I have to say, Ben, I had a really great day, and then I turned on the Teams again, and I saw you, and my day just turned to be a great day.
Well, the good news is Will's actually going to be speaking. He's just doing it from my office. So you'll actually have a smart guy doing all the talking.
Brilliant.
What's happened to social distancing, Ben?
I think it doesn't apply for one household, right? So there's
Exactly.
Nice. All right, guys, do we have any other questions for Ivan? If not, make sure you guys actually submit the survey. I'm actually going to drop the link in there real quick. Remember, for each time you submit a survey, it's going to be counted as one entry to win that $50 gift card. And again, we're also giving away 2 Amazon gift cards for the folks with the most social media posts who are using the hashtag D365 Wave 2 Saturday. Ivan, thank you so much for everything, for sponsoring us, for your great session just now. Riza, did you have another question? I saw hands come up.
Oh no, sorry, I just forgot to
No worries.
raise hand. Sorry about that.
Dirk is saying hi to Ivan.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks for everything you're doing. This is great to have so many people here on Saturday. And then Ben Volmer, unfortunately, too. But what can we do, right?
It's the Ben Volmer virus. All right, guys, make sure that you're present for that last session at 5:30 p.m. Eastern for prizes and wrap-up. You have to be present. And again, make sure that you actually submit that survey as well. Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks, Ivan. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
guys, it's Dion again. Just wanted to go over a couple of housekeeping rules before I hand it off to William. So just make sure that you're on mute, and if you have any questions, feel free to throw it in the chat. And we also have some questions answered at the end of the sessions. I will let William know as soon as we have questions. This is actually going to be a recorded session. Also, keep in mind, we're giving away some Amazon gift cards, $50, to 2 people with the most social media posts and who use the hashtag D365 Wave to Saturday. We also have a survey at the end of each session, and every time that you submit a survey, this is counted as 1 entry to win that $50 gift card. So having said that, William, my friend, are you ready? And did you kick Ben out of the room?
Yes, as much as I could, right? This is his house. So
Oh, okay. So, okay. Well, partially kicked him out of the house. Okay, let me just go ahead and start recording, and then it's over to you.
Thank you.
And we can see your screen.
All right, awesome, everyone. Hi, my name is Will McClendon. I am a senior consultant at Hitachi. I have about 10 years of experience working with different business objectives through everything IT. My role at Hitachi is to basically help our customers with the big digital transformation with their business using D365 and Power Apps. So that's a little quick introduction for me. Before we get started, this is my offer to the presentation guides. Let's hope that my demo goes well and there aren't too many hiccups. Who doesn't like tequila with lime? All right, so this session, it's about universal resource scheduling. We're going to talk about developing an enterprise-grade solution, and we want to consider all things about scheduling our resources. So we're going to talk about a customer journey, what the employee, the end user's experience should be, some of my own personal learnings. And if we have time, there'll be some Q&A. We're going to have a demo this time. So what we'll demo is we'll demo change notifications, basically how to get your data from Exchange into D365. So scheduling. Scheduling in D365, what is it? Well, universal resource scheduling, it's the engine that allows you to place your resources where they need to be. We've seen the schedule board. We're familiar with the interface. If you're not, there's a picture of it here in the slide deck. But you can see it's used to put your resources, your people, in the right place at the right time. But it's the main engine used for scheduling those resources in D365. But what are the differences? What are the differences between resource scheduling versus activities? Because one might say, well, we have activities for that. We can put an activity record in, and we can have our sales reps or whoever know they need to, send an email, make a phone call, write a letter, send a fax, right? We know what activities are. What's the difference between resource scheduling and activities? Well, activities are really event-driven. They're indicated by me. They're for follow-ups, right? The difference is resource scheduling. Those are tasks that are personally assigned to me to help you get at the right place at the right time. It's where somebody wants you to be. So resource scheduling is how you get from point A as an appointment, basically, that tells you right where you need to be at the right time, right place. Activities, those are just random tasks for regular housekeeping. So what are the pros and cons to URS versus field service? Because we hear those words being thrown out all the time. Well, for scheduling, it's the engine, or it's the main piece that allows you to schedule anything in D365. So you can really use it for sales, It's not just tied in with field service, but you can use it. You use it commonly in field service. You can use it for customer service, project service automation, or you can have a custom entity. But really, it's a separate application. It's a separate application. It's not necessarily something that comes with or is with field service. We use them all together all the time, but they're really two different applications. Different applications. So, pardon me, I guess my slide just moved up and down. Really, for field service though, let's break it down a little bit more. So they're two different applications. URS is used for scheduling. Field service though, its bread and butter is based off of work orders, assets, inventory, and mobility, right? So work orders are the assignments that are given to their technicians, but when your technicians are given these assignments, they don't know when and where to go. Well, that's where URS adds an additional layer to it, helps it out. It tells your technicians where they need to go, when, and it has all that information so they can get to the right place at the right time. But when you look back at URS really focuses on organizing your resources within your organization. So let's say you have 1,000 sales reps or 1,000 field technicians. How are you going to divvy out where and when they need to go to their assignments? Well, that's why we use URS. And we publish that information via schedule board so that they know where they need to go. So it's really a separate product that other applications or other offerings like sales and CE or customer service use. So now let's see how we use URS. So for our use case on our customer journey, we had to schedule leads. So we took the leads entity and we said, hey, leads, we want you to work with URS, and we want to be able to take our leads that we get and find out how we can accommodate them. So our request method was from a website, a portal. But other organizations use different request method. You can come in and make an appointment in person or call in. We had to also be able to check the resources availability, see the person that they're going to talk to. Will they have time? Are they booked at 2 p.m. on October 17th? You know, what's the best location? If this is on a website, how do we get resource A, B, and C to customer A, B, and C? Are they 50 miles away, 10 miles away? How do we get all that information? How do we marry them all together? The solution that we created, leveraging URS, really helped give what that desired income is, what that desired outcome is, increased revenue. Customers get to the right resources. Isn't it a great thing when you're able to go to an organization and you're able to get to the right person? They know exactly what you want. It's just a good feeling, right? You didn't have to search and call and be transferred here, transferred there. No, it's like love at first sight, right? But for the business, this was an increase. This positive feedback added an increase to appointments. So customers were more prone to go to their portals or to go to the organization and say, hey, can you please get me, I have this problem. Can you please get me to someone who can help me with it? Yes, sir. You're available for, do you have any availability between these times? Yes, I do. Great. You're all set and ready to go. So using URS for leads is really can help us get to the positive outcomes that we want. So our scope, again, let me define it. This was a major retailer, and they needed to get customers to their field techs who were able to to address their needs. So this was a major construction organization. So when a customer wanted a specific thing like such as fencing, they needed a fencing expert to be able to go out there and accommodate them. So our project delivery and our turnaround time was roughly about 2 months. So we had to hit the ground running. So that's why we used some of the out-of-the-box features that were within URS. Also, we needed to have the field reps. We needed to know when they were available and when they weren't available. So we had to make sure that their appointments in Outlook were also going to sync with what was in that schedule board, D365. So we're going to look at some of these areas and how we address them. All right. So when building a solution such as this, there's some things you need to take into consideration. Quite frankly, you need to make sure your D365 infrastructure is laid out and everything is in order. So let's take a look at it, right? So you have territories. We use territories all the time. We use them in sales. We use them in field service, right? But primarily, our territory plan had to be clear. So in our instance, we designed a territory structure where our field reps, there was one field rep to one zip code, and then zip codes to counties, and then, you know, counties to states, those different things. But our structure for our territory plan had to be clearly defined. So if you don't have a clearly defined territory structure, what's going to happen is your scheduling isn't going to necessarily sync correctly. You want it very legible. You want to be able to read it. You want to define it. Because if it's not clearly defined, things such as RSO, resource scheduling optimization, really won't work in the future. So when creating your territory structures, you want your territory structures to be just there. You want them to be lined up, clearly defined. Now, resources. What are resources? Well, resources are can be anything, really. They could be your field reps. They could be trucks, vans. They can be anything that you want to be in the schedule board, anything you want to be scheduled. You want your resources, that structure also to be clearly defined. So you want to have your territories, your resources assigned to those territories. And then we go to our next phase where we have resource requirements. And okay, resource requirements, this is really important. Resource requirements is what ties things like field service or work orders to the schedule board or to URS. Resource requirements is what notifies URS and says, hey, we need to schedule something. It's a record. It needs to be attached to a booking. And that's what says, hey, this customer needs XYZ. Help us find a resource to match that requirement. And that's what really, you want that also defined when you're making those records. And your infrastructure, again, I can't say it enough, that all circles back. So we want our territories, our resources, and our resource requirements to be just all clear. It needs to be beautiful. I cannot stress enough, clicking on the next slide, cannot stress enough. You have to have a clearly defined territory structure. It doesn't work without it. When your territory structure is complex, I'm afraid to use the word overly complex, but why not? When your territory structure is overly complex, it just causes problems. RSO won't necessarily work with it. Resource scheduling becomes very, very complicated. You want to make sure you have a well-defined resource structure, and don't be afraid to say, hey, there may be some change management involved when going on site and analyzing these factors and trying to address it. There may be some changes. So don't be afraid that can be a common thing that you see when designing and building at scale. Some other things you want to consider. Work hours, time zones, when are they going to arrive to the location? Is there a set time for appointments? Are there durations? Characteristics, basically saying, can resource A, is he a specialist with fencing, or is he a specialist when it comes to roofing? What are their skills? How good are they at that skill, right? Their roles. You want to have your resources, the people that are going to be scheduled, to have a clearly defined capability list, and also when they're available, because we're talking about putting people at the right place in the right time, right? So you want to make sure that you just have that nailed down very well before you launch and say, here we go. These are some things you want to consider. Now let's go back to resource requirements. I love this because some of our resources in this situation when we were building, they were identical, right? I love my stormtroopers, love Star Wars. The older stuff, we'll probably have a conversation about the newer stuff, but old school here. So some of our resources, man, they were just, everything was the same. So we broke that up with our rating system, because we had people who were good at both fencing and roofing, multiple resources, but who was the best person and when were they available? That's what rating systems come in. Also geographically, who was closer to the request or the end user who was making that request, right? Who was the closest one? But when we were building this out, resource requirements initially wasn't considered. But in the end, we realized, yeah, we need to take a step back because this was a quick launch. Our turnaround time for this was 2-3 months. So there were some things we quickly glossed over, but in building, we were like, let's go back. This is important. So these are some of the things that we were looking at with resource requirements. Customer notifications. Now, this is really fun. How do you tell the customer, hey, your appointment was accepted? How do you do that? Well, there are many systems you can leverage, right? That'll send emails and texts. But those cost money. If you want to use something that's more in the lines of something that's in-house, Microsoft has opened it up by leveraging Microsoft Graph APIs. That'll help you get from point A to point B when notifying your customers. Or if we look down to the second bullet point, our sales teams, when they need to be pinged or notified, hey, you have an appointment with user 123. Yeah, we had to get those notifications, not just an email, but we had to put them on their inbox. We wanted to make sure, though, because we had a source, our system of record always had to be D365. So when you're going to get on site, you sit down with Mr. Customer, you get these requests, and you look at it, and you begin to look, and you say, wait a minute, it looks like you want your system of record to say when people are available or when they're not. It looks like you guys want it to be Exchange or Outlook or an Outlook calendar. That's not going to work. We want to get the two to play well with each other, right? So you want your system of truth. When is somebody always going to be available? You want that to be D365. And then you want to build from there. You want to build synchronization points. You want to get information from Outlook into D365, and you want your operators or let's say the portal, if you're going to use a portal, to have users look to see when those resources are available. You want that system of truth to always be D365. And then you want D365 to send out notifications or ingest data or munge data continuously at a certain point of time. You want your system of truth to always be D365. Do not let it be anything else. And that brings me to my next point. All right, so bookings. There's different options you can use, right? And you can have bookings synced to D365. So let's stop here for 2 seconds and let's break this down. What are bookings? Well, on the schedule board, if you think back to our earlier slides, you saw those blue sections. The schedule board knows that those sections in the calendar are taken or blocked off because it's referencing a bookings entity. And the bookings entity just contains records saying, hey, Will McClendon, he is booked for a visit to Ben Vollmer's house from 3 to 5 on Saturday afternoon. He is not available. That's the record. That's the information that's kept in a bookings record. And then this URS then looks at the bookings entity and goes, oh, hey, let me put a block there. So your bookings are just nothing but records, simple records that the calendar is referencing. So how do we get those bookings, or how do we fill up that bookings entity, right? Or how do we get that information in the bookings entity? Well, you have different options, and we look at some of our requirements. This will take us to another point. Let's look at time off requests for a second. Time off request is a separate entity, right? Time off requests, and it is a very clear-cut approach, a clear-cut way. Time off requests basically is when the user would need to say, hey, I'm going to be out for a few weeks. They simply put that in, tell us, hey, we're not going to be available, and you're good to go. So your initial thought when you hear that is like, oh, why don't we just have data pumped into time off requests and not directly into bookings? Well, time off requests work a little bit differently, right? Once a time off request is put into the system and it's been approved by the various structures, your managers, in order to, let's say you had a vacation schedule for next week, the whole entire week, things happen, there's a coronavirus spike and you necessarily don't want to go anymore. Hey, I'm available to work. So you want to decline that time off request. Well, what you have to do in order to show that time for be available is you have to reset your calendar. You delete it and then you have your calendar to reset. So it's a very manual process using time off requests. It's not as automated as simply dumping data into the bookings entity. So time off requests, it is a beautiful thing if you're going to have your users say, I'm going to be off for vacation or for big blocks of time. But to show really the availability, it can be kind of cumbersome. So, don't let the word fool you. Take it with a grain of salt. But it's a very manual process. It has a wonderful out-of-the-box approval process already in play. But it doesn't necessarily give you that automated functionality that you want. We have appointments in D365. We're familiar with that. But you're going to have to take the bookings, and from bookings, you have to dump them to appointments. So there may be a Power Automate that might help you get to that point. But really, your performance is going to be key. That's a lot of overhead. That's a lot of work. So what are our options to make it automated? If you're like me, you like things to be easy. Well, you can simply go with Microsoft Bookings. Just dump data in there. There are third-party integrators such as Riva. There's also the D365 app for Outlook. You put it on the calendar, you track it, and it shows the availability there. And there's also wonderful Power Automate. Let's look more and more one by one. So bookings, we talked about it. Man, it's easy. You create a record, it's right there. The deployment, it's already out of the box. It's super cheap. The downside is by default, bookings do not sync with your Exchange calendars. So there's no bi-directional sync. What do I mean by that? Okay, so I have a calendar, and let's say I put my availabilities in that calendar. Now, how is Outlook going to tell D365 when I'm free, right? How are we going to get that beautiful graph, those beautiful bookings? Well, by default, you can't get bookings to connect to D365. That just doesn't happen. So you really, really need to find something that does, or you can have your users just jump right in there and just start putting in their own availabilities using D365 URS schedule board instead of using Outlook. So we keep it in line with that original thought that the system of record, it's always going to be D365. So we just have our users come in, punch it in a D365, and we're good to go. It's not Outlook anymore. Riva, I can't say enough awesome things about Reba. They're great. And if you want some folks to contact over there, I'll be more than happy to direct you to them. This is a SaaS offering. It gives you that bi-directional sync, right? So your end users, they can use Outlook and say, I'm available here, I'm available there. No, I don't want to be here. Hey, I got an appointment that popped up. Let me move it to this day. And it all syncs with D365. It's great. The thing is, they don't have to do anything on their end in Outlook. The users are completely oblivious to what's going on with the magic that happens in the background with Reba. The only thing I would say to warn you on would be the cost. It can be a bit pricey, but it's well worth it. Well worth it. The D365 app for Outlook. Love it. Absolutely love it. It's great. Why? Well, you already paid for it. It's free. Okay. It offers that granular tracking that you want, right? So what do I mean by that? If you have an appointment in Outlook, well, you simply right-click, track, and it's ingested into D365, and it shows your availability from there. There may be a little extra layer of magic you may need to add, but it gives you that bi-directional synchronization. Some of the disadvantages, you have to really think about the client and the end users. So for this particular case, those field reps were a bit seasoned. That's the Southern way of saying old, and they did not like trying anything new. So they didn't want to have to right click and then click track for every appointment that they had. They didn't want that. They wanted that automation. So, and they also wanted something that they wanted that ad hoc response time. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you're like me and you have kids, you need to be able to drop at the dime and stop what they're doing, pick them up from school, take them to the doctor. So you need to set your calendar's appointments to reflect those availabilities. So they didn't want to put that time as blocked. And if it was ad hoc, it meant they had to go really fast. So they didn't have time to right click and hit track. Because sometimes we do forget those steps. So the pros and cons to D365 app is really the cost, the granularity. It gives you that bidirectional sync. On the downside, user adoption can be a bit difficult depending on your crowd. Power Automate. Now, you see version 1. Power Automate is great. So what do I mean by what does it have? So out of the box, you have connectors that'll go to your mailbox, that'll sync to your mailbox or your calendar, and you can create your own various steps to have it go to bookings. Now, when I say it like that, I mean that it'll go to an individual mailbox, meaning that the first method that we use for Power Automate, one of the designs was, hey, each of your end users, your reps, they would have an individual flow in their own environment that would sync to D365, from Outlook to D365. You can imagine that would be a management nightmare. It's not very scalable, and the implementation and deployment time would just be too much. But it did give you the bi-directional sync. The other alternative that we used was Power Automate, Logic Apps. This version leveraged the two methods of grabbing data from Outlook and putting them into D365. So let me stop for a second and talk about those methods. You had usage tracking, and then you had change notifications. So usage tracking and then change notifications. What were the difference? So with usage tracking, we all have done backups before. And you remember how in our backups we took a big full snapshot, and then we had incremental backups, and then we would just keep getting the snapshots every day, and then after 30 days we would do another full backup, and then we'd get incremental. Well, Gesundheit. So usage tracking was like incremental. It used Delta tokens to take an initial snapshot, and then you would use the skip tokens to get those incremental shots of your Outlook data. So let's say you had 30 days of appointments and you had, 30 items in your event calendar. Monday we took a big snapshot, so we would get your 30 appointments ingested in a D365. Beautiful. Tuesday comes along, and if you're like me, you're like, yeah, my calendar moves, changes, shifts. After those moves, changes, or shifts, let's say we add another appointment, so now we have 31 appointments in our calendar. On Tuesday, we took the snapshot. What it would do, it would track all those moves and changes, and it would also grab the additional items that were added. And it would then edit those bookings that were associated to those events in Office 365. The problem with that is that the larger your organization, the more difficult or the longer time the process would run. That's what usage tracking. So there's another option that you have. It's called change notifications. And they all leverage graph APIs. Change notifications are beautiful because what change notifications does is it doesn't wait for that big full snapshot and then keeps taking the incremental backups. Change notifications are great because they say, hey, you subscribe to a notification. I want to know what happens to William's inbox for the next 3 days. That's the limitation, 3 days, and you have to keep recycling it. But anyway, that's more detail we'll get into later. But it says we want to know exactly what's happening to William's mailbox at this moment of time, and we want to know what items are created, what items are updated. We want to know what items are deleted or events are deleted. And you subscribe, and your Power Automate, when it receives those updates or those changes or these events or these deletings, it then ingests the data in a D365. Depending on that action, it knows whether to delete that item out of D365. Do we need to update it? Let's say Will wanted to change it. Do I need to create more events? It's very, very good. Change notifications are wonderful. The only downside is ease of integration can be a bit difficult, and ease of customizations can be a bit hard. Another downside is it's quite chatty. Change notifications, they send data all the time. They tell you about every little thing that happens in every person's mailbox that you subscribe to. And it can be quite chatty. But once it's up, it's quick, it's fast, and as you will see, there are different offerings that you can leverage to kind of help with the ease of the integration and deployment. So with that, I know you're tired of hearing me talk a lot. We're going to jump into our demo time. What we're going to see is we are going to look at change notifications that leverage the Graph API. We're going to view some of the offerings. In this case, I use Cosmos DB with Power Automate. So what I did is I created a Power Automate that said, hey, we want to look at our admin's mailbox. So we want to see when items were created. We wanted to see when items were deleted. We wanted to see when items were updated. And we wanted to take that data, dump it into Cosmos, because Cosmos is lightning fast, as you'll see. And we wanted to then take the data from Cosmos and push it into D365. So that's what we're going to see. We're going to see when I create an item in Outlook, does it show up in D365? When I update an item in Outlook, does it update in D365? And if I delete an item in Outlook, Kyle's smarter because Kyle was the smarter younger brother. I'm sorry, I just saw that. Larry, I'm going to get you for that. Yeah, we're going to see that those changes are reflected in D365. You guys are great. So let me share my screen. All right, awesome. So this is our environment. Let's take a look at the bookings entity. We see there's nothing here in the bookings entity. Let's also take a look at the schedule board. We see there is nothing in the schedule board. What we want to see, though, is that when I make an appointment, let's say we're going to make an appointment at 11 a.m. for Monday. Let's say I don't want to take a long lunch, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'm a big guy, I love to eat, so I'm taking a real long lunch. We want to see that the booking is showed up here. When I create that booking record, we want to see it in here. But we're going to do all this using change notifications and Power Automate. All right, so let's have some fun. I made my offering to the demo god, so this should work. Monday, we're going to call it Will's lunchtime. And it gives you those wonderful icons. And we said 11 a.m. And we're going to go long lunch, big guy. We're going to save it. Now, let's go to the bookings entity. And we're going to see how long that takes to create. Give it a second. I did. Now let's go to the bookings entity. Okay. All right. Minor heart attack, but we're all good. The demo gods, like, they got jokes, or they must be too drunk on their tequila. Now let's look at the schedule board. We see the start times, right? 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Let's go to schedule board. I said schedule board, not calendar. All right. Here we go, guys. So, wow. We see from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Right? Now, that's great. Sounds wonderful. But my wife called and she said, you need to stop taking long lunches and you need to make that shorter. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this lunch. I'm going to say, you know what, babe? You're completely right. And you know what? Instead of taking a long lunch on Monday, I'm going to take a short lunch. But on Tuesday, I'm going to sneak out. I'm going to go to Shake Shack. So we're going to move it to, let's make it Wednesday. Everybody loves hump day. So we're going to move it to Wednesday. Now, the demo gods love me. We'll see. At this event, we'll go to Wednesday at the times that we mentioned. So the refresh is, here is every 15 seconds. I'm going to push it faster. Great. And you see that. It moved from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now let's have more fun. My daughter, who worries about my cholesterol, says, you aren't going to Shake Shack. You aren't allowed to go anywhere. You aren't allowed to go to lunch. We want you to stay home. We want to watch what you're eating. So I canceled my lunch appointment. Let's see if that's... Let's see if that works. Come on. There we go. And we see that it's synced, right? Nothing in the schedule board. So let's take a second to analyze what happened here. And we're going to go through and we're going to look at a few of our Power Automates and how we got from point A to point B. So I told the system I wanted to make a subscription to the user's inbox. What the system then does is it subscribes. I mean, it tells me, okay, William, great, we appreciate it. Your subscription ID, because it tracks it for you, is this here. And your change types. Your change type is updated, right? Now, let's pause. Let me help you out with this change type. There's 3 types of change types. There's create it, update it, and delete. I shake my head here because it gets a bit confusing, and I'm going to make it as simple as possible. Created is when an event is created in your calendar, like when you make an appointment. So anytime you make an appointment, the system goes, oh, appointment was made, notify, notify, notify. And it gives you this event ID. Here, let me give you that. This long string of characters, this large event ID. Hey, this event ID, which is unique to every event in Exchange and users, it's completely unique, so you don't have to worry about that. Hey, it was created, it was created, it was created. Beautiful, we love that. It does the same for delete. You know what, I canceled that appointment. It'll say, hey, new change type, delete. Kill that ID, kill that ID. Here's where it gets funny, update it. Update it sounds like it would just track events that are pre-existing and we just want to see what happens to them, right? We just want to track when they are updated. That's not what that means. Do not be fooled by the name. You will spend many hours scratching your head asking yourself, why is this happening to me? Because that's what happened. Updated is a catch-all. It tracks any updates to the collection of items that are in your event calendar. So if you do anything like create, it catches it. It says, hey, here you go, and it tags it as update. If you delete an event, it goes, hey, there was an update to that event. It's been deleted, but we don't say delete it, we just say update it, and it throws it all. So when you're making your subscriptions, if you just want to subscribe to updates, that's completely fine. And then you can create your own system of tagging whether you want to create, delete, or update, all right? But let's focus here on this. Let's scroll down to the resource. The resource here is users. This long string of characters is my Active Directory ID. And this event, like I said, is the unique string that identifies each event in a calendar. So let's have some fun and look at some more JSON, because we like JSON. JSON is awesome. Whoa, somebody failed.
Just a quick time check, William. We have about 8 minutes left, and we do have a couple of questions for you in the chat as well.
Awesome. So you know what I'll do? You know what? We don't need to show JSON. I just want to show one thing in Cosmos real quick, guys, and we will move on to the questions. Give me a second. Let me find where I'm at with Cosmos. Hold on. Cosmos. Let's look at my containers. Use the wonderful Data Explorer. I thought I had this up, guys. My apologies. Let's look at the Exchange items. All right, cool. You can see it tracks this. This is the different JSON that I created. Cosmos is schema list, but I added this here, the ID, the action, and the status. So you see these are the a bit of the elements that come with the notifications. So with that, some of the project learnings that I had. Let me share my screen. Some of the project learnings that I had was that configuration is key. You have to make sure you're configuring things accordingly. You have to don't be afraid to use any of the items that are out of the box. Not a problem. Territory structures are incredibly critical, and be cognizant of the client's budget. That's a big deal. And allocate time to have that conversation with security team. Graph API is awesome, but its potential kind of scares or raises some red flags with security team. So make sure you're ready to have that in-depth conversation with them. Those are my personal learnings, and that's the end of my demo. I will now open the floor for any questions.
So there are a couple of questions in the chat, William. Not sure if you can see them. They're actually from Reza. Am I totally butchering your name? Hopefully I'm not.
It's okay,
yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead and just ask them, man. Go for it.
Yeah, sure. So, William, thanks so much. It was a great session. You never stop teaching us new things. The first question I have is, with the businesses going more towards like online and location agnostic service models, do you see any changes in the way businesses are going to handle territories? So that's the first question.
Yeah, that's why I threw that word out there, change management. They have to redefine it. Like, their territory structure was terrible. And they you know, in the South, we have this expression that says, God bless your soul, bless your heart, bless their hearts. They meant well, but we had to take a significant amount of time to realigning their territories. So businesses are going to have to look at their territory structures if they're going to get the best benefits out of any of the Microsoft offerings, like RSO, or if you just want to get URS packed and just wanted to really get it to hum, then yeah, you're going to need to realign your territory structure.
Perfect. Thank you. If there
Does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And my question was mostly towards like, how do you see like online businesses adopting the new territory? Like, what is their strategy like? But maybe it's just a loaded question and it requires just like a dedicated session to this, maybe in future.
No, it depends on their business processes and how their sales, how their sales are, that's basically how their org is designed. So we came up with the scheme. So in this case, they had a one-to-one relationship. So they had one rep to one zip code. So, you know, when we found that relationship, we said, hey, this is how your structure needs to be for your territories. So that was how we designed our territories. So really, you're going to have to take the time to find out, hey, what they have going on. And then you can have that conversation. Hey, you may need to redefine your territory structure. And it sounds like it's a very scary thing. And for some places it is. But the benefits outweigh any of the pain that you would go through.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? I see someone had a question about time off requests.
That's me again. I just didn't want to take time away from other people. So
if anyone has any other questions, I'll jump right into time off requests. All right. So time off requests, man. So we were going to leverage those time off requests as just like a way for us to get that available time, right? But what happened was, and this was my baby, I noticed that creating time off requests and deleting them doesn't necessarily, and there's a big nice line in it in the Microsoft documentation. So shame on me for not necessarily reading the devil's in the details. I missed that detail. But deleting a time off request record does not free up the time in their calendar. You have to actually reset that calendar or that user's calendar. So time off requests, they're really just used for, hey, extended vacations. They're not used for those ad hoc solutions like, hey, I'm going to be out tomorrow, or hey, I have to pick up my son or my daughter from school. You really just want to use time off requests more so for those big gaps that you know are definitely going to happen. So it's the most common integration pattern is we create those bookings and we create a booking method. So our booking method in this case, if I didn't have time to show it in my demo, those booking methods were called Outlook. So we were able to identify those booking records as Outlook, as opposed to, hey, this came from the portal. The operator would see that these were appointments that came from the person's calendar. Does that answer your question, man?
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Why is Kyle smarter? He was born younger and he got to see me make a lot of mistakes. I just want to go ahead on record and show that, all right?
Wait. You make it sound like it's past tense.
He's smarter now. Yes, he is. So yeah, that's my younger brother, and he's awesome, man. So, and he's great in this community. He's doing big things. So I'm looking forward to doing more with him.
Well, he has you saying it now on a recorded session, so he's probably going to play it back to you over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. There's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't hear that Kyle's smarter. So
just make it a ringtone. Make it a ringtone every time you call him. It's like, you know, you're saying that he's smarter than me. He's smarter than me. He's smarter. There you go.
I'm smarter. Yeah. So.
Great. Thank you so much, William. We really appreciated you sharing and sprinkling your knowledge around. Guys, make sure to submit a survey for this session, right, to get entered to win that $50 Amazon gift card. Remember, right, every survey submission is an entry, so make sure you do that. Again, many thanks, William and Ben, obviously, for hosting you. And we will see you guys back in 10 minutes. We're going to do a quick break, and we'll be right back at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time with EY Coleman. He is MVP, great guy, great sessions as well. We have such great people this time around. Well, every time, basically. So thank you, guys, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, guys, Dion Taylor here again. Again, going over some of the housekeeping rules. Make sure that you are on mute. If you guys have any questions, feel free to just drop them into the chat, and EY will answer those questions a little bit later. We're also giving away a $50 Amazon gift card. We have a survey at the end of each session, so make sure that you submit that survey, and that is counted as one entry. So having said that, I'm going to hand it off to my good friend and fellow MVP, EY.
Thank you so much, Dion. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Brilliant. My unmute button worked. So I'm sharing screen. It's all here. I hope that everybody's been enjoying the day so far. Sabbath has gone out here a little while ago here in the UK. So logged on. Unfortunately, haven't seen the session so far, but we'll take a look at recordings. So, session entitled Omnichannel for D365. Now, before anybody starts, I know there is no such thing as D365, it's Dynamics 365. I wanted to keep it on one line, so I've shortened it to D365. If you want to be really pedantic, feel free to blame me for it, but I have no problem around that. I'd like to give a big thanks to our sponsors, Resco.net, MSCRMaddons.com, and RSM. I have to say, I actually have personal experience of the middle sponsor, MSCRM add-ons, over the years, going back probably a decade or so. Use several of their tools, things like the Documents Core Pack, and really big shout out to Attachment Extractor. It's an absolute lifesaver, especially when you're looking at migrating and people have just shoved zip files and other things on. So if you haven't taken a look at it yet, feel free to go take a look at them. Go take a look at the other sponsors as well. Some really great solutions. So the personal slide, right? So my name is EY Kalman. You pronounce it EY. My LinkedIn has the recording that says EY. I'm a solution architect for Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform. I work at a small UK partner called ANS Group. I've just been awarded MVP, and I'm across all of the regular social. I blog regularly. I'm on Twitter. I'm on YouTube with an interview series, and on LinkedIn, and that's me, what I look like, although normally I'm a lot more casual. At the moment I'm wearing my own brand t-shirt, and my alias is the CRM Ninja, and as you can see, it's across all of the channels. It's a really cool logo. If anybody wants to know how I got the logo using Fiverr, feel free, hit me up. I'll tell you what I did for really low cost. Not that I'll charge you for it, but the Fiverr people did it at really low cost. There's some great people out there doing logos, and I do not get paid for advertising that. The agenda. So we're going to go through a variety of things. I'm going to do a quick recap of what Omnichannel is. Hopefully people already know, but I'll spend a couple of minutes talking around the actual Omnichannel product and just where Omnichannel comes from. I'm going to talk about automated responses. We're going to talk about things like persistent messaging. We're going to talk about suggestions for knowledge articles. There's some really cool stuff around this. We're going to talk about personalized quick replies. Other suggestions, where we can have suggestions for cases, mobile chat. And I've got a couple of really interesting statistics, at least for 2019, for the whole of 2019, and there'll be even more so for 2020. Personalization of sounds. By the way, when I do the typing of these things, I do the UK version, so personalization has an S in rather than a Z or a Z. But if you go on the Microsoft website and you look, it is spelled with the Z in the American spelling. The app profile manager, and finally post conversation service. Actually, not finally, because we also have real-time translation. As I go through all of these 10 topics, I'm going to do a combination of talking about it, some screenshots, and hopefully it works, some live demos of the stuff, including a slight surprise when it comes to mobile chat, which I've never done before, and I'm really nervous about it, but hopefully it will actually work. If you have questions during the session, pop them in the chat. Dion will surface them up. Hopefully can answer them there and then. Alternatively, might leave it to the end, depending on what I feel the appropriate answer is. So with that, Omnichannel. What is Omnichannel? Well, Omnichannel comes from two words, channel, being a channel of something, and omnis. Omnis in Greek means all, so it really means all channels. And if you look at companies traditionally, you have a team handling things like web chat, you have a team handling the phone, you have a team handling SMS and all the rest of that. Multiple teams, multiple different applications. But what Omnichannel does is it services it into one place. Single agent can handle things across every single possible interface that can come in. Now, not all of them are native to Microsoft, admittedly. There are some third-party partners who have written stuff for it, such as Solgari, such as Telesign, for a couple of the different options. But it really means that you can cross-train your team. You don't need to worry about them having to use multiple platforms. It's all going into the same place and it's all there, and it's really great, which means then you can do analytics rather than having to bundle things together in things like Excel. Hopefully most people who are watching this know about this already. If not, feel free to go away and take a look at it. I've done 1 or 2 presentations before around why you should actually use Omnichannel. In the last year or so that I've been writing about it and working professionally with clients interested in it, we have seen a massive uptake, especially with things like COVID, whereby people are working from home. They can't necessarily log into multiple systems because of company rules and things like VPNs or other stuff. Omnichannel, it's part of the Microsoft Dynamics suite. You log in through a browser, you've got everything surfaced there. There really has been a large uptake in things like this. It makes life a lot more productive and a lot easier, and also lessens the need on infrastructure. Because again, you don't need things like VPNs and dedicated stuff. It's all cloud-based and slightly complicated to set up. They're getting better at it, but once it's there, it's really easy to add users to it. So with that in mind, automated responses. So, I don't know about you, but if I go to a shop and I see this on the window, it gives the opening hours. Now, that's really good when I turn up at the shop. But if they don't have a website, I only know when I've actually gone to the shop. And if I'm turning up on Sunday and it says that they're closed, well, I don't know they're closed until I've actually turned up. And when you're online chatting with a company who don't have a 24-hour service, because, you know, we're busy during the day. Sometimes we do stuff early morning, our personal stuff, or, you know, in the evening or stuff. I generally chat to Amazon reps about 10, 11 o'clock at night, rather than during the day. But when you're logging on and you see it says, please contact us, and, you know, you hit the chat button and stuff, and then it says nothing. It just waits there. You're waiting for somebody to come along. You are in a queue. Your query will be answered shortly. And I get this sort of reaction. I haven't actually punched through a laptop screen yet. I will admit on a previous presentation, actually, one of my external screens failed and I threw it out the window because I was that exasperated with it, which makes for some good comic humor on the session itself, which was being broadcast live. But this really is annoying. If you're sitting there, you don't know when your query is going to be answered, how long it will take, or even if there's somebody at the other end. So what we have now as part of Wave 2 is we have an ability to set automated responses. And at this point, I'm going to bring something live if I can find the right window. It's always about finding the right window. So this, in Blue Peter tradition, is a page that I did earlier. Whew. Right, this happens to be a test page on my own blog. And in the corner, I've got my chat widget. And my chat widget, it's got a bit of text there around. It says something witchy or something, and sorry, dude, something else. So I would see, you know, you can put messages in there. You can't put a massive amount of text in. Normally say online or offline, or you could customize it further. We can put absolute custom messages in there. We can customize the icon as well. I haven't for this particular chat widget. And if we click in it, we then get the thing of, actually the title is "We're chilling at the bar," with a nice little message. So apparently people behind this support, no idea who they are, of course. They just happen to hang out partially on my blog. You know, they decided to go hang at the bar and chill. They're inviting people to go along there and chill, or they'll be back later. You can obviously customize it with what you want. This is tied into the operating hours functionality within Omnichannel. You can specify operating hours, and you can specify those on a daily basis or a weekly basis or monthly basis. And so say you want to set up your hours, say from 9 to 5:30 for the next month, but 2 days you're extended, you can change that around. Anyhow, that's been in there for a little while, operating hours. But what this allows us to do is this allows us to tell the customer, sorry, we're not around at the moment, please come back, and we can specify when they should actually come back. This means the customers aren't frustrated, at least in the sense of, they're not frustrated that they're hanging on without knowing what's actually going on. Obviously, they could be quite frustrated that nobody is actually replying to them, especially if you happen to do this at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As people normally expect other people, especially support sales people and customer service, to be online at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just a general statistic. So this is really good. You can put as much text here as you want. I haven't yet tried to experiment with embedding an image. It could be. You can definitely embed a URL within that, so they could click on the URL if they wanted to fill in a form, for instance, to leave their details. But that is really the first thing within it. Now, what is possible to do is it's really quite out the box. This actually doesn't. It's ticking a couple of boxes and putting in some text. So really very nice start things. And that's the first item for automated responses. I'm going to pause there if anybody has a question. Any questions, Dion, around this yet?
Nothing yet. Just telling some people that are really liking your slides and that are loving your shirt. Oh wait, that was me. Anyways.
Yeah. I've branded shirt. Occasionally, I put them up for competitions and such. So feel free keeping on my Twitter when I do it like 2 or 3 times a year. And I have badges because badges are great swag. It's all about that. I know this is totally off what I'm doing, but I ran a competition. Actually, somebody in Australia won, shipped it off there. They got it 4 or 5 days later. Okay, so the next item, persistent messaging. Now, when I think of persistent messaging, the thing that sticks out in my mind is about things being persistent. And with things being persistent and really staying there, sticking around, I had to put this up there, which is a great engineering workflow about should it move or should it not move. And the answer to life is either WD-40 or duct tape. Incidentally, WD-40 is not a lubricant. WD stands for water dispersal. It gets water out of it, although people use it, in motorcycles and other stuff to lube chains. But duct tape keeps things sticking there and is really, really great. And there are some other ones around there as well. So let me see if I can bring up a thing to show it. So the aim behind persistent messaging is that previously, when you close the conversation down, that conversation is closed. And that's fine. It's stored there. So if we look at what the agent sees, the agent is now, this is an agent dashboard for Omnichannel. The agent can go into conversations on the side and open it up. But what happens if the agent actually wants to see what the customer has said previously without needing to do it? Well, again, they could go into the activities. They could load it up, open it, see what it is, but they're needing to flip backwards and forwards through multiple different places. What we are able to do, and let's take this window out of the way. I need to find which window this is. There we go. So what we are able to do, and I'm really hoping that this works. It would be nice if it worked. So when a conversation comes in, let's just wait. This can take a couple of seconds sometimes. As you can see, there we go. Right, we've got an incoming conversation. Really hope that this goes. So this customer he said, right, so the customer said hi, and I've said hello back. I'm going to quickly do this, show this live. And I say, so the customer turns around and says, right, I want to buy a motorbike. Right, it's brilliant, it's there. But then the customer goes silent and the agent says, right, I've got to do other stuff. I'm going to close it down. Or another agent could turn around and pick it up later on. The customer's decided, he said, I want to buy a motorbike. He's gone out and then he's come back half an hour later and it's closed down on the agent's side because the agent's not waiting around for the customer to respond for that long. They've got their own SLAs to deal with. And the customer replies, and I'm going to reply in the other window, which you can't see, and says, I want to buy a motorbike. So which we had already, and now we're going to wait. Here we go. Right, so visitor 6, it's come in, and it says, oh, hold on a moment. It says I want to buy Ninja. Now, I left the conversation. It was closed down. I've got this persistent messaging happening here, so I can see the conversation, and I can scroll up and up and up. It loads the conversation into the window so that I'm able to just go away, take a look at it. Instead of flicking through a load of different places, I can do this. This is great for an agent who's gone away and be dealing with some other things, or if another agent has had it, because if they have to read all the transcripts, leave aside the time to actually find and open it, it's taking time to read through, and the customer can be getting quite annoyed at the delay on it. So this allows it to go be immediately surfaced within the window, and the previous conversation didn't display there. Again, it's a toggle setting. It's quite simple to do, no massive configuration around it, which is really great. It's only possible to do with the asynchronous messaging channels. It is possible to do with all the different messaging channels. I mean, if you think of WhatsApp, you open your WhatsApp conversation, you've got everything already. Traditionally, other stuff didn't have it, but it's possible to do across all the text-based channels. So this is the second really cool feature for Wave 2. Okay, let's move on. Personalized quick replies. So we have quick replies within the system, and quick reply means that what we can do is we can set specific text for people to quickly surface on screen, because if you've got a whole blurb that you would normally say, hi, welcome to company X, my name is EY in this case, and I'll be your representative to help you through this thing. If you have to type that out every single time, apart from getting RSI, which you're not going to be happy with, it takes time to type it out. If you're typing quickly, it could cause problems. You might misspell it, and it's not really the best use of your time. But as the label says, one size does not fit all. What happens if you want to actually personalize it with some of your own personal tweaks, personalized messages that you would use, phrases that you would use, because you don't want to have to go off to your system admin in a large company, get him to load in thousands and thousands of quick replies. This could be something that you would use, maybe a colleague might, but might not, but most people wouldn't. Well, I like a personalized service. And what Wave 2 is bringing now is the ability to put in a personalized quick response. And setting these up is not too difficult to do. And then when we turn around and we can actually see the experience, what we can do is, let's load the window, is we have the control for it. Right, I minimize that for some reason. Here we go. So the control for quick responses is /Q. And this brings up quick replies. So we can see all of these things. Most of these are system default loaded. I've put in a couple of other ones, and you can use slugs in there as well. If you want to go away, know what slugs are in terms of putting first names and other stuff, I've got a section on my website where I go into it in an article or two. There's other documentation around as well. But now I have the ability to put personal slugs in, and put personal quick replies which could use slugs. And if I click on personal, I can turn around and say, do I need any accessories to that? And boom, it's there. Again, I can do it and go to personal and see. It's possible to do a bit more around it, so I could put a tag against it, so I could type in something like accessories and then it would automatically bring it up. But I haven't configured that at this point in the system. So quick replies, they are personal sort of to you when you put it in, and you can share them with some other people. But again, it doesn't mean that this list is going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of entries long. In fact, if we look at all and we scroll down, we can see that the icon changes. So system default ones are this sort of globe. If we scroll to the bottom, it's sort of the user icon. And this is how we can distinguish it, which is very useful. Obviously, the customer would just see the information pop up, the text pop up on their screen. So that's how they would normally see it. Anyway, they don't know that you have it automatically populated there. But again, it's about the efficiency for the customer service agent. It's about getting them to cut down on the time that they have to make a smoother and better experience overall for everyone. Okay, let's move that out. Right, let's find where my presentation has gone. Right, I'm flipping between screens for this. Okay. Agent suggestions for knowledge base articles. So knowledge base articles are really cool because essentially it's a repository of information that people can enter stuff into and other people can search, and it can be surfaced within Omnichannel itself. So if I take a look here, I know it does this wonderful window resize when I move across from it, but don't know why it keeps changing, but it essentially, okay, my entire window seems to have changed here. Don't know why that is. Anyhow, there's normally a tab at the top. Let me see if I can pull that across in another moment. But you can open a tab for knowledge base articles.
And while you do that, Julia was asking, can you share your personal quick response with someone?
So I need to go away and double check. I believe it can be set up for multiple people to access it, but Julia, let me go away and double check that one for you. But no, very, very good question for that. I really don't know why it's not showing that. My screen seems to have some wonderful problems.
It's probably because you didn't give the demo gods any tequila like William did.
Oh, William gave it tequila. Okay, I wasn't going to mention what I gave the demigods, but yeah, let's take that conversation offline. So anyway, so knowledge base articles. It's possible to now do some cooler stuff around that. So what will happen is that you can have Sherlock in the case of system AI. That this is using AI behind the scenes. AI can automatically scan your knowledge base articles and pick up keywords. And if a customer in conversation with you mentions the keyword, it can surface it for you immediately so you can see it. So rather than going away and needing to do a search for a knowledge base article, it will pop it up there on the screen. And there are AI algorithms around whether to base it if they are relevant to this that's going on, and you can set it for the case and a couple of other bits as well. Again, it's about removing that time that the customer service agent is spending on what they are doing, because if they have to go away and search and open things up, this can take time to do. So what it can look for things like similar scenarios that are happening. It can take also the case context and the previous history into account. And there is also a comprehensive feedback mechanism, which unfortunately we don't drive ourselves. It's more the system sees how things are working and what a user may be going to look at and seeing and surfacing for it, and then suggesting. We do have the ability to surface knowledge base articles if they're on an external facing portal or website. We can send the customer a link directly to it, which I'm not going to demo right now. But what can happen is that they can see the sort of things that are being used, and the AI learns over time, and they can bring these things up. So again, it's really about all these things around omnichannel, which the team is doing really well. I think they've taken a really good approach as to how they roll this out over time, because the product itself is 18 months old and they are iterating on it continuously. It's about time saving, efficiency, and better communication. Again, with things like knowledge base articles, it's all about the internal collaboration. How can you do something better? And if 5 people are reporting a problem with a printer, you do a knowledge base article around that, everybody can then see that and see the steps that are necessary for it in order to resolve. Okay, moving on. So, mobile chat. Well, here are a couple of statistics that I pulled from 2019, and I'm not going to bother reading through it because everybody can read a screen, and it's absolutely boring when people read text that's on a screen. But lots of people use mobile phones for stuff, and quite a few people are mobile first. They'd rather use a mobile device rather than use a physical device, or they're out and about, or they're doing other stuff. But they need customer service. So how do we enable it? Well, until now, it's really been a bit a bit hit and miss, to be honest with you. So the team took a look at it and turned around and went, hold on a minute, let's do something better. And what they've now done is they allow you to embed the chat widget in mobile applications across things like iOS and Android. There are two ways of doing it. You can use a web view for embedding, and then you can customize things like the color and the logo, or you can use the React Native Mobile SDK, which is there in order to build their own customized chat widget on top of things. And I'm going to now try something which I have never done. I have never done before, which is I'm actually going to put my mobile phone live and show this working. Well, let's hope that this works. I have taken the precaution of putting my mobile phone on Do Not Disturb, because I'm sure that there may be one or two people out there who decide that, hey, somebody's putting their mobile phone live. Let's hit it with stuff. Let's send WhatsApp messages through. Let's call, let's text them, you name it. So what I've done is I made sure to do it. So this is live, and this on the side, I'm going to resize this window. Here we go. This is showing my mobile phone live. Haha, there goes the first ping, which I can hear and you can't. I don't know who's doing this. I'm going to find you afterwards, right? I know it was great Ignite the tour when we all did it to certain people, but yeah. So this is my website. Put it on an app, and I've got a chat icon, and I can click it, and I'm going to say, yeah, I own a motorbike. Do I need? No, I don't need to purchase for things. I'm giving consent, and I click submit. And I'm really hoping that somewhere in the background here, just change this availability back to being available. This would be, hold on, my window keeps being annoying with this. There we go, right. I have a chat going, which is live. So this is the mobile, right, this is taking a moment to load, admittedly. There we go, visitor one. So I'm going to do a quick response. And I'm going to say, do you need any accessories for that? And here we go. We can see in my mobile phone, I can see that and I say, thanks. I can't spell, as you can see. Obviously, this is how nervous I am. I can't spell on a SwiftKey keyboard. That's mobile chat. That's there. You can surface it within apps. You can do what you want with it. It's really good. This is a feature which I've actually been really enthusiastic about and telling the product group that it will be really good, because if you've got customized company apps, if you think of things like retailers, you want to be able to do it. You open the retailer's app, so you could open the Amazon app. You can do it from inside the Amazon app or other apps as well, the retailers. Tesco, for instance, for the UK, Walmart in the States, they all have their own apps. You did that, you put customer service, you surface that inside, back to the customer service team. That's really great. I don't need to be flipping as a customer across multiple places. So I'm really glad that that worked. And I'm just going to find, where is it? I want to move this screen. Okay, I'm just going to minimize this. Right, so that goes away. And for all those lovely people who are now hitting my chat with requesting food deliveries because they've seen the URL on my screen, I am not Uber. I do have an Uber Eats Pro account at the moment, which has just been cancelled, but I've got it for the next month. So if you want me to respond, then that's absolutely fine. I can order something for you. Just, I'll give you my PayPal details, send me the money, and then I'll do it through. Okay. On to the next item. So, agent suggestions for similar cases. So similar to what I talked about before, where we could use suggestions and knowledge base articles, we also have the ability to do it for similar cases. And this may not be the similar case that this customer has done before, but other customers, because if there's been something in the system that I can just see, and that's adorable because those are almost duplicate dogs, they're from the same litter, then it's really great to be able to surface it and see. I don't need to go through a whole load of troubleshooting. I can turn around immediately and go, have you tried these steps, which could be some more advanced steps. So using AI, again, it proactively suggests the right cases by taking into account all the cases in your system, things like context, keywords, previous history. You can also then go out to the people, the customer service agents who have been on those cases, because you can see, because they're tagged in it, and you can turn around and say, I've got the situation. Can you tell me a bit about it? And how it's surfaced is with Smart Assist, which I was going to show live, but isn't working. See, I actually had everything set out on Friday before the Sabbath started, so I could just load it all up, and my system rebooted. So I came to it when the Sabbath finished, and it's like, I've got to load everything else up, and then this wasn't working, and no time to troubleshoot. But anyway, so the AI suggestions are displayed in Smart Assist, which provides real-time recommendations around it. And there's a set of pre-trained natural language models that are underneath it to help you find it, and that's there. And then you can just click through, find the case that you want in the list there, click through, boom, your case opens up, you can see the information. Again, to enable this is one or two toggles within the system. So far, it's mostly omnichannel admins flipping a couple of toggles and maybe putting in some boilerplate text. There's nothing more advanced so far. But that is really cool, because obviously as you're in a conversation with somebody, your case suggestions may change based on additional information they bring to the table. So it's really good. Definitely go check it out, and I've got to go find out why my system isn't working with it. The next item, personalization of sound notifications. So I don't know about you, but I remember back in the day when Nokia mobile phones were all the rage. Everybody had the same ringtone. The selection of ringtones that came on the phone, one of dozen and a half, and then there came slightly more advanced Nokia phones, and you could actually put in, very laboriously typing in, you could put your own ringtone in, and then finally you could import things like MP3s and other stuff. And now, of course, you can really do whatever you want for ringtones. So if you're in a scenario whereby everybody has notifications coming in, you can walk into a place, assuming that they don't have their headsets on, which of course is the ideal, and everything keeps going ping, ping, ping. You don't know it's you, it's the computer next door. Now, when I did a search for ping for an image, I came up with this, which hopefully is familiar to the vast majority of people, which is running a ping command to see if an IP is actually up and running and checking your latency and a variety of other stuff, which is wonderful, and I still do it for a variety of things, but isn't actually anything to do with sound notifications. It's a sound wave. I thought I'd throw the ping thing up there because I thought that was highly amusing. The first result in image search for ping was indeed the classic ping command. But what it does is it allows you to put in your own sound notification for incoming conversations. That's great because you can distinguish your stuff from the customer service agent sitting next to you. But what you can also do is you can distinguish the different type of sessions. So there are different types of chats that can come through. You can set up different work streams or different, you have different chat widgets. You can set this up on a per widget basis. So you could set up, I don't know, Land of Hope and Glory or something for sales. You're hoping that you're going to get a glorious sale. And you could set up, let's think, so the A team for customer service, because you're the A team and you're going to respond to it. I'll leave entirely up to you what you do. Just make sure that A, your speakers aren't set too loud, and B, you obviously use something that is appropriate, because at some point compliance may want to take a look at it. So I'm not going to make any suggestions as to what you might have used that's not going to be compliant. I'm sure that you're intelligent enough to think about it yourselves. But that's another thing that's really cool, and again will allow you to distinguish the different types of things that are coming through and act on it as necessary. We now move on to the App Profile Manager for multi-session apps. The only multi-session app is Omnichannel for Dynamics 365, Channel Integration Framework 2.0. Single session apps is absolutely everything else. Everybody is used to having the ability to put sort of a custom profile together for things, whether that's you're using different browsers because you're working with different clients and you want specific websites for different experiences. You put bookmarks in, or you're doing a variety of other things, or even on your mobile phone, you've got apps grouped together in a drawer or in a subfolder or however your phone handles it. But what you can now do is we have the ability to set up specific profiles. And it's not just a profile around, let me find out what window I need to launch at this point. Here we go. So here's one which I displayed earlier. So you can set up app profiles, and you can set up what templates should be in that profile, how you want the productivity pane to be displayed, as in you want to display it or not, and the different things around it. This is all done on an admin basis, not per user basis, and of course the channels that you want to have. So here is an example. There's the customer service hub, and we have the omnichannel agent as well. So these things are unable to be modified because they're out the box ones, but if I load this up, hopefully this is going to work. Always takes a little while on my screen, but we'll be able to hopefully turn around and see. Here we go. So these are the active session templates that are allowed. So this again feeds into the concept of different teams within a company. You're not going to want to have, you may do, but you may not want to have your customer service team seeing things that are coming in through sales or through a different avenue. You may want to split up customer service by region and only see that. So what you can do is you can actually build these really specific sort of apps which will show what you're wanting to do, and then you can surface that and share those apps with the appropriate users. Really cool feature. I haven't yet had time to play much around with it, but definitely going to look at that. But again, that's how you can segment your company to be much better, much more efficient, see what you're actually trying to do and get on with.
Hey, Ewan,
Okay.
quick question. Is that
Yep.
still a preview? Do you know? I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure.
I believe it's out of preview.
Nice.
I believe it is. I believe that is GA. I can double check later, but I do believe that it has gone GA now. It's definitely not saying preview in my window, so I'm assuming at this point, if it's not saying preview in my window, it is there and it is working. Okay, conscious of time, we have a little over 10 minutes left. Now, all of this we've done so far is essentially out the block box. As I said, you're flipping a couple of switches. You're going potentially into a couple of different places. Some things are done through the omnichannel administration hub. Some things are done through make.powerapps.com, but it's really all through the front end. But now let's talk about things like real-time translation. Now, real-time translation is the holy grail as far as I'm concerned, if you'll excuse the cross-religion reference. What we've had for a while is we've had things like skills-based routing. So what we're able to do is we're able, for each user in Omnichannel, we're able to put skills against them. So you could put skills such as, I'm an expert servicing motorbikes, I can service lorries. And when you have the chat widget, you can specify what you want to put. You can put an option for what is your query about, is about motorbikes, is about lorries. And depending on that, you can go through to the agent. You could also do things like languages. Language is a skill. So you could select the sort of language that you want to do. You could surface that for the customer to select it from the chat widget, or even from a Power Virtual Agent, a PVA. You could see what you're doing and do through. And then it would route you through to somebody who has the appropriate skill. That's great. But not everybody can speak multiple languages. And what happens if you don't have the ability to do this? Well, we now have AI. And what AI does is it can automatically translate, which is really, really cool. I've been playing around with this quite a bit. So I'm going to get a conversation here going, and I'm going to show you how this works. Because there are sort of three key bits to know around it. The first one is that the configuration of this requires a little bit of coding. It requires web resource. I've got a blog article coming out hopefully this week talking about how to set it up, because I was trying and I absolutely fell over until I realized I needed API keys. because you can use any translation engine that you want. So you could use things like Google, you could use things like Bing, Azure, which is underneath all of that, of course. But as long as you've got a translation thing going, you can use that. So I'm going to put, yeah, brilliant. I've got this chat widget. So once you've uploaded and you've done the back-end settings and got all the keys set up, and you can specify in your web resource what languages you want and when to enable it and stuff. Do you want it enabled for, Portuguese, or do you want to enable it for Brazilian language? Brazilian normally speaks Portuguese. French. Let's use French. And then your agent in the front end, so you can auto turn it on. But what you can do as well is you've got this cute little button here which says turn on translation. Because what I could do is I could turn around and put, again, random example, I can turn around and say bonjour. But what happens if I don't know what bonjour means? Well, I can say turn around, translate and say, please, can you tell me again? I can be typing in my language. So if I put bonjour again as the customer, turns around and says, bonjour is good morning. And here we can see both the original text that the customer has actually used, which is underneath in italics, as well as the translated text. Now, translation is never going to be absolutely 100%, but is really very useful. Now, the better news of that is that I'm running here with, what am I running here? I think I'm running here with Azure underneath, so Azure AI Translation. It doesn't just support Latin characters, which is what most of the world uses to communicate, so English, French, Spanish, although it's, with the accents and stuff and other things. It can support other languages as well. So here are two examples. Now, the first one, as it happens, is in Hebrew, which I actually can speak. I'm not going to attempt typing it on my keyboard. I can't type it. I can speak. I can understand it. Whether I would actually understand that complete sentence about composites, not quite sure. But as we can see, that is surfaced, and that works. So it uses other languages. It uses left to right, right to left. And here is an example in Chinese. And I actually got this from somebody I know. I pinged them on Friday and I turned around and said, can you send me something in Chinese around motorbikes? And they sent me this because they actually happen to own motorbikes, and they used to be a test. It's supposed to be test rider, not a test driver. So I'm not quite sure what's happened in the AI translation under that. It could just be the phrasing they uses, because Chinese depends on the type and different dialects and stuff. But is really there and can be surfaced. So this is really, really good. I can see what it is. I can respond. I'm not going to try responding in a different language at this point. It would then go back. So you can immediately see the potential for companies who are expanding into different areas with different languages, where they may not need to bring on people who speak the language natively, or leave aside speak, but who can type it natively. If you think of things like Hebrew or Chinese, Arabic, a variety of other languages as well, you need different keyboard layouts, you need different characters on the keyboard, you may not have that. What the system is now doing is allowing you to do that, and especially if you're a company that's based in one country, but you're exporting worldwide, this is really, really cool. So I'm really excited about this, and I'm actually talking to a client around the potential for it, because they are a very small manufacturing company based in the UK, but they export on a global basis, and one of their major bugbears is we have a problem when clients contact us, and customers who have bought the product contact us and they can't speak English. So we can surface it. They can obviously do a variety of other stuff with translation, but if they can do a live chat for things like support cases, rather than trying to translate emails and backwards and forwards, they can do it live. This is an absolute time saver. So really, really cool. I'm really excited about that. Okay. And almost finally, post-conversation service. You know how you've always wanted to gain analytics on how your customer has felt the experience has been? Well, you could have a survey somewhere, but there's never been the option to surface it directly. Because we do like sending surveys out to see the experience. We have surveys in the Microsoft stack. First, we started with Voice of the Customer. And Voice of the Customer got deprecated and moved to Forms Pro. And then Forms Pro this summer got deprecated. And now we have customer voice for Dynamics 365. The really amusing thing, I don't know if anybody told whoever came up with the branding about it, but in English, it's obviously gone through voice of the customer through all the way through to customer voice. In most foreign languages, it's exactly the same. So they've sort of been taking an entire loop around. It was called something, it changed to something else, and it's actually gone back to the original naming. I'm not in charge of Microsoft branding at all and the labeling of products, and we've seen a variety of those recently around naming, but it's there. So what we can do is we can set up surveys using customer voice. We can set up all the different bits around it, and then we can present that survey natively. And it's possible to do it with an inline survey for web chat or an embedded link-based survey for all other channels. And we can have a couple of options around configuration, so we can service it directly within the screen, or we could turn around and say if you put an email address and go out and email it. So if I bring up here we go, there's this, right? So we finish this chat. I want to say thank you. Let's see, I'm sure I've got a thank you message. So thank you for chatting, goodbye. And I'm just going to check that I've actually got the screen in which that is going. So here I can show you, by the way, right? So we have this chat. I've just responded as the agent and said, thank you for chatting, goodbye. It's come up in Chinese because my last language is Chinese. If I switch back to Hebrew, it would go to Hebrew. If I go to English, so it's going to follow you around across languages. Anyhow, so I will resurface that in a moment. So I'm going to click end. And what should now happen, if this is good, here we go. We have auto-surfaced a customer voice survey, and I can click in here and I get taken to a customer voice screen. So here it is. Apparently I'm first name here. I didn't put the slug properly. Need to go back and check that. But you know, you got all the details that's submitted. Then you get all the benefits of the analytics around customer voice, and you can see sentiment-based analysis on things, and you can work on all of that. So that is really, really good. You know, previously you had to have a URL to something and you would you would paste it into the chat, which was never good. If you want all of your customers to have it, and again, you can specify this on a per chat widget basis. It's again a flick of a switch, and then you enable it, you select which survey you want, boom, it's there, it's done. Saves the agent, and hopefully you will actually get everybody saying, yeah, right, I'm really very, 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 very satisfied, and put it in. So with that, that's all the features, and open it to any questions.
Yeah, we do have a couple of questions in the chat. Have you ever had any challenges to integrate your omni-channel solutions with the customer system of record? I am referring to any systems that helps the caller or texter to be less on hold while the agent is retrieving the context of the support.
So it depends on how your customer system of record is. If it's within Dynamics 365 or Power Platform, then it's great. It's there with immediate access to it. If you're talking about another system, what you can do within Omnichannel itself, as long as the system is web-based, publicly accessible, you could surface it with logins and do a bit of automation around it. If it's an on-prem system, you're not going to be able to surface that within Omnichannel. You'd need something like Unified Service Desk, where to surface it and go away and across. You capture the stuff within there. I mean, you can use Power Automate in the background to, look up things like on the email address or date of birth. You pre-capture that information, and then you could match it up and move stuff across. But usually the customers we're dealing with are already on the Microsoft stack.
Okay. And then we have another one. With the increasing number of channels, do you know if the system has the capability to pause incoming channels when the blended agents are busy on one channel?
I'm assuming you mean to say that they're not available at the moment, as in if you've got 10 customer service agents, and you have 1,000 queries coming in, that they don't all overload. Each agent has an availability for them, and when it gets to the max, they can turn around and say, you are in a queue, you are waiting for it. But it doesn't pause the channel and stop the channel totally.
Perfect. And then Dirk was asking, what is the additional license cost in combination with field service?
So at the moment, you need customer service enterprise license. I understand that they are looking in the fullness of time of splitting it out into its own one, that you could use it with other ones, but that remains to be seen as when it happens and what the cost will be.
Perfect. And then somebody else was asking, can we answer phone calls with Omnichannel? Yes, we can. You just need to turn that on.
So you can. Microsoft is releasing their own feature around it. It's not even yet in private preview, but they've released a phone widget which has surfaced, and there are other third-party add-ons such as Solgari who allow it to come in through a phone number, and then you would use it.
Yeah, because the follow-up question for that was, if yes, can we relate the call to a contact if the phone number matches with the primary phone of the contact? And I think I was a little confused by this, because I know that if you are doing a chat, that you can actually enable, to do a phone call directly from that chat, right? And also a video call.
So you can do a voice call from the chat, but that's
Right.
somebody who's on chat and you say, do you want to talk by voice? And then you can surface it to a digital voice call or a digital video call. That's not, I want to call a phone number and it comes into Omnichannel. So it will be possible with the Microsoft native solution. It will look up, I understand it's supposed to look up and match that phone number coming in to auto surface the contact. With the third party solutions, there are various integrations that can be looked at around it.
Yeah, and I do want to mention real quick that MSCRM add-ons actually has that integration tool as well. Where you right, of course, right?
Indeed, they do.
And because I've been working with them also for about like 9 years. They're great guys, which is a great tool if that's right. If that call comes in, that telephone integration software actually will pop that record if it is in, it's a separate application, right? It's a little balloon that pops up on your screen. And then Dirk was asking WhatsApp or SMS. Oh, if I'm assuming if you can use it as a channel, I believe
Yes,
both.
WhatsApp, SMS is there, WhatsApp is there.
Yeah. Facebook.
A couple of them are still in preview, but they're there. They're either surfaced natively or they're surfaced through third-party integrations with Twilio and Telesign.
Absolutely. And I just found out EY. I looked it up real quick because I was like, I know I saw somewhere that it was in preview, right? That profile manager, which was back in September. Oh my God, it's crazy.
Yep.
But you're absolutely right. I just wanted to verify that for the folks on the phone. So that it is a GA. And I think it's a great feature. And that probably explains why this morning I had the same issue that you were having, where that productivity pane was not coming up. But that's probably because of the app profile manager that I did not set. So
all the joys.
Exactly. Any other questions, guys? Feel free to unmute if you want. Oh, somebody's asking, can we set that Omnichannel is the, I don't know.
I'm assuming the end of.
Oh, end of, yes.
I'm assuming that's going to say end of because I'm looking. No. So there are different capabilities. USD, as I said, allows you to surface on-prem systems. You can actually surface Omnichannel within USD, but if you have on-prem systems, you can't surface them directly within Omnichannel itself. There are specific case scenarios where you would go for USD rather than Omnichannel, but I'm not a USD person really.
Yeah, it's a little complicated. I've tried it in the past, but
as with everything, it's complicated. It depends.
Exactly. Any other questions, guys and girls? Have you ever seen an implementation of D365 Omnichannel with an IVR system?
Reza, yeah, I have indeed seen it. It's using the third-party offerings such as things like Solgari. So you set up the IVR within that or within a Cisco one, and yeah, feel free to drop me a message line. So my social stuff is again here in the corner here. Feel free, the CRM Ninja across everything. Hit me up, send me messages. You got any queries? Always happy to chat.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows that there are some great articles out there on EY's blog, on Trisha's blog. Neil Parkhurst, sorry, I cannot pronounce his name apparently, has also done some really cool articles on that as well. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Shout out to Neil as well and Trisha. Guys, don't forget to complete your survey, by the way. Right, for that $50 gift card. I will actually put that URL in the messages here real quick. Let's see if we have any other questions for EY. Yeah, Risa, you have to I don't even want to say your name because I know I'm not saying it right.
Yeah, my name is It's okay. My name is Reza. Reza.
Reza.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I know a
Hey,
personal trainer
hear
here
my
in the
name all the
UK in
time.
London called Reza. It's not you,
Yeah.
is it?
No, it's not me. I moved to Canada.
Okay.
It's like constantly, because if I would pronounce it in Dutch, we would pronounce it your way. But my brain is so Anglified, is that even a word? That I keep pronouncing it the wrong way.
Anglicized.
There you go.
Wonderful. Anyhow, yeah, I hope people enjoyed. Yeah, as I said, feel free to reach out. Don't forget to submit a survey for it, because there are prizes available for those. So yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, EY. I really appreciate it. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will be back with our last session, which is going to be Lucas. He's going to talk about Dynamics 365 Field Service ERP integration. So make sure you do not miss that. Again, thank you so much, EY, for spreading your knowledge around and taking, giving up your time to present your session. We appreciate it. All right. And we already came to the last session today. So let me just go ahead and let you guys know that we still have that survey at the end of each session. And remember, each time that you submit that survey, it's counted as one entry for that $50 gift card. So don't forget to do that. And I'm just going to go ahead and make Lucas the presenter here. So make sure that you guys are trying to be muted. If you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in a chat, and then we'll have 10 minutes at the end to answer those questions. So having said that, I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to Lucas and start my recording right here. Good to see you, Lucas.
Hi, it's a pleasure being here. Great to see you as well. It's been a while.
It's been a while indeed. Yeah, so if you want to get started, I can see your screen, and here we go.
Fantastic. It's super great being here, and always the D365 Saturday is super exciting because it's just the best brains coming together. So super excited. Today, given that this is the last session here, we're going to have also a little bit of fun. And we're going to take a different route with regards to this presentation, and also share some pretty good knowledge that we gained over the past few years as we architect solutions around D365, field service. Also, we're going to talk a little bit about Wave 2, right? So that's pretty important here as how that plays along with the future implementations for field service. So today, we got a jam-packed session here. We also have a guest speaker. I'm going to introduce him here as well, but also want to make it a conversation. So that if you guys have any questions or anything, put it in the chat. I'm going to be monitoring it right there, just in case anything comes up. And this is a very deep and wide topic because it affects a lot of the projects that you may have been a part of. So want to make sure that it takes some time to answer questions. Also, we're going to get a little bit technical as well. So if you guys want to dig into a specific question, comment, issue that you guys have seen, feel free to do so. So let's go ahead and get started. You guys can hear me okay? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right, let's do this. So let's go to the next one. So who am I? Who's this guy who's talking to you guys? So my name is Lucas Diaz, and I am the co-founder of Ludia Consulting, and I've been doing field service close to 15 years now in very different areas: technical, functional, leadership, deployment, implementation, you name it. And so some of the stuff that I'm sharing with you together with Andreas is really our hands-on experience, right? And looking into the future, so how everything's going to be, and some of our recommendations as you guys approach this topic. Why is this important? Because we foresee that field service projects are going to keep on increasing, not only in size and complexity, but also the way that they integrate, for example, asset management or agreement management and things like that. So you guys are going to see me talk a little bit about that, but this is all my experience coming forward here with you guys, and I hope you like it. The second is that we're going to kind of take a different turn. I know some of you guys may have seen a version of this. We like to call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I don't know if you guys have seen the movie, but it's a little bit like that, right? So we want to introduce some old Western to this presentation, but also talk a little bit about the future, and also mention a little bit about Wave 2. So also at the very end, we're going to leave you guys with a lot of nuggets of information as to recommendations or being able to ask some questions and having an open conversation. So already introduced myself, just going to be very quickly here. So do a lot of global delivery management experience around field service. And so being a part of many different oil and gas, medical device, public sector, distribution, manufacturing, HRM, and field service projects. So you guys are going to see a lot of blends coming in together into this presentation. With us, we're also going to have Andreas, who is really the technical guru on all things integrations. And he is going to be joining us here shortly, but he's also very experienced in field service and have the absolute pressure of working with him all the time on all these projects. So let's get to it. So we talked about the good, the bad, and the ugly in the future. So we're gonna have any of you guys seen this movie before? Anyone?
If I say yes, then everybody knows that I'm old. So
Yeah, so this is a very old school movie. It's a very old Clint Eastwood type of thing. So if you guys haven't seen it, please do so. It's one of the classics there. So let's go forward. Let's take a little bit. Let's get into the topic here and talk about the good, right? So you or I or anybody here has an implementation, and we're going to talk about field service, and it happens to be to integrate with ERP. So obviously, you guys know that there's a number of ERPs out there, but we're going to focus around Dynamics or F&O. And kind of what's out of the box, right? Like the Microsoft goes really goes a little bit far and above to provide kind of like a methodology or project or templates that you can use in order to connect with F&O. So that's the good, right? So boom, I don't know if you guys are very familiar with the field service integration, and it works really out of the box as advertised. Obviously, if you guys go to make.powerups.com, go to the administration and set up your integration, there's kind of two templates that you can use here in order to connect. So this is actually super interesting, because if you guys know field service like we do, you guys notice that there's a little bit of interesting gaps or things that have to be reversed in order for you to actually do something useful. So there's a P&I, the project and inventory solution, and there's a P2C, the prospect to cash solutions that you got to get loaded in order for you to have a working integration. And out of the box, I don't know if you guys can see there the red boxes around it, is that we really have, for example, warehouses. Warehouses make a lot of sense to be able to have the F&O, inventory management, warehouse, mins and maxes, all that good stuff, sites and such, set up in an ERP, because that's where really you do your POs and your inventory management as a whole. That kind of goes together really well with on-hand information. So that is, for example, your specialists or technicians on-hand warehouse quantities, right? So I want to know if Lucas Diaz has 10 of them, 10 of XYZ widgets in their on-hand inventory. So that actually works really well. The interesting part is that normally when we go into inventory transfer there, we normally actually want to have what we call a system of record. So we normally want to keep everything within one, because the right hand may not be talking to the left hand when it comes to field service. In other words, you do not necessarily want a service coordinator or dispatcher to go ahead and do a transfer when there's some reservations on the other side of the pond per se. And so sometimes when you look at inventory transfers, you really have to be pragmatic as to who is going to be looking at this data, who's going to be doing manipulations or any transfers as well. I think the same thing goes for inventory adjustments. So for example, if it's a pure field service implementation and there's no other inventory for anything else, then that makes sense. But in the case that you have installs, you're doing builds, you may be manufacturing some of the stuff that you service, you may want to look at actually reversing the direction of that integration. The cool part is that you can actually configure it to go the other way, but keep in mind that the inventory adjustments could have some ramifications into your ERP. So now I'm kind of walking left to right here. And one of the things that is pretty important for us to marry this to things is projects and sales orders, right? So projects, if you guys are familiar with F&O, is basically all the financial projects, what we call them buckets per se, in which costs are and prices or costs are going to come into. The good part and the bad part is that projects only get you so far, right? Really, what you really want to know when you approach it from a field service perspective, you need agreements. Agreements in there is really what matches what cost do you have. So let's say you went and bought something in Best Buy, right? And you have a warranty that for a year or something like that, or an extended warranty. And then you not necessarily have a project, you most likely have an agreement in which the costs go into it. What if I want to renew that next year? So this kind of concept starts falling apart when you start dealing with warranties or agreements, and also the invoicing itself. So the interesting part here is that we have the sales order integration and project. Not everything that you want to send out becomes a sales order, right? There's internal work orders and things like that. So there's this gap here is actually pretty interesting for us. Microsoft gives you an out of the box, right, connectivity or projects here that you can use, but keep in mind that you may not just want to say set it and forget it. You may want to look at what you're trying to do. Products, pretty self-explanatory there. The interesting part is that you're going to have service or inventory, non-inventory, or service products. And so you want to make sure that you understand that then when they're created in F&O and come into CE or field service, what happens when you use one of these products, right? It has to go back, whether you want it to land in the service management or EAM. You want to understand and make sure that the product lifecycle matches what you're trying to do there from an integration perspective. So those are kind of little bits of information that we always, in every single implementation that involves ERP, we have sort of those things. So it's from a good perspective, there's a starting point, but there's some work to do. So now going into P2C, so it depends on how your CE implementation is. So you want to perhaps have the customer be flipped, because customers may actually be entered into F&O first and making in the system of record. So one of the things is we want to make sure it's system of record, just make sure that you know exactly kind of what you want to do there. And so as we keep going to the right, you may or may not have quotes, or quotes may come from an external system or come from somewhere else entirely. And at the very end is if you have invoices, back again from what we're talking about here, are they tied to an agreement? Are they tied to a project? How is that going to flow? And also how you're going to present that within field service. So this is the good. This is the good as in what is out of the box. Obviously, there's some prerequisites. And now with Wave 2, I know that the team, there's a lot of dual right communications around it. So Rama and team are progressing in this, in making this a dual right sort of thing, a sort of story. And there's new entities or new changes that we have in items like customer assets, right, that we want to look at as part of setting up this integration. So we'll get into that in a little bit. I'm going to kind of slow down. I know I just laid a bunch of information so far. Are there any questions?
We just had one question that said, what overlaps do you see between what field service offers with a traditional back office ERP system, and what functionality of field service do you leave for an ERP system to handle?
Yes, that's a great question. It's a deep question. So Reza, thank you. So one of those things is you take a step back and you want to make sure that you allow the system that does whatever does best to be the system of record. In this case, for example, agreements. So agreements is very well tied in and baked into the F&O functionality. There's agreement lines. There is agreement types. There's also an association with customer assets or service objects in there. So normally, if we have a traditional back office ERP that handles it well, we kind of leave it there and let field service do its thing and bring some of that data over. Some of the other things, obviously, like scheduling and things like that. This is not necessarily a scheduling session, but any scheduling, anything that is very dynamic, we try to do it on the FS side much better. So you have to step back, take a wide look, and see how everything is going to work, and then after that, set up the integration strategy. Awesome, Reza. Did that answer your question?
You always do. Thank you, sir.
Hey, my pleasure. Awesome. So, can't give you the good without giving you the bad. So again, this picture cracks me up every single time. But I got to give you guys the bad, right? What is going on? That there's certain things as implementers that you gotta look out for, right? And what are you gonna do to resolve it? So I'm gonna plant some seeds in your guys' head to look at what's the bad, right? So notice 2 slides ago, there's nowhere in there that we were talking about workers. Agreement lines, I think we just talked about that. Service objects or parts requests. None of that, right? That the integration doesn't really go deep into that. Hey, Andreas. So the integration doesn't really go into that. So the bad. Let's think about it. Are all workers going to be bookable resources? So you guys know that there's bookable resources that must come across associated with a user and so on. And some of those workers are their contractors. Right, so we have to have a baseline understanding of the worker or maybe some HR kind of processes in order for us to set up our resources or bookable resources pretty well. And also, what about vendors? Do you have a vendor that is working on behalf of your company, and does it need to be a contractor or does it need to be followed? What about expenses, or what about when you get an invoice from that vendor? Do you track it as a work order? Do you track it associated with a worker or a sub? How are you going to do that? So those are those things that in order for us to have a field service implementation, we got to get answers, right? And so that affects your implementation and integration strategy. So the other part of it is agreement lines. So we talked about earlier about going into Best Buy and going and buying a TV. Right, so or a whole entertainment system, let's say that, but I want to have a coverage, a 1-year coverage for the TV, 2 years for the console, 3 years for the DVD, whatever you want. So also, how are you going to cover that? How are you going to cover that within CE, right? And how are you going to bring some of those entities over so that when a field tech is looking at it, then you're able to basically set a structure so they know, oh, the TV is covered, but you know what, not the DVR or whatever you have, or Xbox. Also, what about agreement renewals or intervals? So F&O, so Reza, back to your original question, F&O kind of sucks at this, right? The intervals, but CE has a very much developed PM or TNI or test and inspect kind of functionality in which we create work orders. But so you want to look at to see that functionality. And the second one, or the last one, is the customer asset categories or groups. How do you want to track this? So if I have a bunch of TVs, do I have a bunch of Samsung TVs? And what if I want to cover all electronics in a house? Like you get a super complete package that you buy at Best Buy that it just covers soup to nuts, everything. So how do you track that in the system? And then how do you set an integration so that you let F&O know that that was sold, right? Or CE. So I'm seeing another question from Reza. How do you handle master data between your field service and ERP system? Do you bring the data over to FS or do you use virtual entities? When do you use each approach? This one's interesting. So I think we're going to get into that also a little bit with Andreas, a little bit more. But yes, when we set up, so as you guys know, full transparency, dual write is still in its infancy in some areas. So we had to do a lot of DI integrations, right? So we had to make sure that we set up what was out of the box. And so we made Reza at the beginning is every entity or group per se has a system of record. So you want workers to be in F&O, you want work orders to reside on CE, agreements in F&O, service objects or customer assets in CE. So you got to pick according to how it best fits your business processes in your implementation. Okay, so lastly, check this out. So we go into service objects or EAM. So speaking specifically of Wave 2, right, we are going to start seeing Microsoft go a lot more towards the EAM, right, the enterprise asset management route, in which they're going to, funny enough, there's some overlap there that is starting to happen and will continue to happen in the future. From a Microsoft perspective, we expect the next release, so not this Wave 2, the 2021 release, to have a lot more EAM style functionality. We've seen that from Microsoft now. And so you want to start thinking of this. Customer asset categories. Do we need to group them? Do we need to put them? How do we maintain them? How do we have a view of the asset itself through its entire lifespan? So this is something that really think about. And it's, if we go 2 slides back, actually I'll do that in a minute, is you will see where the gaps start to appear. In the very last one is, what about a parts request? So my name is Lucas Diaz. I'm going to go ahead and call in a part. How does that happen? Do I really need to make a phone call in 2020 every single time? I want to log it as part of my device. So how are we going to allow for that functionality in RMAs? So actually, I'm going to go back in time to the good. And now you see a little bit of the gap that we're seeing here, right? So we have a baseline, and we have to really take into consideration the external, the other pieces that really make field service work end to end in order for us to be successful. And the next thing is that now Wave 2, we're progressing dual writes. So some of these arrows, right, it won't make as much sense, but we have to be careful as to who edits what data on each side of the application or the pond per se here. Awesome. So let's go into the ugly. So talked a little bit about some of the issues that we had with DI, and then I'm going to hand it over to Andreas here to go into more details. But it's really some of the ugly things that happen in the legal entities, right? Companies. How do we integrate? So F&O has legal entities, and how do we make sure that they land correctly into CE? What about how often does this data come across? Especially with DI, right? You have some schedule running, and then the data integrator project migration. So how do you manage and make sure that all this integration looks good, right? So how do we know that this is going to work in every single environment? And also mapping, because I don't think there's a exact mapping between CE and F&O. Some massaging needs to happen in between there. So Andreas, any other comments? Did I miss anything? Anything you want me to add here?
No, this is great. And hello, everybody. So Reza, you had a question around virtual entities. We, in our experience, I'll just take that question to kick off. And again, hello, everyone. I'm Lucas's other half as part of Ludia. Regarding virtual entities, one of the things that when we looked at them, now granted this was a little while back, but when we looked at them, the GUID has to be the primary key. And so that becomes a little bit of a challenge when you have to go between the systems. As I think most of you may or may not know, in F&O, a primary key, while every single table has a rec ID, the primary key is typically sort of the sales order number, the work order number. In CE, or in field service, your primary key is always your GUID. And so mapping between those with virtual entities becomes a little bit of a challenge. The other challenge is that virtual entities are not change tracking enabled. So you're going to have to send all of your data every single time with a virtual entity. So in the discussion of where does a virtual entity make sense, typically for supplemental setup data, it's sort of a one-off where you have to send everything every single time. For transactional data or for master data, it's typically not a good fit, because for master data you do want, again, it depends on the size of your customer and the size of the data set in general, but you want to architect the integration with incremental changes or deltas being sent between the systems. So Reza, I hope that answered your question.
It did. The only thing that I would add, Andreas, is I do agree with you. The virtual entities introduce some complications. Also, when you want to take those data offline into mobile, virtual entity is not going to help. However, at one point, I'm hoping that you guys can shed some lights that around what's the alternative when you bring the master data from your ERP system to Dynamics 365. How do you ensure that that master data remains intact and your ERP system is still the source of the truth?
Great question. And the simple the simple answer is that what we've done is we've identified which system is the source of truth and then locked down the receiving system with security. So let's take product as an example. One of the more recent clients we're working on still, actually, the product master lives in F&O or FNSC now, and we send the product to CE, and it's an incremental change. The products themselves in CE are locked down. You cannot make a change to the data set itself. So it becomes more of a business process. If you want to change a product, or if you want to change the name or have a new product created, the customer will have to follow a certain sequence of events to properly work with the systems. That's how we have dealt with that.
Yeah, and we just saw another question from Top One. Who is Top One? That's an awesome nickname there. What is the best practical way of putting together ERP financial information in cases together as well, which work well for reporting? Mr. Top One, could you provide more details on that one?
Yes, sorry, my name is Mariusz, just to clarify. Basically, I am asking the best way, the best practice to put together financial information and the cases. Sometimes you keep some extra information on the top of the financial, and but these cases in case information are in one system, financial they are across two, three, and how to put this information together that they will work for the reporting, and reporting will be almost like in one place. So is it clarified? My explanation.
It is. That question can go many different ways. So I assume you're trying to display financial information from a case, for example, like let's say how much cost has been associated with a given customer account or something like that.
Yes, however, that financial information is one system, and the cases themselves they are in another. And even this financial information are across maybe two, three. One is, for example, Aggresso. And how this, what is the best practice to put these things together that will work for the reporting? So in the end, there will be nice report which gather all this information well from the different parts of the business.
Mm-hmm. You gotta almost, that's a deep question. So you have to kind of take a step back. First of all, is what data do you want to show, right? Second, does that data really need to be synced over? Are you gonna put a lot of strain on your integration for you to bring it over? Second, how often do you access this data? Is it every 15 minutes that you're pulling it up? If it's 5 minutes that you need to? Also, can you accomplish it with a Power BI report or some data warehousing that you can bring some of this data together, depending on how you need to look at the report? But we look at just because you need to see it every once in a while doesn't mean that you need to integrate it. Just keep that in mind. You want to make sure that the integration is kind of resilient and you're not bringing a lot of loading the other system unnecessarily.
Okay. So I understand basically data warehouse would be good idea to gather this information put together, and on the top good reporting. However, just not to be crazy about the integration, to not slow down any of these systems a little bit. I understand. Is it a good understanding of your answer?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking at the I'm looking at the chat here, and that's funny. And so dual write and all this stuff. I know, I'm sorry, Microsoft, and I love, this is what we eat and breathe every day, but this is new technology, right? And it's kind of crawling right now, and it's becoming better and better. Totally, completely agree. And that is the future. No hands, no questions asked. We just got to be very careful. Thank you, Reza. But we got to be careful as architects that we have to deliver this product that works. So we go with what's a little bit safe, especially for big multi-year implementations. We go with that first, and then to your question, guys here earlier, is we got to make sure that we know a strategy, what data we need to display, how is it going to be used, how often, and is it an aggregate report or is it specific line details? Because Power BI is good for aggregates, but you can do an SSRS report, for example, for an FSR or field service report, or maybe you do a number of calls and get through CDS some data. So it really depends. If you want to, drop us an email, and then I can share a lot of my experience. Totally cool. Would love to also hear what you're trying to build. Super interested. Okay. Awesome, guys. Any other questions? Mr. Andreas, any other feedback here?
No, I think we're good to go to the next slide. And to Reza's point in the chat, right, this is why the next few topics are the ugly. But we've had a number of challenges specifically around the data integrator, timeouts and so on. And there is, if anybody is on the data integrator or using the data integrator, one of the main things to really consider is volume, and make sure you really have a good handle on the amount of volume that's going through the integration. And then two, there are some known issues out there at the moment still with the entities, and that can have a significant impact on your data integrator and or CDS in general, the data integrator projects. I don't want to divert too much off of this, but if anybody has questions on a technical level, we'd be more than happy to address those towards the end in the Q&A session.
Awesome. Thanks, Andreas. So going into the future, and I think we may be missing one of the, I think we're missing one of the screenshots, Mr. Andreas. This is my bad. So we probably have to talk about it kind of out loud here and then ask some questions or answer. Or maybe Andreas, is there a way, and Dion, to be able to have Andreas share as well here? I think we're missing one slide.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can make a presenter.
Too as well. Yeah, so Andreas, I'll give it back to you in a minute.
Okay, you guys can be both presenters at the same time. There you go.
Thank you. It's Lean Dion every time I try to make sure that we get it right. Anyway.
You did remember I said that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I will never forget that for the rest of my life. All right, so let's move back here in the field service integration. So we talked about DI, dual write, right? First of all, it's one or the other. It's not I get dual write for some times and I get DI for some others. And so you got to make sure that if you're going to bite the bullet and go be one of those awesome trailblazers, that you got a plan, right? So if you're not going to go with dual write, just making sure that you identify the system of record for main entities, and make sure that you know what direction you need to go. And also codependencies is pretty important, so that we make sure that it goes back and forth there. So for example, customer assets has a dependency on the customer asset type, or agreement has a dependency on agreement types. So if you're creating agreement types in one system and using them in another, you want to make sure that that's correct and that the timing is correct for the dependencies as well. The next one is also get really familiar with F&O or FNSC data management module and understand the dependencies, and also really start focusing a lot of DevOps communications for integration changes, and create a design with regards to legal entities, right? So if I have 10 legal entities in F&O, are the users in CE or field service going to see the same thing? Are they all going to see the same work orders? Are they all going to have different configurations, or is it going to look different? And also testing the integrations and the flows and all the data dependencies. I cannot stress that enough. So I think Andreas is going to go into some of the mysteries or what happens behind the scenes here with regards to the errors that we get and some of the tricks of setting this up. So Andreas, do you want to share?
I can, yep.
Thank you.
Let me make sure.
This sort of virtual meetings, Dion, is I wish I could just see everybody's face.
I know we were very disappointed as well that you guys weren't coming to Florida and everybody else, all the people on the phone. But you know what? At least now we can have people from all over the world on a call, right? We had some people from Belgium, from Paris, so at least that was great.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
And there we go. You can see.
Can you guys see? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So a couple. So really, while we're going back to the ugly, and the ugly being, for lack of better words, the data integrator, right? Well, and at this stage in time, it's stabilized enough where it has become a viable way to integrate between CE and F&O or F&O to CE. There are definitely some nuances about how to go about integrating. Right. And so we'll talk about a few of the ugly aspects of it. And one is, first and foremost, the organization to legal entity mapping. So again, in finance and operations, I'm going to refer to it as finance and operations. Just hopefully everybody is still with me when I say finance and ops. The way records are identified is by data area ID or the legal entity. Okay, and when you set up a connection set, which is what the data integrator provides you, you have to specify a legal entity and then the organization on the sales side, so on the CE side. This feels like it makes sense and works, but the reality of it is the actual data sets themselves do not translate back and forth between the two systems like that. For example, if you have, we talked earlier about products, a product master coming from F&O into CE, if you have the owner being the organization, which is what the product entity is on the CE side, there is no delineation between which one of these finance and operations entities a product record is coming from. And that becomes problematic if you happen to use the exact same number sequence or the exact same product numbers in let's say you have 30 companies in finance and operations, you have 30 ever so slightly different product masters, release products is what they're called in finance and ops, but the numbers are the same. So what will happen is in the integration, it will end up overriding the last record to come over will quote unquote win. Okay, and that's not a desired outcome. You would want to ensure that you have the different product numbers between the quote unquote legal entities and organizations. So the way to get around that is you have to make customizations in CE. Now, if the entity is owned not by the organization, which is the standard entity that's owned by a team, then the owner on the record itself will tell you exactly which legal entity it comes across as. And then so that becomes something that you can work with a little bit more. But this is just one of those ugly things, quote unquote, that you will have to deal with if you integrate this way, and something to definitely be aware of and think about, because it does sneak up on you. In Dual Right, they did fix this with creating a company table that does mapping for you. Okay. The other aspect of it is, I was just talking about going from F&O or finance and supply chain to D365 CE. Now, if you go from field service or CE to F&O, the CE records do not have the notion of a quote-unquote legal entity. An organization doesn't always exactly translate into a legal entity. Okay, and so when you architect your solution, your field service solution, and it is a multinational or global implementation, again, this is something to really be mindful and aware of. Does your data set properly translate into the financial system, right? And what does that look like? What we have to date found is that a customization is typically necessary for the entity. Okay. All right, moving on to another topic. So in the previous 2 slides ago, where we had a number of items about the ugly, there's a bullet point that says the error handling is less than helpful, right? And here are some less than helpful messages on the screen, right? The remote server returned an error, 400. AX encountered an error. A task was canceled. An expert encountered an error. This, unfortunately, is just how it is. There's sometimes you get useful error messages back, and typically those are when there is an instant data mismatch. So, you know, couldn't create record because the product wasn't found or something along those lines. But if there's deeper issues with things being quote unquote stuck, or systems are down, or for whatever reason there's a hiccup in the matrix, the error messages don't give you a very good idea of what happened. The question then becomes, how do I retrigger? And if I retrigger, what am I retriggering? What do I need to send across? Again, so these are some of the things to think about, right? There is a way in the data integrator now to see how many records, and you can resend the same data set. But it's always good to understand that a true up may or may not be needed at some point in time. Okay. Another point here is, as if you are an implementer, right? If you depending on which way to go, if you're implementing, and at some point you need to hand this off to your customer. So I also recommend that train the support team early. You have to have a good understanding of what is flowing where, which system is doing what, and what is the fallout to be able to properly address these kinds of errors. Okay. And another topic, while this isn't really the quote unquote ugly in my mind, it's just sort of a quote unquote necessary evil, advanced queries. So this is something that you can turn on or off. And once you have enabled it in a data integrator project, you cannot turn it off. So there is, again, nuances around advanced query. It's almost the equivalent of writing code. However, there are very specific things that it does and does not do. There's some known issues. If you are planning on going to integrate and using the data integrator, again, this is hopefully not something the dual rights getting to a point where this is likely not going to be the option that you go with. But if you're in the middle, or if you have a client live or somebody is live and you are using the data integrator, to properly troubleshoot and change and get integrations moving, you have to use the advanced query. There's really no, at some point in time you will with one of your projects, there's really no way around it. And it is extremely helpful to have OData knowledge and understand what the protocol does and doesn't do, because that's really what the advanced query is. It's a GUID to write OData when you are sending from CE to F&O, and from F&O coming back to CE, it's a slightly different format than OData. But OData is definitely, we have found, is something that it's a knowledge or a skill set that without it, it would be very, very difficult to properly architect and deal with creating a solution. So I'm going to stop sharing here and open it up for any questions.
And then I'll go ahead and share on my side. Oh, pick the other screen. Any questions, guys? Reza, we know you got one.
I'm just trying to be cognizant of other people. So I would love for you guys to talk about non-DI and dual write integrations. Is that too much to ask, like for future presentations?
Oh yeah.
So how do you integrate field service with other ERP systems that cannot leverage dual writes and data integration, or data endpoints, as Andreas positioned it?
From a technical perspective, right? So CE exposes OData, right, and or you have CDS. So what we typically do is we do an analysis of what the receiving system or the system or systems that we need to integrate to, what the capacity and capabilities are, right? Do you have the ability to integrate the web services, or is it maybe more of a legacy system where you have to go through with file-based integrations? So that's step number one. Step number two, if you're not planning on using the data integrator, the question is what does the customer already have? What's part of the landscape? Do they already have a middleware system? Yes or no? And if they have one, then we do an analysis there. If they do not have a middleware platform, then the next recommendation is okay, that's something that we should be talking about, right? So it's, again, to Lucas's earlier comments with some of the other questions, the way we typically like to approach this is we take a step back, you get a holistic picture of everything, and then start drilling down into each one of the areas as it makes sense. Understanding what field service or CE provides you allows you to at least have one stake in the ground, and then it's really determining where that stake, how to tie the string to the next stake.
Great answer. Thank you.
Yeah, it's fascinating for us. So I'm sharing again here, and it is fascinating because field service now continues to grow, right? So wave 2 is going to add more functionality. So funny enough is that we worked with Gittler and some of the guys at the Microsoft team on functional locations, right? What they call the technician experience per se, and being able to tell whether this customer asset is sitting here versus there, or down the street or up above. And so those are one of the things that are going to make integrations a little bit much more interesting. To your point earlier about integrating with external systems, there's things like building reports, right? There's safety systems, there's other power apps and things like that we integrate. And we're starting to see kind of this evolution from an integration perspective that is just going to get much more interesting. And as Microsoft continues to get field service or making it forward a little bit more, putting a lot of more emphasis in assets or asset management, it should get super interesting out there for the years to come. So let's go kind of wind down here, make sure that we got some time for questions. I'm going to share this with you guys basically. So we talked a little bit about dual write, what's coming in, what's the future, whatnot. Also how to being able to get some more of the information. And one of our recommendations is going with the dual write Yammer group. So Rama is a pretty good lead, and she shares a lot of insights and details, and you're also able to kind of troubleshoot things before you really want to try it out with a client. So become friends with them, right? They want your feedback. They want you to try it out, and they also want you to use it so that we get more folks into this integration. And then lastly, guys, if you guys haven't got a chance, please go and just look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, the trailer. That's the old school, old Western movie. So as you guys can tell, I'm a big fan. So with that, just going to open it up for some questions and then close it up here with the team. So Dion, I know you do a lot of field service. Do you have any questions, thoughts, comments here?
No, I think it was a really great presentation. I don't get into the implementation stage of things, as you know, because we used to work together. So I get the fun stuff, right? I get to like do the demos, and then I just hand it off to somebody else, and like, good luck with that. So, so I don't really have any questions in regards to that, but. Thank you guys so much. Let me see if there's any additional questions. And feel free, guys, if you want to unmute your line to ask these guys a question, please feel free to do so. In the meantime, I want to remind everybody to please go in and complete that survey, right? We're going to have the gift cards. Let me just see if I can put that survey URL here in the chat so people can actually go ahead and access that. We're going to give everybody just a couple of minutes, obviously, to complete that survey, and then we're going to go ahead and give away those prizes. So please make sure that you guys make it to that final session at 5:30, and let me put that link of that session in there as well. There we go. So you guys can join from there. And these recordings will be up as well on the YouTube channel. Let me see here. I think I had that on here as well. Yeah, here it is. So this is, I believe, the YouTube channel that these sessions are going to be posted at in a couple of days. Thank you guys so much.
No, it is our pleasure being with you guys. Drop us questions. We're on LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever you want. Just hit us up, because we love sharing this experience with everybody, and we believe that we're pretty community oriented. So if we all rise to a better level, we're gonna to the next step. We're gonna be able to provide this to our clients and have better implementations and have a better future overall. So we're always here for you guys, and really appreciate Ms. Dion to be with you guys. I can open it up for some questions or anything else.
Lucas, can I have final question to you?
Yeah.
Basically, my question is how much time, how important in your project is data governance, like having the roles, data steward, data consumer, data owner, and working on these kind of things? Is it taking 10%, 20%? How much you work with this, and what do you think, how important is for the successful project data governance?
Oh, yeah. So you guys ready? Grab something cozy, because we're gonna be here for a while. No, just kidding. But so it is very important to have, first of all, before you start doing anything, you got to make sure that you understand your data structure, your data flow, and then on top of that, you have your data governance, right? Like, so what system becomes a system of record? How often are you going to have, let's say, a customer import? In this case, we use a software called Prophecy in one of our clients. So how often is that going to be a load being done? Who has access to it? What security roles can edit that data, right? We don't want to have folks changing the address of a site just randomly. So there's a whole strategy to it. But to the percentage, I would say it's always at least probably 40%, 30%. Andreas, I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Well, Reza wrote 80%. So I think I typically would recommend you have a data architect as part of your implementation, and you should allocate, I agree with Reza here, at least 80% integration and data. As implementers, we know that, if the data is bad, you're going to have a really rough go live, right? And so in the pre-go live sort of phases, if the data, it's the GIGO, right? Garbage in, garbage out notion. So it is definitely a measure and a criteria for success. So the more percentage you can dedicate to it, the better. I would always over allocate for this if you can, if the budget allows for it.
Yeah, make sure that it's important, especially when you're dealing with this kind of two systems. It's super important.
if we can add something there, because this particular topic is very close to my heart. There are a couple of things that I always consider when doing integrations from the data quality perspective, and a lot of people confuse data quality and data integrity. Data integrity is part of it. Like, one, accuracy, like is the data that you're bringing into the other system correct and precise? Completeness. Do you have all the information that you need for each integration scenarios that you're bringing into the other system? The uniformity, the data that is in the source system and the target system are the same, and uniqueness, as Andreas mentioned, when we bring data from one system to another system, the method that we choose, the GUIDs and everything, presents the record from the unique perspective, and the timeliness, and is the information up to date? So, and security, ownership, and as Andrea said, so there are so many things about data quality that makes an integration successful, and if you're not considering them, doesn't matter what technology you use, it doesn't matter what synchronization method, bidirectional, semi-directional, one directional, doesn't matter. You bring bad data, you're gonna pooch the system.
Have a bad time.
So, yeah, exactly. So very important.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. We can spend a whole evening on this topic because it's near and dear to all of our hearts. But as with regards to Wave 2, what's coming up, the application keeps morphing, keeps changing for the better. So just keep in mind that as the new Wave 2 release comes in and you get it implemented, how does that affect your integration strategy? Could we leverage? Do we have additional integration points and things like that? So get ahead of it, read the release notes, understand, talk to Microsoft, make sure that there's no new entities changing, no new fields that are going to disappear all of a sudden. That's rare, but just make sure that you look at it with a magnifying glass when you comes to the new releases, to make sure that you have a successful implementation. So thank you, guys. I think we're off to our time. As always, we're here. Thanks to our sponsors. Really appreciate the time, and hope you guys have a great Saturday. Enjoy and stay safe out there.
And thank you so much. I couldn't find my unmute button so fast. I'm just going to go ahead and stop the recording. Guys, don't forget to be on that final session. And we will see you guys in a couple of minutes. And again, Andreas and Lucas, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for the great questions.
Hi everyone, so we're going to be doing the closing session very shortly. We're just waiting on everyone to join in. As the other sessions complete and finish off. Okay. Ryan, we're gonna get started. Thanks. Okay, awesome. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining the finale of the event. So I don't actually have any slides for once. I'm attending this event and I don't actually have slides. I just really wanted to thank everyone for actually joining us. It's been a very long day, but we've had so many amazing sessions with so many amazing speakers, and I really want to thank all the speakers, and I want to thank all of you for attending. And even more, I really want to thank our sponsors, who actually, obviously being a virtual event, you'd find it funny, but we actually wanted the sponsors so we could actually provide some really amazing prizes for you, and also a really fantastic setup. So I'd love to thank MSCRM add-ons, I'd love to thank Resco, and I'd love to thank RSM for sponsoring and for speaking at the event. And to each and every one of our speakers, really thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. And for all of our attendees, really appreciate it as well. Now, obviously, we did say that the more you did your social media posts, that you would then be in for a chance to win. So the top 2 people that actually did social media. Actually, what we did, the organizers had a little chat because it was so close and we didn't want you to like miss out. So we actually changed the top 2 to the top 3, and the top 3 for social is, I can't pronounce this name, but Maria Zilowski. Maria Zilowski. And,
do you want to put it in a chat, maybe, Tricia?
I will after I announce it. Mario Solowski. We also have Joe Griffin and Catherine Coutinho. Those are the winners of the social media announcement for today. So you will get a $50 Amazon gift voucher. Please send your email addresses to us so we can ensure that that is sent across to you. Okay, and then we have, so I think, Dion, if you share your screen, or whose screen are we looking at? Dion's screen. Okay, Grant. So yeah, so all of this, what you're looking at right now, is all of your feedback forms. Thank you so much. You have really gone ham on the feedback forms. And now what we're going to do is we're going to spin the wheel to identify who's going to be the winner of the 4th and final $50 Amazon gift card.
Yes, we
Dion?
actually had 129 people, or 129 submissions. So thank you guys, really, really a lot. I'm just going to go ahead and tap and spin that wheel. And
let's spin the wheel.
See who won. Oh, Cheryl.
Cheryl. Oh,
Congrats.
wow. Cheryl Netley. Okay. So we have the 4 winners of the Amazon gift vouchers: Mari Zalowski, Joe Griffin, Catherine Coutinho, and Cheryl Netley. Well done all. Please send your email addresses so we can get you those vouchers ASAP. And happy spending. Guys, thank you so much. That is officially the end of D365 Wave 2. Hopefully, y'all will actually make full use of the knowledge that you've had today to smash it with the October wave when it finally comes to your region. Enjoy.